Okay, so first things first, completely forgot to tell anything, but I hurt my shoulder pretty badly this Saturday. Like, I'm not going to be able to shoot for a while now. Yeah, no, it's a miracle that I can even sit in front of my PC. Because any more pronated, if my arm were even more pronated, it would hurt as hell.
Fast and smooth delivery. Thanks a ton. That's enough food to last days.
Got it done. Wonder how much I'll make this time.
I don't want to track this. Today 11 hours.
Kind of impact a character like Yai Miko also has on Syndrome, along
Truth about Sandron and future power creep by Windows game.
with, for example, a character like Beidou, as well as an interesting new discovery, I would.
What should we do? We still need to deliver the stuff.
Origami Market Convenience Store. Where? Wait. Origami Market. Okay. Ooh. Nice token of gratitude.
Put it, that makes Syndrome arguably a little bit better than I personally even expected, especially for her low.
I'm ready. Did you get hurt? Ow! Sorry. Are you okay?
Yo.
All these orders. The store's overloaded with orders. Got it. This one is a common card.
Oh. Oh, that was too fast, I think.
Fast and smooth delivery. Thanks a ton. That's enough food to last days.
Got it done. Wonder how much I'll make this time.
Yep. No, actually. Alright. Oh, stop telling me I need to go there. That's just a different kind of beast.
Low cost teams. Taking a look at this team, for example, the starting build we have for this team is we're going to switch her over to the title shadow as well. We can see here she's using, of course, the 4-piece disenchantment in Deep Shadow. And here are my artifacts on live. And frankly, they are not that great, as we can see, and not a whole lot of energy recharge or anything like that. But I found that I did not need more energy recharge than this. If we actually take a look at my Syndrone's build here, she's actually only in the top 7%, which is pretty bad for one of my well-built characters, I suppose. So arguably not well-built at all, to be completely honest. And let's take a look at this one cost team overall, although Chi-Chi is on it.
All these orders. What? The store's overloaded with orders. Got it. This one is a large car.
10 minutes at least.
And we will go through some disclaimers, obviously, but taking a look at her artifacts, they're nothing that crazy. She's of course a Constellation 0 throughout this video, and her talents are 10, 9, and 10. Eventually I will indeed crown this, but yeah, just don't have all the stuff right here. And also I did some of the runs earlier without crowning this, so I figured I'm just going to leave this uncrowned for the rest of the video, but we can squeak out a few more percentage points of damage from her with that being crowned. And Chi-Chi, of course, is on this team, and she's going to be using the Favonia sword with the 4-piece tenacity of the Millilith. Now, Chi-Chi is indeed at Constellation 6. However, that makes a very, very little difference as long as you do not use her Elemental Burst, because the Constellation 6 mainly affects the Elemental Burst right here, which gives some quills. So I did not use Chi-Chi's Elemental Burst for that purpose in order to emulate her being at Constellation 1. Then we have Beidou, and Beidou is mainly just here to slap the enemy with the Favonius Greatsword in order to generate particles, as well as to apply Electro and finally her Constellation 6, which is very important in order to shred Electro and Cryo resistance, as well as to provide 200 Elemental Mastery to Syndrone, and of course her talents are whatever. And finally we have Diona, and there's a really interesting tech that I wanted to show you guys, which is one of the reasons why I wanted to make this video as well. But Diona for this specific team is actually using the 4-piece instructor set, and I'll show you how to reliably activate that. She doesn't need much crit rate at all to activate Favonius for obvious reasons. It's Diona after all, and we can see of course her stats right there. You know, just poo-poo instructor set pieces, and finally here are talents. And Constellation 6 on Diona is important as well in order to get that 40% additional stellar conduct damage for her. Now, with that being said, let's take a look at this first team's rotation. You will notice something that I do here for this team that I personally found to be pretty interesting and might slightly improve, I would say, this team's performance. And this is to actually, in some situations when Electro is not on the bear after using Beidou's Elemental Skill into Elemental Burst, to actually just use her N1. Now, sometimes the bear or the enemy will have Electro on it from using a skill plus a burst, depending on the way Chi-Chi's cooldowns line up. In this case, it wasn't, so we used the N1 to get a guaranteed instructor activation on Diona, and also by using Syndrone's Elemental Burst like this immediately, sometimes we are able to actually get the Elemental Burst to benefit from the instructor set as well. Not always, because the timing is pretty tight for that, but still. As you can see, this team already, with just a 1-cost team with an occasional Beidou N1 after the Elemental Burst to guarantee Electro is on the enemy, is indeed able to actively or to reliably activate the instructor set for Diona. So yeah, this team already with the title Shadow to boot is already hitting a pretty decent 106 K DPS. Also, I gave Syndrone 1 crit rate roll in the DPS test stage, so that way her damage will be much more consistent with 100% crit rate against a cryoed enemy for testing purposes, and also because my Syndrone is only top 7% for artifact quality, this will improve her artifact quality to be just, you know, maybe a couple percentage points higher than just 7%. Now, the second team that I tested was simply by swapping over to the Teaspoon of Transcendence. Yes, we have transcended all bounds of mortality with the mighty Teaspoon, and nothing else changed in terms of artifact. You don't need to change any artifacts for her, fortunately, when it comes to switching her weapons. Benefits of having a crit damage secondary stats for the weapon swap. Of course, these characters did not change in the slightest. So if we go ahead and take a look at the 2-cost team run, and sometimes again, I will use Beto's N1. Sometimes I won't. And in the rotations in the bottom right, you'll see that, you know, it's a little bit kind of like, I didn't really want to like make it super long, like, oh, if Electro's not on the enemy, use N1. So you guys kind of get the point that N1 is optional if Electro is on the enemy from Beto's Elemental Skill and Elemental Burst. We can see here that now we're hitting for already over 130,000 DPS for a 2-cost team. This is an absolutely fantastic performance for a 2-cost team. Syndrome, of course, being able to carry this. And also we can see that 15% energy recharge has not been an issue so far, but I'm actually not entirely sure if the bear generates a lot of particles. It might not. I actually don't know, but you know, energy is always a moving target depending on the fight. You guys should know that by now. I don't think I need to tell you, but we're almost through 3 full rotations for this 2-cost team, and we're about to see the results right here. Any second now, we can see it's looks like it's able to squeak out over 130 something thousand damage DPS for this C0R1 Syndrome team. So we can take a look at our first chart here, and don't worry, I got plenty more charts to come, but this first chart here, as we can see, going from 106k DPS from this 1-cost team all the way up to 132k, a roughly 25% improvement to Syndrone's DPS, Syndrone's team's DPS output. Syndrone's personal damage might actually see a slightly higher bump than that because, of course, you know, her teammate.
The furniture's intact. You drive steady, but not quite as good as I used to be. I miss those days delivering in sports cars. Ever since I received my family's inheritance, I haven't been doing any deliveries. What a shame.
Maybe we should switch places.
It's to a few percentage points of damage for the entire team. So yeah, this pretty cleanly lines up with how much damage you can expect from our calculations as well from our ultimate guide video. We can see here that indeed the title shadow is about 100%, and we went up to about 128% for her signature weapon. So yeah, slightly better, but very close in my opinion. Like, that's close enough to where I feel pretty good about the calcs. Now, the next team I tested is, of course, with Yai Miko. However, there's a big problem with my account with Yai Miko, of course, and it is that she is at Constellation 6. However, please let us toggle these constellations, or at the very least, let us toggle them in Millie Asher Wonderland. Like, turn them off, for Christ's sake. Like, you don't have to allow people to turn them on. I get it. You want people to not experience all the constellations without swiping for it, but whatever, it's okay. So yeah, I had to test Yai Miko at Constellation 6. However, if we actually take a look at our constellations right here, we can see the constellations 4 and 6 do not actually improve Syndrone's damage at all. Instead, they only improve Yai Miko's damage. So with that in mind, we are basically playing with Yai Miko at Constellation 2. You'd have to get, you know, 2 copies of Yai Miko. You would, of course, have to select Yai Miko from the Stella Fortuna in order to get 1 additional copy of Yai Miko. There she is. So you would have to pick her up as well to get that constellation on her in order to get a Constellation 2 Yai Miko for most of you guys. So with that in mind, I nerfed her damage significantly, and look at these atrocious stats. She's still using the correct artifact set though with this, but I way overcritted her on purpose, obviously, because in order for her to, you know, perform like a C2 Yai Miko in terms of her personal damage output, we had to nerf her damage a lot, but we made her damage very consistent with all the overcrit. And I've also given her this
Okay, I'm not interested in damaging this oddity.
So these are the photography props that lady mentioned. Wait, what's this? An oddity? How did an oddity end up in the cargo? I had no idea. The sender never told me anything about this.
Don't worry. I'll contact the Bureau of Anomaly Control. They'll handle this properly. It's probably an oddity packed into a shipping crate by mistake. The JTF should take good care of it.
Okay.
Drinking horn, so that way we make her drunk or something, so that way her damage will reflect her drunkenness. Obviously not a perfect test, but I did my best to kind of simulate that type of environment. So what kind of results did we get from this quote-unquote 4-cost team with a Constellation 1 Yaimiko plus C0R1 Syndrome? Well, let's go ahead and take a look. And here's a little trick. I actually adjusted Diona's rotation a bit for the first rotation by using Q and then her elemental skill, and you notice that I didn't include the variations of the element of the rotation. This is roughly kind of like the base rotation bottom right, plus some minor optimization. The reason why I used her elemental burst before her elemental skill for the first rotation is because this way we can use her skill into her burst in the second rotation and have her cooldown line up perfectly, because otherwise you are actually just a little bit short in terms of
15.
the cooldown. Like this rotation is just a little bit too fast for this team, for Diona's cooldown on her elemental burst. That's why I did that. And then third
I mean, it's
rotation, there's
possible.
gonna be a very small delay between Diona's hold elemental skill plus her elemental burst, but you know, not a big deal. Just some very micro optimizations, all things considered. Anyway, we see here this team is already clipping over 170k DPS and 180,000 DPS after Syndrone's elemental burst of a nuke. But yeah, this is a 4-cost team that we have here with, of course, more investment into Yaimiko, who honestly, after doing these DPS tests, I actually feel like Yaimiko may not be as necessary as people might have expected. Now, taking a look at this team's DPS results, we can see here, and now we are clipping 180,000 DPS with this team, being a very significant improvement to Syndrone's DPS output. However, of course, having the additional 2 cost for this team. However, what if I told you you can actually get some crazy numbers with just a hypothetical 3-cost team? Or perhaps even 2 costs, but I didn't actually math that out for certain reasons. And what we do know is that upcoming we have Alyosha, who appears to be a stellar electro character, and then we have Odette or Odette. Is it like Odie, or is she just kind of odd? But either way, you guys can let me know down in the comments below. But she looks like she's got the cryo stellar type icon right here, so we know that these 2 characters are likely going to be very stellar focused for this. So here's what I ended up doing. I also updated the calcs to reflect some of the additional findings and rotations and stuff like that. So we can take a quick look at the calcs comparison to the in-game test, and we can see right here that it's actually quite remarkably close, with them just being off by a couple percentage points, all things considered. I mean, just look at these numbers, right? So yeah, I was actually quite impressed with the calcs accuracy in comparison to the in-game testing. We can see even the percentage ratios also being very similar. So with that in mind, I decided to do a thought experiment. What if we just took Columbina's kit and copied her entire kit over to just be stellar conduct instead? Because as we can see with modern characters, we can very likely expect a new character to be pretty similar to Columbina in terms of her power level and performance. And we can also expect a more dedicated support for a character like Syndrome. And personally, if I had to put money on it, I would guess it's Odette or Odette. But you know, maybe it's Alyosha, or maybe it's someone else in the future. We'll just have to wait and see. And by having a stellar Bina, her kit just copied over from, you know, Lunar Shenanigans over into stellar conduct, we have the calc sitting at this for this 3-cost team, topping up at over 185,000 DPS. And considering the relative accuracy of this, you know, if we just take a Columbina-like character and slap her in, oh man, we're seeing some pretty darn impressive numbers. And to put that into perspective, we also have the golden child of Nodcry. We have Zibai teams. And Zibai, most of you guys, if you have a 3-cost Zibai team, like for example, just Zibai with a Harbinger, with Columbina, with Lene, and Constellation 2 Ilua, I feel like it's pretty reasonable to assume. Then you're sitting at just 153k DPS in comparison to the massive 185k DPS. And on top of that, We also have, if you manage to get C6 Ilua, then we're coming somewhere close to the ballpark at around 174,000 DPS in comparison to this 3-cost Syndrome team. And also on top of that, you know, Chi-Chi might be able to be replaced in the future, or you can even replace her right now with Diona to potentially see some slightly improved numbers here and there. It's kind of hard to say between the two of them. But yeah, as you can see, this difference is honestly pretty jarring to see if we just have a theoretical Columbina level character to support Syndrome. And Syndrome is going to be like the Flynn's of, you know, of Shinizanaya. I mean, we've got the Cryo Archon coming up as well. So you're going to see some pretty crazy, some pretty impressive DPS numbers moving forward into Shinizanaya, in my humble opinion. So yeah, I just wanted to give you guys this quick little update in terms of my testings for Syndrome and kind of what I ended up with in terms of test results versus calcs. Overall, pretty happy with the way that the calcs turned out in terms of how close they were to the in-game test results, as well as, for example, a hypothetical character that's just like Columbina, but for stellar conduct instead. Now, let me know what you think about this video down in the comments below if you found it helpful or interesting or whatever. And huge thanks, of course, to Ugreen for sponsoring today's video. Be sure to check them out. As always, I appreciate every single one of you.
Okay, maybe I will use it because I want Hathor. And everyone else is everyone else.
Are we there yet?
I'm ready.
Clarity. Urgent task. I'm on it.
I'm ready.
No loose ends.
But leave it to me.
provide backup.
I can do this. Taking the rally.
Норму относят к агентам класса устрашения, однако она плевать хотела на эти ярлыки. К черту оглушения, лучше давайте дамажить направо и налево. В этом гайде мы расскажем про механики нормы и почему она не норма. Ну, то есть норма, но... ну, вы поняли. В начале боя первым делом используйте усиленную особую атаку. Норма войдет в особое состояние на 32 секунды, которое дает ей ряд бонусов. Про них мы расскажем позже, но главное, она призывает две турели. Они атакуют врага каждые 3 секунды, нанося урон и оглушение. И поверьте, их показатели действительно высокие. Также отметим, что они накапливают огненную аномалию. Не очень много, но для минмаксеров это важная деталь. Единственный минус — атака самой нормы не так сильна. Усиленная особая атака наносит какое-то оглушение и ладно. Вы можете зажать кнопку, чтобы продолжать выпускать ракеты. У этой атаки снаряды адаптивные. В зависимости от состояния врага они наносят либо больше оглушения, либо больше урона. Но это мелочи. Отметим, что каждая из ракет является тяжелой атакой. Если враг оглушен, то цепочка атак будет вызвана сразу, как только вы отпустите кнопку. В принципе, нет разницы, зажимать кнопку или нет. Самое главное — это следить за шкалой. Дело в том, что трата энергии дает шкалу под названием прогрев ствола. Норма получает 16% прогрева за трату 40 энергии, 30% за суперспособность и еще 1,5% пассивно каждую секунду. Ну, точнее, шкалу получает не норма, а вот этот вот Банбу, который прячется в ее шляпе. Он самостоятельно вылезает на поле и собирает шкалу, а потом сам возвращается к хозяйке. Какой умница. Так вот, все это необходимо для зажатой базовой атаки. Она доступна в любой момент и вызывает быструю помощь налево. Если у нормы накопилось 80% шкалы, то она может потратить ее. Тогда новый персонаж выполнит цепочку атак. Просто берет и делает цепочку, даже без оглушения. Очевидно, что это очень мощная способность. За весь бой в 3 минуты норма даст союзнику порядка 8 цепочек атак. Как правило, ее следует тратить в оглушение врага. Однако бывают исключения. В обороне Шиюй лучше не ждать и использовать шкалу сразу. Дело в том, что норма оглушает слишком медленно. Если быть точнее, то оглушает она хорошо, но ее оглушение размазано по времени. У нормы нет взрывного оглушения, как у Диалинь, например. В обороне Шиюй это критично, и норма может просто не успеть оглушить вовремя. Вместо этого сфокусируйтесь на том, чтобы убить врага как можно быстрее. Бесплатная цепочка атак для этого самое то. Более того, сама норма тоже помогает убивать. Когда она собирает крит-шанс, она дополнительно получает крит-урон, максимум 85%. А еще у нее повышается оглушение, максимум 40%. Если в отряде есть агент нападения, разрушения или из той же фракции, то действует пассивный навык. Норма получает 840 силы атаки во время действия усиления, о котором мы говорили ранее. Это действует постоянно. Также она дает бонус урона 20% для всего отряда. Ее атаки накладывают на врагов эффект, который повышает множитель уязвимости при оглушении на 30%. Также норма повышает длительность оглушения на 2 секунды. Если подытожить, то бонусы для отряда у нее не очень высокие. Однако она компенсирует это тем, что наносит офигеть как много урона. Она отвечает по крайней мере за 20% урона всего отряда или даже больше. Для нормы это в пределах нормы. Это ее главное отличие от других персонажей устрашения. При анализе навыков нормы имеет смысл держать это в голове. Я сказал держать в голове. Не убегай, ладно? Урон нормы реально важен. Яркий пример — суперспособность. Она наносит тонну урона и оглушения, а также дает 30% шкалы. Обычно агенты устрашения используют ее для оглушения, но для нормы все не так однозначно. Бывают случаи, когда имеет смысл взять роль ДД на себя и прожать суперспособность в оглушение. Благодаря тоне бонусов норма может аннигилировать врага самостоятельно. Тут надо смотреть по ситуации и минмаксить в зависимости от конкретного босса и отряда. Но идею вы поняли. Урон тут отличный. Аналогично можно сказать и о цепочке атак. В ней нет ничего особенного, но благодаря тоне бонусов у нее очень большой урон. Цепочка атак нормы даже сильнее, чем цепочки некоторых агентов нападения, без преувеличений. Ну, это зависит от конкретного персонажа, но знаете, что отдавать цепочки в норме — это не то чтобы норма, но далеко не самая плохая идея. Осталось сказать про помощь в защите. Она хорошая и всегда тратит только 1 очко помощи. Также заметим, что у нормы хорошая контратака после уклонения. Играть от этого вряд ли стоит, но имейте в виду. На этом мы закончим обзор способностей нормы. Давайте перейдем к задротским механикам. У турелей есть усиленное состояние. Они начинают атаковать в 1,5 раза быстрее, а также выпускают дополнительные ракеты. Эти ракеты адаптивные. Они наносят либо больше оглушения, либо больше урона, но это мелочи. Важный нюанс: обычные атаки турелей считаются особыми атаками, а адаптивные ракеты считаются усиленными особыми атаками. Причем это считается именно как использование. Это очень важно, потому что позволяет активировать владыку горы. Он требует использования цепочки атак или усиленной особой атаки. Давайте убедимся в этом. Сейчас у союзника нет бонусов к крит урону. Затем мы буквально ничего не делаем, турели улучшаются и запускают первый залп ракет. Смотрим, крит урон плюс 30%. Владыка горы успешно активировался. Если говорить проще, то вам не нужно активировать набор заранее. Он активируется сам именно тогда, когда необходимо. Усиление турелей срабатывает автоматически, когда враг оглушен, или когда норма тратит шкалу для бесплатной цепочки атак. Ничего сложного, все работает само по себе. Однако, если вы хотите заминмаксить, то помните об этом. В этих 2 случаях владыка горы активируется сам, но его эффект действует всего 15 секунд. Когда время закончится, обновите эффект вручную усиленной особой атакой. Также обратите внимание на шестерни адского пламени. Они повышают импульс, когда норма использует усиленную особую атаку, складываясь до 2 раз. Этот эффект тоже срабатывает от усиленных турелей. Причем
Interesting.
So the gaming industry just kind of sucks right now. Like, there's very little good news anywhere. So I decided to make a video where I just make it worse. Where I just add a cherry on top. I'm sorry, I want to talk about the Elder Scrolls, I want to talk about Fallout, I want to talk about BGS and all of this happening in the background and what I think it means for the franchises that you and I know and love and have been thoroughly intrigued by for many years. Because one of my most anticipated games of the next like 5 years is the Elder Scrolls 6. Not because I think it's going to be like a 10 out of 10 masterpiece, because I personally don't expect that, but rather because I am fascinated by how this is going to play out.
On the green face.
I'll handle this part.
I can do this. My skirt. It's fine.
I am so curious whether they take learnings from like Starfield and Fallout 76 and everything and actually apply that to make the game really better, or if it's just going to be Starfield with swords. Like, I'm so curious. I just want to know, right? I'm so curious. But a lot of stuff has happened in the last week or two with Bethesda Game Studios in general, but also Xbox more broadly with ZeniMax and everything else. And I think it heavily suggests that the game we were going to get a week ago is not the game we're going to get in 2028, 2029. I think that Asha Sharma has stepped in a way that Phil Spencer never did, and she is taking a very active place, I guess, position within all of these discussions. Phil Spencer's general attitude seemingly was to go hands off, let teams do whatever they want to do, and just hope it works out. That doesn't seem to be Asha Sharma's approach. She seems very on top of it, very aggressive, and very in the weeds. And that also means that she's paying very close attention to social media. In fact, one of the most common complaints from investors so far about her is that she seems too in tune with online discourse about Xbox and the brand and everything else. And as part of that, she has no doubt seen all of the demands for more Fallout games, how people think it's ridiculous that it's been 15 years since Skyrim came out, and there's pretty much nothing new to talk about when it comes to Elder Scrolls, or how they've had a tremendously successful Fallout TV show and they have had basically nothing to show for it except for the Fallout 4 anniversary update, which broke freaking VATS, and it took them, I'm not joking, 19 months to fix. She's not stupid. She knows that that's insane and that there is something structurally and like functionally wrong with BGS with how they're managing these IP, and she seemingly is done with it. As we just saw in the report from Jason Schreier, which just dropped on July 8th, where he described how Bethesda is seemingly being forced to give up the keys to their beloved IP and hand it over to Obsidian. Obsidian just underwent a bunch of layoffs. They lost a couple of art directors. They pumped the brakes on Avowed, the sequel to Avowed, and some of the other incubation projects they've been working on. And instead, now Obsidian is being tasked with making a new Fallout game. Whether that is a remake of New Vegas or if that is like a sequel to New Vegas or something totally new entirely, we don't know at this point. It seems like this decision literally made it to the studio days ago. Like, this is very, very fresh. But I think that this all indicates that Asha is taking Xbox and specifically Elder Scrolls, Fallout, Starfield, everything in a very different direction than it was headed just a few weeks ago. And I'm going to be honest, I don't think Todd's that thrilled about it. I don't think he's that thrilled about it. I think from the little I know about Todd in watching a lot of his interviews and making an 8-hour video on Starfield, I think this is like the worst case scenario for him. Like, he's losing control of his baby, and I think his teams are being overhauled beyond his decision making and what he likes, and I think he's losing control of it because the gravy train that allowed him to do whatever he wanted for 20 years at a time between major releases is seemingly coming to a stop, and they've got to overhaul it and change it, and things are going to look different. Now, before you get too excited, I don't think that they are changing necessarily in the way that you might be hoping, because Asha's broader direction seems much more corporate, shocker, than you may hope to see. So I'm going to describe all of it, and we're going to put some tinfoil hats on, try to see the alignment of the stars and all of that. We're going to try to piece it together, and I'm going to make the case to you that the Elder Scrolls and Fallout projects that were going to be just a matter of weeks ago are totally different now, and I think that it may be for the best in some ways, but then it may end up being fundamentally very different than any of us were braced for, perhaps in a bad way. We'll get to it. But real quick, a thank you to our sponsor, Neverness to Everness. Neverness to Everness, or sometimes called NTE, is a 3D action role-playing game set in an open-world cyberpunk city for you to explore, hack, and slash your way through. And they are launching the massive 1.2 update to the game, which brings all sorts of new stuff. Probably most excitingly is the Warren Continent, which is a brand new medieval-themed world with all sorts of new diverse environments like volcanoes and ice fields. There's also a new main character for you to try out called Shinku, and she is an S-class damage dealer with high speed and unique combat mechanics specific to her. There's also new multiplayer modes like a 4-player competitive auction mode and the asymmetric hide and seek variant. And if you're interested in checking out the new update or just the game itself, you can check it out right now at Steam, Epic Games Store, the Galaxy Store, the Google Play Store, or the Apple App Store. And when you check out the game as a new player, you also get access to all of their new player onboarding incentives, like an S-tier character selection box and the daily check-in rewards that give you 10 full draws. Check it out today at the link in the video description box below. Okay, so very, very long story short, Asha Sharma announced that they need to fire a bunch of people within Xbox because they were operating at a ridiculous margin. Like 3% is ungodly. It's just insane. So to put it very simply, Xbox was making like 3 cents for every dollar that actually came in. Most of their projects were hemorrhaging money, were losing money. Xbox specifically seems to have lost roughly $300 million by bringing Call of Duty to Game Pass. They were just hemorrhaging money, and it seems like Satya Nadella was sick and tired of subsidizing the business, so they were tasked with overhauling it. And as part of this review, she described how many things that they were doing and that they saw when they took over control of Xbox were just patently insane. She described how in some parts of the company, quote, work passes through as many as 14 layers of management. 14 layers of management. This is so patently insane. It's kind of hard to describe without like a visual representation. Gadfly over on Twitter clipped this from my stream where I tried to demonstrate it visually with PlayStation 4 game cases, where we just laid out 14 game cases to show how patently insane it is to actually go through 14 layers of managers before you can come to a decision. It's ridiculous. It is outrageous. It explains the inefficiencies and it also explains a lot of it. Because if you start to understand that like each one of these managers, middle managers, is making progressively more than the people underneath them, you can start to see how you have insane bloat, ridiculous costs, and things are taking forever while costs are ballooning. She literally says our platform teams are 40% larger than they were at the start of this generation, even as our player base and playtime have declined. Like literally, the boat is sinking, and Phil was looking around being like, let's get some more people on here. Literally, that's what's happening. Okay, it's insane. It is ridiculous. But that's how Xbox has been run for like a decade, is that it's just nonsensical hodgepodge ridiculousness, and it was all being done under the belief that it will just eventually work out. If we build out Game Pass and it's the best value and we've got great games on there, it will just make money. But that hasn't happened. Apparently right now they have about 30 million subscribers on Game Pass, according to the projections that Phil Spencer put forward when they were trying to do the FTC hearings to like acquire Activision Blizzard. He estimated that by 2026 they would have
Okay. Connection successful. Tells me. It explains a lot of things.
engineers or like the receptionist. It's a lot of actual like game developers. Some of the people that are described in these layoffs are people that would probably fit under the definition of like middle manager, like their producers or their project managers, stuff like that. But a lot of the people that were laid off were also like actual game devs on the front line. Obsidian also announced that they were cutting 52 roles, including 2 art directors. This, though, seems to be specifically because they were ending work on the sequel to Avowed and moving forward into the Fallout project. So if you had people that were specifically specialized in the stuff they needed for the sequel to Avowed, like fantasy stuff, magic, special effects, or they were doing art direction specifically on fantasy stuff, you don't really need those people to work on a Fallout game. And so they laid off a bunch of people as they restructured in this direction. And again, some of those layoffs that were described were also at BGS Austin, the team behind Fallout 76. And there's even a report going around from Insider Gaming describing how, of course, BGS was hit with the recent layoffs that hit. In a recent report, several Bethesda employees voiced their concerns about the company's slate of games, with some suggesting that the Elder Scrolls 6 could face delays as contractors replace full-time employees. Unfortunately, it was also suggested that Fallout 76 could be impacted by the layoff in a rather drastic way. Specifically, they lost a lot of designers and people that worked on Fallout 76 and are actively working on it. IGN obtained anonymous statements from multiple developers at BGS, including one who was extremely concerned about the future of Fallout 76. They said, quote, "It seems like the company wants to make up the loss in talent with outsourcers or contracted workers. I've heard from my colleagues that they've already been asked to train new contractors. I have no idea how they'll continue updating Fallout 76 without hiring an external studio." And other interviewed developers are suggesting that Fallout 76 may be getting set up for a sunsetting, and they may even be trying to like shut it down. This would be interesting because Asha has said multiple times that she wants to double down on franchises that are big, such as Fallout and Elder Scrolls, which makes sense. I mean, I think they should do that too. I think they should have been doing that years ago, but yeah, better late than never, I guess. But it would be surprising if they decided to shut down their live service offering in that franchise. Unless they have
Please,
something else
trust
planned.
me.
Unless they have another trick up their sleeve. Reshift and recalibrate around new launches instead of just preserving games like Fallout 76 that launched in 2018, almost a decade ago, you know? Well, Steven Tortilla also reported here with some more information. This is pulled off of a website from Maryland where you have to report like mass layoffs and resizing of companies, restructurings and stuff to give notices to those employees. And you can see here, ZeniMax Online Studios is reporting, I didn't know this, but apparently there is a city in Maryland called Cockeysville, which is awesome. I want to build a company there. But you can see that they are laying off an estimated 213 people. If you're not clear, ZeniMax Online Studios, they are the guys that were working on Elder Scrolls Online and Project Blackbird. Project Blackbird was going to be Microsoft's version of Destiny, apparently. But it may not ring a bell because just a year ago in July, actually July 3rd of 2025, I posted this stream clip, which you could watch on Luke Stevens Live, my second channel. You absolutely should be following and subscribe to that, by the way. But we posted this stream clip describing how Microsoft had just laid off, again, almost a year ago exactly, a lot of people at ZeniMax Online Entertainment. Pretty much the entire team behind Project Blackbird was laid off. A bunch of other people quit who were in positions of leadership above them. And this seemed to be the first nail in the coffin, but they have been hit with another round of layoffs, specifically the team that's working on Elder Scrolls Online. So we are seeing mass layoffs to the teams behind Fallout 76 and also to the team behind Elder Scrolls Online, which are both the live service cash cow variants of the big IP that Asha seemingly wants to double down on. I mean, maybe she is just delusional and thinks that you can just hire contractors to keep pumping out content to make those games successful. Maybe, or maybe there's another plan. You see, here we have to put on some tinfoil hats a little bit, okay? We're going to get into the realm of allegation and suspicion. I want to be very, very clear about this. None of what I'm about to go through is confirmed. It's all alleged based on coincidence and circumstance, okay? On the same page? Okay. You see, one thing you have to understand about Bethesda Game Studios specifically, within the broader context of Xbox, is that they are one of the biggest studio groups that is unionized pretty thoroughly too. Even their smaller branches like in Montreal or Dallas and Austin, like they're all unionized apparently, from my understanding at least. And that means that effectively all of the employees can come together, at least the employees that are part of the union, they can come together and collectively bargain. That means that they can negotiate higher pay. A lot of what this tends to look like at studios like this, again, tinfoil hats, bear with me, I'm painting the picture. A lot of what that tends to look like is higher pay for senior members of the company. The longer you've been there, the more you should get paid because you've given the company more of your life. If you've been there for 30 years, you should make more money in that role than somebody they just hired off the street. Kind of makes sense, right? Or other things like negotiating worker protections against like crunch culture. So you can only work 40 hours in the week. If you work more than that, then it flags a bunch of stuff for the union and the company gets in trouble, pays penalties and overtime, all that stuff. So it does a lot in addition to just generalized collective bargaining for higher pay and wages, benefits, packages, stuff like that. It does a lot to make the life of employees better, which is why devs want to work at unionized studios. The problem comes along with, how do I say this? Microsoft allegedly, hypothetically, in an alternative timeline in Roblox, doesn't love
Pretty live,
unions.
I'll deliver this
They
one
just
myself.
don't. There's been lots of allegations over the years that Microsoft will conveniently have a round of layoffs at a branch or a company or a team or wherever. If there are rumblings of unionization, if they are actively unionizing, if they just unionize and they just want to rip the Band-Aid off and shut it down before it gets out of control, that's just how Microsoft tends to do it. They don't tend to encourage unionization, you know? It's a pattern you'll start to see all across the whole company, which is that often areas of the company that become unionized are not part of the company for very long. There's been lawsuits filed by unions for like union busting, for things that, you know, are alleged that Microsoft did to like punish them. And this isn't just a Microsoft thing. This happens all over the place. with every major corporation, because major corporations just generally don't like paying employees more. Shocker! I feel like I'm not breaking any news here. I think everybody's aware of it. But I just want to be clear, this is something that has been a common thread and common pattern across Microsoft for a while now. And we saw it again last year in July when they laid off a bunch of ZeniMax, because ZeniMax Online Entertainment, who are working on Project Blackbird, conveniently just so happened to have recently unionized shortly before the layoffs hit. Like, they weren't even done negotiating contracts when the layoffs were announced. Like, it was very fresh, and it was like, what? Interesting. What a coinkydink. Tell you what. And once you notice this, you can start to look elsewhere for smoke, because you start to sniff it and you wonder, hey, it seems like there's smoke here. Maybe there's more smoke elsewhere, and then maybe we can find the fire. Remember how I described how, like, one of the things that big companies don't like about unions is that often you have to pay senior employees a lot more? Well, what is one of the common threads with these revealed layoffs? At both id Software, the guys behind Doom, who suffered massive layoffs, but also within BGS generally. Well, we've seen stories like this one, Christiane Meister. As you can see, Idle Sloth tweeted this out. Xbox just laid off Christiane Meister, 27-year veteran. 27-year veteran. A core Bethesda artist who worked on Skyrim, Oblivion, Morrowind, Fallout 3, Fallout 4. Seriously, like an OG. Her credits are on, like, freaking everything. From 1999 through today. She's worked on freaking everything, okay? She is a legend. She's, like, behind the design of the Khajiit. Like, she's an OG, okay? And she was fired, as have other people in senior levels of leadership and direction and game design within Bethesda Game Studios across all of their branches. And it starts to really look like senior members who are being paid a lot more because of the unionization contracts and stuff like this, senior members who have been there for a long time are key to the company culture. They are being let go. And I think it tells us a couple of key things. Number one is that if there is some allegation made against Microsoft that they are trying to break up unionized teams and stuff, what they are able to counter with is that no, this was a cost-cutting measure. They can say we went and we laid off employees who were making the most because we were trying to save money with the layoffs, so we went to the senior members and we laid them off because they were making more than the junior members, and that's why we did it that way. And you know, it's just about saving money. And I think that that is probably the justification that they will have. Honestly, like, maybe this is like not something you're supposed to talk about super openly, but like in business school, it's like understood that when companies need to do mass layoffs like this or major restructurings or whatever, you will bring in consultants and like consultancy firms who come in and like coldly evaluate everybody. Like, their job is to not think about people on a personality level. They come in from outside specifically because they don't know anybody. They don't put names to employees. They literally will label them in a spreadsheet and delete the name because they don't want to make decisions for who's hired, who's fired, who stays, who moves based on anything like seniority, like their relationships within the studio, such as like their gender or race. They don't want any of that to affect it. They just put a number on everybody, and in the spreadsheet they sort by these factors: how much they charge, how much they make, whether or not they have like skills nobody else has, whether they're in a position of direct leadership over a team, all of that stuff. And then they do the calculation and hand over a sheet to the manager and say, this is who you fired. And that's basically how it works. And I think that's probably what happened here. And that's why I think it's like this is a big deal, okay? This type of thing is a big deal because it is the quintessential example of how Microsoft runs things. Not Xbox, Microsoft. They often, allegedly, treat people just like a number, and it doesn't really matter if you have experience or senior tenure or that sort of like institutional knowledge where you've been around the block countless times and you know these things and how this works. It doesn't matter because you're just a number, right? And I think you can run a team that's doing Windows security updates like that, because if this person that's been working with Microsoft for 25 years gets laid off, you can probably go and hire a contractor from India and they will do just as good a job in terms of like the raw technical stuff, and they'll charge you comparatively nothing, you know, in comparison. But with video games, it's different. Like, you just can't run an artistic pursuit the same way you run more of an engineering pursuit. Like, they're different things. And I feel like this is gonna bite them in the freaking ass. I think this is a terrible idea. And I don't think, to like Todd's credit, I don't think this is a decision he would make. I don't think Todd would go and lay off somebody that he's known for 30 freaking years. Let's just be totally honest about that. I don't think so. I think if Todd were making the decisions as to who's hired and who's fired and who keeps their job and who moves, I think he would keep the people he's known for 30 years. I think he would keep the people he can trust, that he knows how to work with, and he'd keep those people that are OGs. This, to me, looks like it was a decision made by an outside consultancy firm that comes in, puts everything in a spreadsheet, gives people a number, and then chooses who gets to keep their job or not based on the spreadsheet. That's what I think this is. I think this is above even like Todd's head. And I think that a lot of what's happening is beyond his control, frankly. At the time I'm recording this video, we don't know exact details as to how many people in Maryland specifically have been laid off. For example, in these layoff descriptions that Stephen Totillo reported, it does outline ZeniMax Media Incorporated in Rockville, Maryland as part of these layoffs. Layoffs with 166 people listed. The address given on that layoff document does go to the ZeniMax headquarters, where there are some people that work like with BGS that are apparently located there, because of course BGS is also located in Rockville, Maryland as well. But it's not clear again, like who all is included in the layoffs, if that includes members of BGS or not. We just don't know. One person I saw reporting on this described how this is the corporate office that's in charge of BGS. So if they had to disclose layoffs at like BGS specifically, they would do it through the company that owns them for sake of Maryland's reporting laws and regulations and stuff. But I don't know if that's true. This is the location that's been in like all of the videos and stuff for years and years, but it's my understanding that BGS specifically spun off into a separate office space, so they have a different address. But again, I'm not totally sure. It's possible that more people within BGS specifically were laid off, and we just don't know exact details of how many. But I think clearly and obviously some people within the team were laid off. It could be 20 or 30, or it could be a good chunk of these 166. We just don't know as of the time I'm recording this video. But what I think is clear is that by firing senior members of your team and relying more on contractors, and by relying more on novice members of the team, that probably doesn't help make Elder Scrolls 6 and Fallout 5 and these games in the way that Todd probably intended them to be made, right? And this is something even employees are currently echoing. Elder Scrolls 6 will suffer because of Xbox layoffs, Bethesda staff say, fearing delays, crunch, and generational talent being replaced by contractors, which I think is probably fair. These people spoke on the condition of anonymity, and this is something maybe this is common, and I just don't know. I've never seen this before, but apparently the Bethesda Game Studios union made memorials. They made memorials within like the office. So in Dallas, they made a memorial. And then in Rockville, Maryland, they went and also made memorials for their coworkers who were fired and let go. I think it's sweet. I don't know. It feels weird to like mourn people who aren't dead, but I get it. I don't know how to feel about it though. I'm just gonna be real. Like, they're okay, right? Like Microsoft didn't do something worse, right? I want to make sure. But anyway, as you can see, IGN describes how Bethesda Game Studio locations have removed more than 50 employees so far that have been counted, including, quote, key high-performing people in the trenches building the company's long-awaited Skyrim successor. This, in turn, they say, has shattered morale, raising the risk of future development crunch, and increased likelihood that the game's already far-off completion date will be delayed. They're already describing how this could lead to a delay. And I just want to remind everybody that in March, Todd Howard said Elder Scrolls 6 was still a long way off when speaking to IGN. And beyond that, Jason Schreier said in a Bloomberg Live Q&A thing that he did that as of a couple of days ago, Bethesda Game Studios' next Elder Scrolls game was at least 2 or more years away, putting it 2028 or 2029. So a delay because of these firings and restructurings could push the game into like 2030 or 2031, which is wild. Now, before we get into like the main question of the video, let's just address the elephant in the room. Bethesda's output has been pretty abysmal for a while. As I said earlier, they broke Fallout 4 with the anniversary update that just like straight up broke VATS, and it took them 19 months to fix it. That's ridiculous. That's stupid. That should be unacceptable. And so a lot of people are hearing this news of mass layoffs, and they're kind of taking the stance that like, yeah, good, they had it coming. And I don't want to do that, because I think that the people who are being punished with layoffs are like the talented people. I think personally, based on all of the research.
All these orders. The store's overloaded with orders. Got it. This one is a large carton.
And again, interviews and stuff that I've read and watched, I think BGS's problems are more managerial. I think it's more structural. I think it's a lot of bloat. It's those 14 layers of management that are clogging things up. And I think that's where most of their problems are coming from. Personally, okay? I don't think it's the individuals on the ground level that are causing all of these hiccups. So I just want to get that out there up front. But having said that, the main thing at the core of this video and everything that we're talking about is what seems to be a fundamental disconnect, a dissonance between two factors, which is that Asha Sharma is telling everybody publicly she wants to double down on their biggest franchises. She wants to double down on Fallout, on Elder Scrolls. She doesn't say Starfield, which makes sense, but she says Elder Scrolls and Fallout. And then she also says like Doom, and she wants to double down on Quake and stuff. She says all this stuff, but then the actions seem to do the opposite. At least as we know it today. She is laying off senior people within BGS. She's gutting the team at id Tech. She's doing all of this stuff that doesn't seem to go in line with what she says her goal is. But that is only true if you look at it from the lens of how things have been functioning for a decade or 2 decades. Which is that effectively the franchises that they want to double down on have been controlled by one team at a time. And if we look at raw performance, if we look at delivery timelines and everything, those teams have seemingly struggled to deliver on what has been demanded of them. Specifically, Doom the Dark Ages seems like it was a commercial miss. It did not perform particularly well, and the DLC that launched just a handful of days ago also seems to have underperformed expectations. Under Phil Spencer, that was fine because it just had to go onto Game Pass and be part of the catalog. Under Asha, that is unacceptable. But then if we flip it around and we look at Elder Scrolls and Fallout, BGS/ZeniMax have had total control of those IP for what, 15 years at this point, 16 years effectively. They allowed, of course, ZeniMax Online Entertainment to do ESO, or Elder Scrolls Online. They've been doing their own thing with that forever. And then beyond that, Fallout has stayed completely relegated within BGS. Even for mobile games, the mobile games have to be made by Bethesda Game Studios. They opened up another branch in Montreal specifically to work on the mobile games. Some of those still exist today and are still operational, probably making a bit of money. Others have been abandoned or shut down. But the point is, the way things have worked for 16 years is that Todd gets to keep control of the IP. But has that worked out for them? I think for Asha, the same way she looks at Doom the Dark Ages underperforming financially, she looks at Todd's delivery of product and says, I have to wait 20 years for another Fallout. I have to wait 18, 19 years for another Elder Scrolls game? You announced this one 8 years ago, which, by the way, is true. They announced Elder Scrolls 6 in June of 2018. June of 2018. And there has not been a single lick of new content, new trailer, new art, nothing. Nothing. And apparently it's still a ways off, a long ways off, and it's potentially getting delayed. Jason Schreier saying that it's at least 2, maybe more years away. That's insane. That's ridiculous. And I think for Asha, that is just as much of a failure as if it launched and kind of did middling. Because for her, she doesn't want the promise and hope of a financial windfall, maybe, in 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. And even if they release Elder Scrolls 6 and it performs really great, the idea that she will then have to wait another 6, to 8 years. I almost said 6, 7. 6 to 8 years just for the next game, the next Fallout game to come out. Like, that is, I think, unacceptable to her. So if you look at it through that lens and you realize, okay, if I'm an executive and I find 20 years between Fallout games unacceptable, and I think that is insane that we're waiting 18 years between Elder Scrolls games, what would I do? And then you see the other piece of the puzzle start to click in place, which is the revelation from Jason Schreier again that Microsoft is assigning Obsidian, after laying off some people, telling them to stop work on some of the stuff they were doing, they're assigning them to a new Fallout game. And I would be surprised if there's other teams that are going to be assigned to new Elder Scrolls stuff. If they're going to do a spin-off game for Elder Scrolls as well, that is going to be basically the New Vegas for Elder Scrolls. And instead of Avowed, that's what you're going to get. And you get another Fallout New Vegas remake, or you get a sequel to it or something. And they turn it into a franchise.
I've been watching you. Strong, careful. You'd be great on a construction crew. If you're ever looking for a job change, come to me at Ori Halkos. Great insurance. Good pay.
I heard Ori Halkos treats their workers well. Tempting, but no thanks.
That's run by Xbox, not by Todd. I think that's what she's doing. I think Doom and Quake will see the light of day again, but maybe by a different team, because I think she found, id Software's delivery and performance underwhelming. I think she's found Bethesda Game Studios' delivery and execution underwhelming. So even if she's losing generational talent with layoffs within BGS, it doesn't matter that much, because a lot of the weight is going to be picked up by other teams.
What the
Obsidian.
fuck?
She's gonna have other teams come in and take the mantle to try and lift some of the weight, because it seems like BGS can't carry it all themselves. And this is such a fundamental shift in how this has worked for so long that I'm sure it feels insane within BGS, within ZeniMax, within Bethesda Softworks and everything. But
How dare you do this to Snow? Instantly melted. What the fuck?
Orders. The store's overloaded with orders, and we're short-staffed.
It's the yes, 16 to 40.
Movies, order. The store's overloaded with orders. Got it. This one is a fragile.
I'm not sure what else you would expect her to do. I mean, she could take the route that Phil Spencer did, which was for years and years, you just let Todd do whatever he wants to do. You let each team do whatever they want to do and hope it works out. That clearly didn't work, given where we are today. Didn't work out too good for anybody. And I think that Asha wants to take a much more active role, and her goal is to basically take these IP and make the IPs the star of the show. The IP are not going to be tied down to one specific developer. They're going to spread out. Because what she's doing is she's looking at this as an outsider, as an executive. She's come in from a separate entity and business entirely. I mean, she got started, I think, with Instacart, okay? Like, that's her background, along with the core AI stuff within Microsoft. She's not from gaming. So for her, she's looking at it, and what are the most successful products and pieces of entertainment media in the world right now? It's stuff like Call of Duty. It's stuff like Fortnite. And these games are made by multiple studios that trade off work and shift stuff and work collaboratively. It's not run by just one team within one building run by one guy. And I think that that's what she's going to do. I think she's going to step in. The IP are going to become the centerpiece. And it's going to be a much more of a system of studios working to support the IP, as opposed to one studio being in charge of this, and if they screw up the game, too bad, you gotta wait 20 years for the next one and hope they do better. And that's what I mean when I said at the beginning of the video that, like, in some ways maybe it's good news, because in some ways you could look at this and be like, oh, cool, like we're gonna get Fallout games more frequently than every 20 years. That's good news. But on the other side, I think it is potentially bad news, because they are losing that generational talent. They are losing those people that have worked on this game or franchise for decades. They are losing the old guard, you know, and that's being left behind, and they're going to try to fill in the gaps, let's be real, with contractors and AI tools and whatever else they can get to decrease costs. So I would expect we're going to get a lot more games. I wouldn't expect them to be like generational masterpieces or...
Hold it. I need to count my jewelry. If there's even a crack, you're in trouble. At least you know what's valuable. Unlike those careless couriers who've ruined plenty of my treasures.
Such expensive cargo.
Maybe not even good, but I do think we'll get more of them. And I think that that's all part of this broader strategy, is it's reduce costs, get more of these games out, even if they're not 10 out of 10s. If they launch and they're, you know, 75s out of 100, good enough. At least we got a product out the door that got people kind of excited and kept the franchise in people's minds so that they didn't have to wait 20 years between releases. I think that's what's happening. But it's just a theory, a game theory. Whatever happened to that guy? I think he retired, didn't he? Where is Matt Pat? I don't even know. Oh, he like straight up retired. Oh, that's good. Good for him. Good for him. That's awesome. He did it. That's wonderful. I guess I just mentally checked out. Anyway, that was a distraction. Let me know your thoughts on all of this, whether you think that I'm onto something, or if you think that this is, maybe it's just going to be business as usual, but she's just firing people indiscriminately and there's not much rhyme or reason to it. That's possible too. You know, I think in some ways this could be explained. All of this could be explained just by hand waving it away and just going, they're just being stupid and not thinking ahead, and they're firing senior people because they get paid more. Maybe that is all it is. But I think it explains it better to see that she's looking well beyond Maryland. She's looking well beyond one studio for these IP. She's expecting to spread the IP out to a lot of different teams and a lot of different places. So even if you're losing some of this talent, it's worth it to lower the cost because the slack is picked up elsewhere. I think that's what's happening. But let me know what you think. Maybe it is just stupidity. I think we'll find out soon enough. I just think in general, when you're looking at something like this and pieces of it don't make sense, you're like, she says she wants to double down on franchises, but she's firing people making those franchises. If something isn't making sense, it's usually because you're missing a piece of the puzzle, or you're not looking at it from the right angle. And once you look at it from a new angle, it starts to make sense. That's when you know you're onto something. It doesn't mean that her decision is right. It doesn't mean that this is the correct decision or direction for the company, but it does explain why she's doing it this way. But anyway, that's just me. Let me know what you think in the comment section below. Make sure to like and subscribe as well, because we're trying to pass 700,000 subs by the end of July, and I think we're actually well on track for that. So make sure to subscribe to be in the first 700,000. And hang that on your wall, I guess. I mean, or don't subscribe, whatever. I'm not your dad. Do whatever you want. I'm just glad to have you here watching. And if you made it to the end of the video, that's awesome. Thanks for chilling with me. Much love. I'll see you in the next one. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye. Me and Todd are going to bed.
I'll handle this part.
Can I hold onto your clothes? Ow! Sorry. Are you okay? We're almost flying.
Careful now.
Ow! Sorry. Are you okay?
Stay back.
If only I had wings. Taking a shortcut down.
Stick to the plan. Stay balanced.
All right, taking over. If only I had wings. Taking a shortcut down. If only I had wings. Taking a shortcut down.
The fuck? Yeah, that Nook Stevens. No, I'm not gonna subscribe. This is kind of...
Hello, my gentle, and of course, very modern apes. I got a mic stand. And also, I'm beefing with James Tour. Maybe beefing with is a strong word. I am having an exchange of video disagreements with James Tour and also his friend Rob Stadler, who's coming onto his channel and talking about creationism a lot. Okay, some background, because you might not know what I'm talking about. My name is Gutsick Gibbon. I'm Erica, and on this channel, I talk a lot about biological anthropology, so human evolution, and I debunk a lot of pseudoscience, and that pseudoscience is almost always creationism, but sometimes it's also race realists.
My haters have been in a bomb shelter for the last several years. They have been under witness protection. My haters are not, they're not winning, they're not profiting.
A couple of weeks ago, I made a video criticizing James Tour. James Tour is a synthetic chemist, and usually he only talks about why he thinks abiogenesis is impossible. He's a creationist, and he's quite clear on that. He's made a lot of content about why he thinks the origin of life is basically clueless as a field, and I disagree with that, but I tend to stay out of the abiogenesis conversation because I'm not an origin of life researcher, and my biochemistry stopped many, many years ago. So when he made a video on evolution, I was intrigued. enraptured, one might say. It's James Tour, so I decided to have two guests on my show. I invited Dan Stern-Cardinal of Creation Myths, he's a friend of the channel, and I invited Dave Farina of Professor Dave, who's also a friend of the channel. And we decided to do a little peanut gallery commentary on Rob Stadler and James Tour's coverage of Evolution. I realize I just called this a show. I don't know that this is a show. If this was a show, I think I would have my audio figured out a little bit better, instead of being a goober in my office with foam taped to the walls. Just doing my best and failing. AI could never replicate this lack of production value. Anyways, Rob Stadler and James Tour got a lot wrong when they decided to talk about evolution. Me and a couple of my buddies decided to cover it, and then they responded. And the way that I found out that they responded was not because anybody told me or because it showed up on my feed. No, it was the cavalry of James Tour acolytes flooding my comment section that revealed to me that I had been busted by
In early July 2026, Russia's Deputy Prime Minister Alexander Novak got on a video call with Vladimir Putin to deliver the kind of update you really don't want to be delivering to Vladimir Putin. Despite the Kremlin's public insistence that everything in Russia is running with a substantial margin of resilience, Novak had to announce an immediate ban on diesel exports running through July 31st. This, you have to understand, is particularly embarrassing for Russia, because geologically speaking, Russia is mostly made of oil, and it markets itself as an energy superpower. Novak went on to say that Russia would start importing refined fuel from abroad, including emergency gasoline shipments from India. For anyone who remembers 2003, this has strong Baghdad Bob energy. Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf stood in front of the cameras at the start of the Iraq War, insisting that American troops weren't anywhere near Baghdad, while the tanks rolled past behind him on live TV. Russian state TV has assembled its own version of the format. On-air, troops are advancing confidently along the front line. Off-air, in Moscow and in roughly half of the country's regions, drivers are queuing for hours for a rationed daily allowance of fuel. If you just stayed inside and watched TV, you'd believe that all is well. The managing of appearances runs to the top. In May, Russia held its annual Victory Day parade, the big red square affair that Putin uses to project military strength. This year, for the first time in nearly 2 decades, there was no military hardware in it. No tanks, no missile launchers, just soldiers and a flyover. Because rolling your strategic hardware slowly through an open square is unwise when the other side has drones that reach Moscow. Ukraine had drones over the capital that same week, so Putin got himself a guarantee. Zelensky issued a formal decree declaring Red Square off limits to Ukrainian strikes for the duration of the parade, publishing helpfully the exact coordinates in exchange for a prisoner swap, 1,000 from each side. The man who invaded to restore Russian greatness held his greatness parade with his enemies' written permission. The Kremlin called the decree a silly joke, which it was, though possibly not in the way that they meant. The cause of these shortages is no mystery. Ukraine has moved the center of gravity of the war away from the trenches of the Donbass and into Russia's refineries. Using drones that can fly 1,400 kilometers into Russian territory, Ukraine has taken out somewhere around a third of the country's oil refining capacity. Kiev's own general staff claims the number is closer to 43%. Independent energy analysts land nearer to a third, but either way, it's enough to get you rationed at your own gas stations in a country that exports oil for a living. And it isn't only refineries. Over the summer, Ukraine widened the campaign to the thing Putin prizes most, Crimea, annexed in 2014, and until recently, the one piece of occupied territory where Russians could sunbathe and pretend the war was somewhere else. That pretense is now over. After weeks of drone strikes on power substations, oil terminals, and the ferries that supply the peninsula, Russian-installed authorities declared a state of emergency indefinitely. Civilian petrol sales were halted outright, and cities went dark. The air raid sirens, meanwhile, have been switched off, not because Crimea is safe. A senior local official explained that if they left the sirens on, they'd be sounding 22 hours a day, and nobody would get any sleep. Residents suspect that the real reason is simpler. A whaling siren is bad for the tourist season, so the beaches at Yalta stay full while a short drive away mobile air defense teams fire machine guns at drones over the rooftops. Tourists elsewhere on the peninsula spent their holidays stuck in traffic jams trying to flee over bridges that Ukraine has damaged but pointedly not destroyed. One analysis suggests that Kiev is leaving the last one standing on purpose as an exit. The knock-on effects reach well past Crimea. To blunt the drones, Russian regions now routinely shut off mobile networks and mobile internet, which also, as it happens, switches off the card readers and the cash machines. So a drone alert 3 regions away can leave you unable to buy a coffee. And because there aren't enough air defense systems to cover everything at once, Moscow has to choose what to protect. It's been photographed lowering Panzer missile systems by helicopter onto the roofs of Moscow apartment blocks, pulling cover off other sites to do it. This is what the parades are built to hide. A country that invaded its neighbor to project strength now can't reliably keep the lights on in the territory it invaded for, and is rationing its air defenses between its own capital and its own oil refineries. A war that the Kremlin assumed would wrap up over a long weekend has now run longer than the First World War, with no end in sight. The numbers behind it are the kind that don't really compute. CSIS puts Russian battlefield casualties, dead, wounded, and missing, at approximately 1.4 million people between February 2022 and June 2026, including up to 450,000 deaths. Russia has lost more soldiers in Ukraine than the United States has lost in every war combined since 1945, 4 times over. I came across a recent story about Russia rejecting the US claim that Ukrainian strikes inside Russia could help bring the war to an end. What's interesting is that different outlets framed the same remarks in very different ways. One high factuality source emphasized the Kremlin's claim that Ukrainian attacks would only extend the conflict. Another high factuality source focused instead on Peshkov's criticism of the White House, saying there was a fundamental misunderstanding in Washington. Same story, but 2 quite different ways of guiding the reader towards what matters. That's exactly the kind of thing I check with Ground News before relying on any single headline. Ground News is a website and app that pulls together reporting on the same story from outlets around the world and lets you compare how it's being covered. You can see the headlines side by side, check the bias distribution of the coverage, look at the factuality ratings of the sources, and even see who owns the outlets behind the reporting. That context matters, especially in a war where the same development can be presented as escalation, strategy, or diplomacy, depending on the outlet covering it. Ground News also has a blind spot feed, which highlights stories that one side of the political spectrum is covering much more heavily than the other, so you can spot what may be missing from your usual news diet. Go to ground.news/pb or scan the QR code to get 40% off the Ground News Vantage plan, the same plan that I use. If you'd listened to the Kremlin's cheerleaders last year, you'd have believed that Russia had found a loophole in the laws of financial gravity. They were claiming that the economy was booming. This year, even the official government spreadsheets disagree. According to a June 2026 report from the Kiel Institute, the Russian economy contracted 0.3% in the first quarter, despite the government sharply ramping up spending. Moscow has cut its own 2026 growth forecast to 0.4%. That is not a typo, 0.4%, from a government that spent the last 4 years describing sanctions as basically decorative. The economist Torbjorn Becker describes it as a two-track economy. To keep inflation under control, Russia's central bank has held rates above 14%, while the government keeps pouring rubles into defense with the other hand. It's the macroeconomic equivalent of flooring the accelerator with the brakes locked on. The engine screams, the civilian economy chokes on the borrowing costs, and the car doesn't go any faster. Russia is not collapsing, not dramatically, and not on a schedule anyone could put a date on. The Kiel Institute's term for what's going on is structural exhaustion, which is a nice way of saying that the economy is running on fumes. They report that Russia's pre-war fiscal buffers are almost entirely spent, and the state is now engaged in a dangerous game of under-the-table financial engineering to keep its war machine from seizing up. It's not just Russian citizens who are expected to buy into the televised alternate reality. For the last few years, a strange pattern has emerged where certain Western commentators look at modern Russia and see a highly cohesive traditionalist paradise. They manage to look past the military draft, the collapsing infrastructure, and the rampant corruption, and see instead a spiritually unified nation bravely standing up to Western decadence. The highest profile example is when the YouTuber Tucker Carlson took a pilgrimage to Moscow in 2024 to interview Vladimir Putin. In the video, Carlson rode the subway, admired the decor at a train station, and visited an upscale grocery store, where he priced out a week's shopping at $104 against the roughly $400 he and his crew guessed it would cost back home. He came away, in his own words, radicalized against American leadership.
That's how I feel anyway, radicalized.
This grocery store diplomacy is not historically a new thing. In 1989, Boris Yeltsin visited a supermarket in Houston and was so stunned by the shelves of pudding cups and the total absence of a bread line that he went home and helped dismantle the Soviet Union. 35 years later, an American walked into a Russian supermarket and had the exact opposite reaction. Progress, it turns out, runs in both directions, provided that you only ever visit the flagship store. Now, it's not that unusual for Americans abroad to notice that the bread is better, and this is mostly because American bread is horrible. Had Carlson gone to Paris instead, he'd still be wearing a beret and a string of onions around his neck to this day. At the time, plenty of people pointed out that judging a country's macroeconomic health from a supermarket next to the foreign ministry is a bit silly. The conservative writer Jonah Goldberg called the whole segment amazingly stupid and noted that Russia, on a per capita basis, is about a fifth as wealthy as the United States, and that America's poorest regions are significantly wealthier than Russia. Russian GDP per capita sits somewhere around $13,000 to $15,000, while the US number is north of 80,000. So of course, the bread is a bit cheaper in Russia. The traditional Christian values argument holds up about as well. Surveys show that religion plays an important role in the lives of about 15% of the Russian population, significantly lower than the equivalent US number, not higher. In fairness to Carlson, by the time he got to that Moscow supermarket, he'd already been through quite a lot. Sometime in 2023, by his own account, he was physically attacked in his bed by a demon.
Yeah, by a demon.
Something that he didn't make public until a documentary interview released in late 2024, in which he said that he woke with 4 bleeding claw marks across his ribs and shoulders left, in his words, by something unseen.
I went and flipped on the light in the bathroom, and I had 4 claw marks on either side underneath my arms and on my left shoulder. And they're bleeding.
Wait, they were bleeding?
They're bleeding, yeah. No, they're actual claw marks. And I sleep on my side, so I wasn't clawing myself. I don't have long nails. And they didn't fit my hands anyway. But yeah, that happened.
Now, this isn't a theology channel, whatever the comments keep insisting, so we should probably consider the alternative explanations. And here we can turn, as we so often can, to Vladimir Putin. In his own autobiography, Putin tells a story about growing up in a St. Petersburg apartment block, where as a boy he once chased a large rat down a hallway with a stick. Now, to my younger viewers, this is what children did before they had mobile phones, in Russia anyhow. He cornered the rat, and then the rat, having nowhere left to go, turned around, lunged at his face, and chased him back into his parents' home. Hold on to that story, because we'll need it for later. But for now, it's enough to note that between Russian municipal plumbing, the general absence of pest control, and a head of state with first-hand experience of large, aggressive rats indoors, there's a non-zero chance that the terrifying entity that Claude Tucker Carlson was, in fact, a rat, Occam's razor.
But, oh yeah, no, that happens. Yeah, people are attacked in their bed by demons. What? What are you even talking about? Yeah.
The people falling for the Potemkin supermarket tour are making the same mistake as the people reading Russia's official GDP figures. They're looking at the display case and ignoring the foundations underneath it. If we actually want to understand how Russia is paying for the war, we need to stop admiring the bread and go back to the depleted sovereign wealth fund and the bankruptcy statistics instead. Once you do that, the numbers get bleak rather fast. Russia went into this war with a serious rainy day account. For years, the Kremlin had been funneling excess oil and gas revenue into its national wealth fund, a buffer built for exactly this kind of shock. At the start of the invasion, that fund's liquid assets sat at 6.5% of GDP. As of this April, they're down to 1.8%. The cushion is mostly gone.
Stick to the plan.
Without those savings, the government is burning cash at a rate that doesn't leave much room for maneuver. In the first 3 months of 2026 alone, Russia's budget deficit hit 4.6 trillion rubles. The official target for the entire year was 3.8 trillion, so they blew through their 12-month credit limit in 90 days. So, piggy bank empty, official budget already blown, how are they keeping the lights on in the tank factories? Well, by moving the cost off the books. The economist Matthew Klein, drawing on research by Craig Kennedy, lays out the basic arithmetic. Military spending is up and oil and gas revenue is down, and the shortfall has to come from somewhere. So it's coming from everywhere. Higher taxes, spending cuts, more borrowing, and the steady sale of reserve assets, including the national gold. An energy superpower is selling its gold to cover the fuel bill. On top of that, corporate debt has ballooned since the war began, driven largely by state-controlled banks being ordered to flood military-related companies with cheap credit. The Kremlin has effectively commandeered the banking system to do through the back door what the budget can't do openly. And the state keeps these firms afloat by letting them simply not pay their bills. The government is sitting on a mountain of uncollected taxes and fees from the corporate sector, debt by any other name, just filed under a friendlier heading. It's a bit like a landlord letting a failing shop skip rent indefinitely, and the shop owner using the money he didn't pay in rent to declare a record year. It works on a spreadsheet for a while, but eventually somebody needs to come up with actual cash to stop the building falling down. The bill is arriving. Overdue enterprise debt has climbed sharply, and a meaningful share of all corporate debt is now flagged as problem loans. For a growing number of large Russian firms, the annual interest bill is bigger than their entire annual EBITDA, which means that the businesses are losing money at the raw operating level before you even get to the taxman or asset depreciation. At that point, company is a generous word for what you're looking at. It's an org chart standing on top of an invoice someone else is going to have to pay. Unfortunately for Moscow, the shock that finally tips this over isn't coming from the West. It's coming from their most important ally. Days before the full-scale invasion, Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping signed a joint statement declaring a no-limits partnership. To a casual observer, that reads like two geopolitical heavyweights teaming up to rewrite the global financial system. But according to the economist Alicia Garcia Herrero, once you look at the actual trade data, this is by no means an alliance of equals. It's an increasingly lopsided arrangement, and Russia is on the wrong end of it. China now accounts for roughly 35% of Russia's total foreign trade, up from 16% before the war. With European markets closed, Russia has become a captive supplier, vast quantities of raw materials, and one buyer able to take them at scale. Beijing knows exactly how much leverage this gives them. You can watch that leverage play out in real time with the Power of Siberia 2 pipeline. The project meant to redirect gas that used to flow to Europe straight into China. Putin flew to Beijing in May, specifically hoping to close the deal. He came home with more than 40 signed documents on everything from trade to nuclear security and nothing at all on the pipeline. China is perfectly happy to let Russia sit there while it keeps squeezing the terms. While Russia takes a haircut on what it sells, it's becoming completely dependent on China for what it buys, particularly for the military. The Kremlin likes to talk about import substitution, replacing Western goods with domestic production. The customs data tells a very different story. Russia has mostly just swapped its European dependency for a Chinese one. Its military-industrial complex now relies on China for the majority of its critical dual-use technology. Fighting wars without American backup was setting off champagne corks in the boardrooms of US defense contractors, you'd be wrong. Through early 2026, with the conflict in the Middle East grinding on, a month, Europe announced the biggest rearmament since the Cold War. Analysts offered a few explanations. A lot of conflict premium was already baked into the valuations. The index had climbed more than 150% between 2020 and 2025. So the stocks were priced for a war before anyone announced one. And modern defense manufacturing runs on very long production cycles. You can't just flip a switch and double your output of Patriot missiles by next quarter. But there's a further reason the European checks aren't all being mailed to the United States. Europe has started to worry about what happens if it becomes dependent on American technology. If Washington now treats its alliances as transactional, then building your entire national defense around high-tech American jets and weapons systems starts to look less like a partnership and more like a subscription that can be cancelled with no notice. European officials have begun talking openly about American kill switches, the possibility that a US administration, perhaps one currently threatening to annex Greenland from a NATO ally, could restrict software updates or spare parts over a foreign policy disagreement and turn your Air Force into a very expensive collection of parked aircraft. There's also a growing suspicion that the doctrine itself is out of date. NATO planning was built around the 1990s Gulf War model, overwhelming, expensive conventional force. In Ukraine, Russia's $100 million weapon systems are being turned into scrap by disposable drones flown by people holding a tablet in a tree line. Because European militaries lack the capacity to apply overwhelming raw force the way the Pentagon does, their baseline strategy has to look a bit different. As a senior British official put it to the Financial Times, instead of trying to match Russia tank for tank, Europe will have to thwart, create dilemmas, and put up a kind of porcupine defense. The idea isn't to meet Russia head on, it's to make territory so decentralized, prickly, and expensive to invade that nobody bothers trying to swallow it. To get there, Europe wants to copy Ukraine's agile, low-cost manufacturing. Ukraine went from a napkin sketch to combat-tested Flamingo cruise missiles in under 9 months, and now builds them for roughly $500,000 apiece, which is about a fifth the price of an American Tomahawk with double the range. German defense firm Diehl is now in talks to build the thing on German soil rather than wait years for a more expensive American equivalent that Washington hasn't yet agreed to sell. This raises a slightly awkward question that European treasuries are beginning to ask out loud. Ukraine, and in its own way Iran, have both shown that large numbers of cheap, expendable systems can blunt, bankrupt, or humiliate a far richer and more sophisticated military. A $100,000 drone that destroys a $50 million jet on the ground is not a fair fight, and it isn't meant to be. So does Europe actually need fleets of expensive American fighter jets, or is a good part of that spending less about deterrence than about sending a tribute to Washington to keep the security relationship sweet? Nobody phrases it quite that way at a NATO summit, but the arithmetic is doing the talking. Russia's nuclear arsenal, for its part, has been useless against every single thing that's actually going wrong for it. You can't nuke a drone shortage. There's a second, quieter point buried underneath all the alarm about the Russian threat. Russia spends enormous sums on its military, and it still couldn't take Ukraine. Europe collectively already outspends Russia on defense, and it's wealthier, more populous, and further up the technology ladder. The country that was supposed to be capable of reaching the English Channel in a matter of weeks has spent 4 years failing to capture towns a 2-hour drive from its own border, advancing by one CSIS measure at about 70 meters a day, which is slower than the Somme. The case for European rearmament is real, but the case for outright panic assumes a 10-foot-tall Russia that the last 4 years have not exactly delivered. The irony here is hard to miss. The US defense establishment spent decades lecturing Europe about spending more on its own military. Europe has finally started and is deliberately designing a force that runs without American weapons, built in factories that aren't in America. There's a persistent optimism among certain foreign policy commentators that this whole thing can be wrapped up with one neat executive deal. The logic usually rests on a psychological framework known as the cornered Putin theory. Diplomats who like this theory lean on that rat, the one from Putin's hallway, the one we filed away earlier. The lesson, we're told, is that you must never corner Russia, or the cornered rat, a nuclear superpower, might do something drastic. There's just one problem with using the story as a diplomatic roadmap. The people citing it seem to have forgotten how it ends. In the story, the rat didn't negotiate and Putin didn't win. The rat attacked and Putin ran away. And Putin, of all people, should have remembered that. By launching a full-scale invasion, he did the cornering. He backed Ukraine into a corner and waited for it to fold. Instead, it turned around and lunged. And 4 years later, it's Putin backed against the wall, running a war of attrition that's steadily dismantling his own economy, with no way out he'd care to explain on television. Once you work out who's actually cornered, Ukraine's reluctance to sign a peace deal makes more sense. It's not that Ukrainians are uninterested in peace, it's that they've learned deals with Moscow tend not to survive contact with the next Russian offensive. In 1994, Ukraine signed the Budapest Memorandum, handing over the third largest nuclear arsenal in the world in exchange for explicit security guarantees from the United States, the UK, and Russia. In 2014, Russia annexed Crimea and started a war in the Donbass. There was a ceasefire, an 8-year pause to rearm, and then the rest of the invasion came in 2022. From Kiev's perspective, a settlement with Moscow isn't a peace treaty, it's a half-time. This has left Europe in an unusual position. As The Economist recently put it, NATO is simultaneously in the best and worst shape of its life, expanding, rearming, and better funded than ever, and at the same time hollowed out by the prospect of America walking away. In that environment, European planners are working out that they may need Ukraine roughly as much as Ukraine needs them. If the plan is a decentralized porcupine defense to deter Russia, letting Ukraine fall would mean surrendering the most combat-tested part of the whole perimeter, which leaves the much-anticipated peace summit fairly dead in the water. Even if Putin wanted a diplomatic exit tomorrow, Europe has almost nothing to put on the table. It can't hand over Ukrainian territory, and The Economist notes that the strongest inducement it can realistically offer is the promise of somewhat lighter sanctions later on. That is not a triumph you bring home to a domestic audience after 4 years, several 100,000 casualties, and an emptied national wealth fund. The Russian billionaire Andrei Melenchenko, currently 8th on Russia's Forbes list, recently laid out the actual options in an essay for The Economist, and a triumphant return to superpower status wasn't among them. He sketched 5 scenarios, most of them bleak. State collapsed, a besieged North Korea-style fortress economy, a slide back to the periphery of the West as a poor relation, or absorption into China's orbit as a supplier of raw materials and a strategic buffer. The man is not a dissident. The ammonia from his plants goes into munitions, which makes it all the more striking that the best case he can muster is predictable. And the striking thing is how far up and down the country that verdict travels. It's exactly what the economists at the Kiel Institute meant by structural exhaustion. A tour guide in Fedosa, asked by The Economist what she wanted, put it slightly differently. No grand ambitions, no one trying to make things better, just the sun coming up in the morning and the tourists coming back in summer. The spreadsheet and the beach have reached the same conclusion. Vladimir Putin launched this war ostensibly to push back NATO and secure Russia's place as a fiercely independent great power. 4 years on, Europe is running its largest military buildup since the Cold War, and the Russian economy has been reduced to a discount fuel supplier to Beijing. You can keep a wartime economy looking healthy for a surprisingly long time by cannibalizing the civilian sector to make tanks and shells, but when the rainy day funds hit zero and your last remaining major customer is bleeding your margins, you're not an independent empire, you're a subsidiary. If you found this interesting, you should watch my video on whether OpenAI expects a government bailout next. Don't forget to check out our sponsor, Ground News, using the link in the video description. And see you in the next video. Bye.
Добрый вечер, Екатерина Михайловна.
Добрый вечер. Надеюсь, меня слышно.
Услышно
Да,
и
здравствуйте,
видно?
отлично.
Все отлично, да.
Очень хорошо.
Спасибо тоже, что нашли время и возможность. Мы вот периодически такие наши встречи в The Stream теперь устраиваем. Не то, что обязательно, но как бы как получается. И
Всегда рада.
это очень здорово. Да, и у нас много сегодня на самом деле тем. Одну из них, собственно, в одну из них прям буквально ткнула меня Екатерина Михайловна, потому что я вчера пытался широкими мазками, значит, темы там найти, а выяснилось, что то, в чем я всегда считал себя как бы компетентным, это в оперативных новостях. Я и провалился, потому что вчера еще я не видел статью олигарха Мельниченко в «Экономисте», которую все обсуждают. Кто говорит, что это Путин послал, кто говорит, что это значит элита там как-то что-то колобродит там и все прочее. А давайте прямо с этого и начнем, Екатерина Михайловна. Что у нас стоит за публикацией одного из богатейших людей России в одном из влиятельнейших медиа, который уже публиковала какого-то анонимного там, значит, представителя элиты в свое время, и вот продолжает цикл этих публикаций такой теперь.
Это любопытная публикация. Я советую всем, кто имеет такую возможность с ней ознакомиться, в журнале и, соответственно, на сайте. Она под paywall, но уже достаточно появилась републикация, и русские переводы доступны. Так что здесь, я думаю, проблем большой не будет. Поэтому прочтите, но читая и внимательно читая, держите в голове одну вещь. Это публикация, факт которой важнее ее содержания. Более того, как я сейчас попробую объяснить, содержание ее таково, что смысл его немножко теряется. И смысл сводится к самому факту, что под таким именем опубликован такой текст. Приглядываясь, мы видим, что это не одна публикация, а две. Это колонка Алексея Мельниченко, в которой он излагает разные мысли, которые я тоже попытаюсь вам пересказать. И второе – это еще более длинный текст, написанный Аркадием Островским, известным автором журнала «Экономист», нашим с вами соотечественником, очень внимательным и проницательным наблюдателем за всеми российскими и околороссийскими делами. Это длинный текст, я бы сказала, довольно апологетический по отношению к Мельниченко, излагающий его биографию. Не то чтобы универсально лестно, но скорее лестно, чем нет. Текст, рисующий картину масштабного человека, портрет масштабного человека с большой биографией, в которой было разное, но такого созидателя, такого вот производственника, практически крепкого хозяйственника, у которого одновременно есть видение того, какова Россия должна быть. Это вот, он цитирует, там Аркадий цитирует саму эту колонку, и в частности говорит, что вот Мельниченко пишет о России, в которой хотелось бы жить, а не из нее, наоборот, убегать. Россия, которая дает возможность людям внутри себя реализоваться. И далее следует фраза, которую мог написать только Аркадий Островский, что это практически то же самое, что говорит Федор Иоаннович в одной из самых известных исторических пьес в русской литературе. Вот только в мире Аркадия, избыточно образованного человека, пьеса Алексея Константиновича Толстого «Царь Федор Иоаннович» является известной кому бы то ни было. А тем не менее, это, я бы сказала, трогательно. То есть это Почему я вам сейчас про это рассказываю? Чтобы вы представляли себе, как это выглядит, что называется, на страницах журнала. Это не просто opinion. Вот колонка, даже колонка известного, влиятельного, большого человека. Это еще и колонка, сопровождающаяся развернутым рассказом от этого человека, пера одного из ведущих, ну, наверное, ведущего автора этого журнала. Что все вместе представляет собою политическое событие? Мы сейчас не будем говорить, что это самое главное политическое событие, решающее, поворотное, то, после которого мир никогда не будет прежним, но это политическое заявление и политическое событие. Вот эта презентация Мельниченко на страницах журнала «Экономист» всем мировым элитам, читающим по-английски, а в наш век автоматического перевода читающими или слушающими на любом другом языке, это политическое событие. Событие, как известно, это то, что имеет последствия. Это будет иметь последствия. Мы поглядим, какие. Вот какие это будут иметь последствия, зависит от целого ряда факторов, и среди них содержание колонки тоже не то, чтобы самый первый. Сейчас попробую объяснить, что я имею в виду. Значит, колонка длинная, велеречивая и, я бы сказала, довольно туманно сформулированная. То есть это длинный текст, в котором каждое предложение чрезвычайно обтекаемо. Видно, как мне кажется, что человек писал, обходя какие-то ему одному видимые углы, так далеко, такими галсами, что направление его движения иногда теряется. Я могу сразу сказать, что при первом прочтении этот текст вызывает скорее раздражение своей мутностью, и хочется сказать, что это потом благая глупости. Но так не надо говорить. Мы должны учитывать положение автора и все, так сказать, ограничения этого положения. Поэтому отнесемся к нему снисходительно, насколько возможно относиться снисходительно к миллиардеру. Этот текст полон в начале и в конце, как обычно. Вот опять же, смотрите, в последнее время такого рода тексты появляются в разных местах. Вы упомянули анонимного автора, вот условного анонимного Козака или кого-нибудь другого, который там же появился некоторое время назад в «Экономисте». Цитируемый мною часто журнал «Россия в глобальной политике» публикует не то чтобы регулярно, но время от времени, вот в последние месяцы, тоже такого рода тексты, в которых как-то так переступая с ноги на ногу и тоже выражаясь очень наукообразно, чтобы к статье не привлекли, тут прям чувствуется это стремление под статью не попасть. Излагаются какие-то не то чтобы предложения, не то чтобы даже рассуждения, а какие-то приглашения к дискуссии на смутную тему, а правильно ли мы вообще живем, туда ли мы идем.
Я прошу прощения, Екатерина Михайловна, да. Приглашение кого? Ну.
Вот поди пойми. Опять же, адресат этих ламентаций. Иногда это скорее жалобы, иногда это скорее какие-то вот такие рассуждения, направленные куда? Стилистически и, я бы сказала, по духу. Это больше всего напоминает, о чем я уже, кажется, имела случай сказать, вот такие разговоры, такие публикации с середины 80-х годов. Вот 85-й, 86-й, 87-й, дальше уже все пошло в разнос, а вот первые годы, когда еще даже гласность не была задекларирована, но уже что-то такое чуялось в воздухе, были такого рода публикации. Ну, скажем, там вот какая-нибудь там газета, журнал «Коммунист» публикует беседу двух теоретиков марксизма-ленинизма, которые рассуждают, скажем, о том, как демократия и социализм соотносятся друг с другом. Что есть демократия в рамках социализма и социализм вот внутри демократии? Нет, это, пожалуй, уже крамола. Вот скорее первое. Или, скажем, вот давайте подумаем, вот, скажем, вот ленинские нормы. Что это такое? А вот, например, формализм. Наверное, наш враг. Формализм очень хорошо. Давайте поговорим. То есть никто еще не ставит под вопрос нужность социализма и его строительства, правильность Ленина для народного здоровья. Эти вопросы не задаются. Начинаются какие-то хождения вокруг, и вот такие рассуждения, опять же, особенно глядя из знания того, что последовало затем, это все кажется ужасным разведением какой-то воды на киселе, седьмой. Но это было важно. В свое время важно было просто сказать о том, что мы хотим поговорить. Вот не более того, но и не менее. Вот эта самая публикация автора журнала «Коммунист», или, точнее говоря, журнала «Крепкий хозяйственник», она немножечко про это. Там, опять же, вот в таких вещах обязательно, в таких текстах обязательно в начале и в конце нужно поклониться основоположникам. Сказать, что Маркс, Энгельс, Ленин вообще жуткие были молодцы. И только ориентируясь на них, мы можем говорить о каком-то будущем. А теперь давайте поговорим о будущем. Интересно же. Вот завтра, там, послезавтра... Такое ли оно будет, как сегодня, или может такое, как позавчера, а как вот это может выглядеть, например. Ну и в конце нужно опять сказать, что, конечно же, так сказать, ориентируясь на наш социалистический выбор, который остается неизменным, мы внутри этого социалистического выбора находим богатейшие возможности для творческой дискуссии. Так вот. А у нас нынче вместо Маркса, Энгельса и Ленина суверенитет. Поэтому вся статья, вся колонка Мельниченко посвящена, вот, так сказать, молению на этот суверенитет. Каковое понятие он ни разу не разъясняет. Что это такое, не объясняется, но это нечто необсуждаемое. То есть он вот должен он быть, и никак без него быть нельзя. В одном месте он пишет, что суверенитет – это возможность для страны принимать решения, имея ресурсы для их исполнения и платя за последствия. Но любая страна принимает решения. Наверное, принимая решение, она предполагает, что у нее есть какие-то возможности это решение исполнить. Ну и дальше наступают последствия принятия и имплементации этого решения. Последствия, так сказать, влияют на жизнь. То есть это, на мой взгляд, тоже набор тавтологии. Но далее там следуют вот эти вот четыре сценария, значит, плохие, а один сценарий чрезвычайно хороший. Ну, 4 плохие сценария, я даже сейчас не буду их перечислять. Плохие, они, значит, нехорошие. Говорится, что атомная война это плохо, надо же, с тем, так сказать, подразумеванием, что вот смотрите, до чего вы, нечуткие западные страны, нас довели. А не надо до этого доводить. Нельзя, пишет он, рассчитывать, что вы допровоцируете какую-то страну большую до грани пропасти, и ровно в тот момент, когда вам это будет политически удобно, вы остановите эту эскалацию. То есть нельзя думать, что вы можете управлять эскалацией. Ну, этот тезис работает в обе стороны. Кто, опять же, этой эскалацией занимается, это еще вопрос. Вот каждое его положение чрезвычайно двусмысленно. Может быть, это непреднамеренно. Может быть, он хотел так сказать, чтобы никого не обидеть, но любой им высказываемый тезис можно развернуть что в одну сторону, что в другую. И получается немножко, как в известном анекдоте про усатую сволочь. А вы про кого подумали? Вот, так сказать, он описывает эту усатую сволочь, до чего страну довел, а нам потом разгребать, значит, вы про кого? Да, про Гитлера, а вы о ком подумали? А подумать можно двояко, как это у Булгакова. Тут литераторы подумали разное. Литераторы, в том числе литераторы в штатском, могут подумать разное. Некоторую часть текста занимают рассуждения о людях, которые построили новую Россию, такую замечательную. Они перечисляются через запятую, это предприниматели, ученые, творческие люди и так далее, но про вот этих через запятую тут же забывается, и дальше концентрируется внимание на предпринимателях, которые нуждаются в подлинном суверенитете. Суверенитет – это как спасение души. Вот оно всем нужно, обязательно, без него никак. Опять же, в чем заключается оно? Спасение души, не очень понятно, но понятно, что его отсутствие – это нечто чрезвычайно плохое. Ритуальные упреки в том, что, значит, российские озабоченности безопасностью, еще одно понятие, которое не определяется и неопределимо, потому что оно тоже как, это тоже спасение души с другой только стороны. Значит, вот, не учитывая эти, значит, российские озабоченности, довели дело до беды. Время от времени автор оговаривается, что он вообще не политик, конечно же, конечно. Это он просто тут колоночку написал вот, в районной стенгазете, а так вообще он не политик никакой. И он рассуждает не о политических материях, а он вот физику изучал в школе и в институте, поэтому он сейчас вот как физик будет рассуждать. Ну,
сила действия равна силе противодействия, вот это все.
Вы знаете, социальные науки от естественных все-таки несколько отличаются, у них есть свой предмет. Это очень мило считать физику основой всего, она и правда основой всего, но есть и социальные закономерности, которые несколько отличаются от физических. Ну, ладно, хорошо. Хорошо.
Я прошу прощения, Екатерина Михайловна, вот просто из того, что вы комментировали, и из того, что я прочитал, у меня создается впечатление, что это просто перевод с путинского. Ну, то есть суверенитет — это то, что мы представляем себе суверенитетом, и, ну, если уж прям совсем просто говорить, это мы должны делать то, что хотим, и чтобы нам за это ничего не было. Ну, очень грубо. Но смысл примерно такой.
Такой. Ну, это
в некотором
можно
смысле перевод читать. С путинского для читателей журнала Economist, нет?
Смотрите, в чем ужас. Или, наоборот, в чем прелесть. Смотря с какой стороны вы на это все глядите. Можно прочесть этот текст как очень лоялистский, и для этого будут все основания. Нигде не говорится, что Россия не права. Российские действия описываются как проявление каких-то физических законов, как будто это не люди творят, как будто это ураган эдакой налетел. Много фатализма, много говорится о непременностях, неизбежностях и прочих подпорках, ментальных подпорках для выученной беспомощности. Не такие, физика такая. Я помню, что перед самым началом войны еще один большой мыслитель, Владислав Юрьевич Сурков, опубликовал тоже статью, не помню в каком издании, «Русский пионер» или каких-то еще их любимых этих самых листках «Охотника и рыболова». Вот там тоже было написано, что одна мысль там была запомнившаяся мне, что будут вспоминать вот это как золотой век, то, что еще сегодня есть, завтра этого уже не будет, возможно. А также Россия будет расширяться, это не политика, это физика. Значит, рассуждение о физике, мне кажется, просто способом снять с себя ответственность, представить себя какими-то атомами, понимаете, или молекулами и электронами. Мы тут просто вращаемся по орбите. Чувак, ты миллиардер. Извините, пожалуйста, так не получится представить себя электроном, пусть он даже так же неисчерпаем, как и атом, согласно Владимиру Ильичу Ленину. Это, по-моему, то, что называется на языке этого социального слоя гнилая отмаза. Но, тем не менее, смотрите, к тому, о чем вы говорите, можно прочесть это как попытки объяснить очередной раз, только очень многословно и довольно мутно, российские /кремлевские резоны широкой публике. Поймите нас, мы вот неизбежно такие, потому что у нас много озабоченностей. Даже вот эти security concerns пресловутые рассматриваются как какая-то форма психической болезни, над которой сам охваченный этими страхами никак не властен. Вот он неизбежно должен таким образом действовать, потому что его напугали. Что же это за, опять же, дитя такое? Можно это прочитать вообще противоположным образом. Я начала говорить о том, что вот люди, строящие новую Россию, предприниматели и прочее, а теперь давайте про предпринимателей. И далее про них, там пара абзацев, про то, какие они, так сказать, не только нуждающиеся в суверенитете в этом загадочном, но и его носители и творцы, и какую вообще-то они могли бы построить замечательную, хорошую Россию, вот ту самую, из которой народ не бежит страшной толпой, а наоборот стремится там самореализовываться. Россия — страна возможностей. Один читатель написал, что Мельниченко рекламирует Западу олигархию в буквальном смысле. Власть богатых. И говорит, значит, мы лучше Путина построим сильную, но при этом предсказуемую Россию. Последний.
Yeah.
последний раздел этой колонки называется, там, условно говоря, прелести, так сказать, наслаждение предсказуемости, predictability. Какие-то места кажутся написанными чатом GPT. Но это, правда, проклятие века сего. Мы теперь подозреваем друг друга в том, что мы на самом деле сгенерированы искусственным интеллектом. Но теперь уже невозможно, когда читаешь фразы, построенные по типу простого противопоставления, это не XY, это, значит, ABC. Тут прям думаешь... Чат GPT, выйди из чата. Или можно я из тебя выйду. Может быть, это несправедливо. Даже скорее это несправедливо. Но тем не менее. То есть, смотрите, возвращаясь к началу моего-то, так сказать, впечатления, пока, пожалуй, еще не мнение. Факт публикации важнее содержания публикации. Содержание публикации мутно, вторично и представляет собой попытку и нашим, и вашим за бесплатно спляшем. Но сообщение самого факта этой публикации, мне кажется, читается ровно так, как прочел его Аркадий. И на основании какового прочтения журнал «Экономист» сделал свою обложку, где этот самый гордый Мельниченко, его точнее гордый полупрофиль, не то в френче в духе Мао, не то в косоворотке, смотрит вдаль, и написано «человек, который would change Russia», что можно перевести как «хотел бы изменить Россию» или «изменит Россию». Это
может быть, мог бы изменить.
Would change. Would это модальность хотения.
Да.
Хотение тут тоже есть, значит, мог бы. Это выглядит как презентация потенциального нового лидера некоего политического направления, и это политическое направление постпутинское. Вот опять же, может быть, автор хотел сказать совершенно не это. Может быть, автор получил разрешение у начальства на то, чтобы еще раз выйти и еще раз представить российскую позицию Западу, разъяснив ее тем языком, который будет понятен западной аудитории. Вот я прямо вижу, как вот это как это можно продать. Разрешение на такое выступление. Мне трудно себе представить, что будь хоть миллиардер, хоть последний блогер, последнего блогера немножко больше степени свободы, что можно вот так опубликоваться, не получив на это какую-то санкцию, хотя бы на уровне, ну давайте, вот как Абрамович получил санкцию съездить в Киев. Вот это еще один Абрамович еще куда-то поехал. Но, понимаете, после того, как разрешение получено и выступление выступлено, оно начинает жить своей жизнью. И, по-моему, мы сейчас, буквально в последние часы и сутки, наблюдаем, как оно зажило своей жизнью. И я читаю, особенно англоязычные реакции, ровно так. Человек приехал сказать, я могу сделать лучше Путина, вам со мной будет лучше, чем с ним.
Но это же не может произойти без дозволения Путина.
Вот я вам только что это рассказала. Дозволение получается на одно.
I'll handle this part. Now it's mine. Spin and clear.
I can do...
Provide backup. I'll handle this part. I'll handle this. Route secured.
I can do... Thank you for choosing Pink Posting! Alright.
plan. Target confirmed.
But leave it to... Stealing it! Taking the rally! Here it is! Here comes the whirlwind!
И даже намерение может быть одно, а потом уже, опять же, вспомните еще одного, так сказать, ритора дней наших, Викторию Боню, этого демосфера наших дней. Она тоже что-то хотела, наверное, хорошее. А прочитали, как, значит, гламурные телочки с Рублевки взбунтовались против Путина. И она говорит от имени всех рублевских жен: нас достало это положение, мы хотим, чтобы это прекратилось, мы хотим докричаться до Владимира Владимировича, объяснив ему, что он живет в одном мире, а мы живем в другом. Как она очень весна свысока ему объясняла. Теперь он сейчас расскажет: дедуля, вы мало чего соображаете, но я вам объясню на доступном вам языке. Вот что такое власть интерпретации. Во-вторых, ну, понимаете, the medium is the message. Посредник есть послание, сообщающий есть сообщение. Это тоже так. В особенности, если этот сообщающий так много весит.
Власть интерпретации, которая не подвластна как бы дозволению или недозволению Владимира Путина в данном случае.
И это тоже. У него в последнее время раз за разом он что-то как-то поручает, а потом это поручение выходит из как-то gets out of hand, буквально выскакивает из рук и начинает уже жить какой-то своей собственной жизнью. То поручил, значит, чтобы в интернете не безобразили, вышло не все, то поручил, значит, вместо Телеграма какой-то другой патриотический мессенджер внедрить, что-то не особо внедряется, и Телеграм не особо блокируется, да, как не очень. Вот, кстати, еще один какой-то протестный Лунин, неважно, что он там говорит сейчас или говорил до этого, но пишет в запрещенном экстремистском Инстаграме и свои миллионы, десятки миллионов тоже их получают, не правда ли, да? Значит, с блокировочками как-то не ахти как хорошо. Поручали сделать так, чтобы генералов не взрывали. Вот, глядишь, еще одного генерала взорвали буквально в том же месте, где каждый раз на этом самом месте. Вот опять такая неудача случилась. С бензином поручили разобраться, чтобы панику пресечь. Тоже что-то пока не особенно. Так что бывает такое с поручениями на определенном этапе деградации административной машины. Поручаешь одно, а выходит иначе.
Поручение Strikes Back. Лучше тогда вообще уже ничего не поручать, а то глядишь хуже станет. А как раз про бензин хотелось поговорить, конечно, Екатерина Михайловна. И я тоже зайду, наверное, с международной прессы. Тут Reuters с ссылкой на свои источники говорят, что украинские удары по российским НПЗ убедили Путина продолжать войну и повысить уровень эскалации в ближайшие месяцы. И что вот он не намерен соглашаться на мирные переговоры с Украиной и, вероятно, готовится к дальнейшей эскалации, а после выборов так вообще может и мобилизацию объявить. Насколько источники Reuters близки к реальности, или это все-таки совсем как-то наоборот должно читаться, на ваш взгляд?
Опыт последнего времени нам подсказывает, что единственные заслуживающие доверия источники – это разведки. Вот они нам в 22-м году в самом начале все рассказывали, а мы не верили. Когда это все случилось, я помню, сказала в сердцах, что теперь будем верить иностранным разведкам, как маме родной просто, потому что одни говорили правду, в отличие от всех остальных и даже в отличие от наших собственных умозаключений. Значит, что касается эскалации, то да, тут не нужны никакие источники. Ответ на давление – это эскалация, это автоматическая, так сказать, реакция, коленный буквально рефлекс. Значит, бьют тебя по коленочке, ты пинаешься этой коленочкой. Тут к гадалке не ходи, к источнику тем более ходить совершенно не обязательно. Что касается мобилизации осенью, это совершенно другая история. Она возможна. Но она вряд ли, если произойдет в той форме, в которой она была в 2022 году. Слишком не для того 3 года с половиной разрабатывали альтернативные инструменты, которые позволяют, не перегружая машину процессированием вот этого мешка сырых рекрутов, пополнять эти самые ряды. Можно иначе. Электронный реестр военнообязанных, в общем, плюс-минус заработал, не весь его функционал функционирует, но электронные повесточки рассылать можно. Можно обязать работодателей сдать на убой какой-то процент своих сотрудников. Это уже, в общем, во многом происходит. Вот, кстати, интересная была публикация в «Верстке», мне кажется, издание, кстати, которое очень ценный мониторинг производит самых разных неочевидных государственных источников, в том числе судебных сайтов, и благодаря этому узнает многие важные вещи. Так вот, если я правильно поняла, это первое дело по той статье КАП, которую ввели в 2023 году по итогам предыдущей волны мобилизации и которая штрафует за неучастие, неспособствование мобилизационным мероприятиям. Вот какое-то предприятие, по-моему, в Липецкой области, судя по всему, по этой статье, надо еще смотреть, там статья не указана, но я подозреваю, что это она, оштрафовали за то, что они не представили нужное количество своих работников. Там в этой статье КАП там есть санкции для физлиц, юрлиц и должностных лиц отдельно, так сказать, с наибольшей, по-моему, суммой штрафа. Тут сумма символическая, там типа 25 или 50 тысяч рублей, но, тем не менее, важен факт, то есть правовой механизм, даже правовой, не только разные негласные механизмы, но и правовые механизмы для того, чтобы обязать работодателей активно участвовать в отлове рекрутов, он уже создан. Ведь, понимаете, мобилизация, как и в прошлый раз, так и в любые следующие разы, не дает вам солдат. Она дает вам материал, который нужно еще, так сказать, процессировать для того, чтобы у вас были солдаты. До выборов даже такие частичные меры, наверное, невозможны. Ну, исходя из всего, что мы знаем о правилах проведения наших электоральных мероприятий, до выборов такого делать не будут, народ пугать не будут, он и так запуган и, так сказать, невротизирован до последней степени вероятия. Сегодня, кстати, пятница день иноагентов и пятница день рейтинга тревожности фонда «Общественное мнение». Кто-нибудь смотрел?
Нет, я даже не знал про то, что пятница этим, так сказать, знаменита.
Пятница, вы знаете, я должна посмотреть, потому
С совбезом
что
совпадает.
потому что
Мне кажется.
это мой профессиональный долг. Итак, ФОМ, доминанты. Так. Доминанты поля мнений. Вот оно, 3-5 июля. Это последнее. Что это последнее, что ли, сейчас? А где еще были последние? А, нет, это последнее. Окей, да, сегодня опубликовали в 9:40, да, конечно, за прошедшую неделю. Настроение окружающих. Что же видим мы? Драматическая пауза. О, Господи. Так, ну смотрите, значит, у нас сейчас покрупнее сделаем и расскажем дорогим слушателям. Я могла бы поделиться своим экраном, но тогда бы вы увидели, какое у меня количество открытых вкладок, а это очень неопрятно. Итак, значит, с апреля у нас кривая тревожности пересеклась с кривой спокойствия. Значит, ну, опять же, напомню, чтобы это не звучало как название лунных кратеров, море тревожности и море спокойствия. Фонд спрашивает, каковы, по вашему мнению, настроения окружающих? Не ваше настроение, настроение вокруг вас, а скорее спокойное, скорее тревожное, или, значит, вы не знаете. Итак, кривая тревожности превысила кривую спокойствия в начале апреля, и с тех пор продолжает быть выше. Кривая спокойствия идет вниз, кривая тревожности идет вверх. Это впервые происходит с вторжения в Курскую область. Значит, у нас было в апреле, накануне майских праздников, 53%, потом немножко понизилось, 50, 51, 51, 50, 48. Значит, в начале июня народ как-то немножко выдохнул, но напрасно он выдохнул. Я подозреваю, что он выдохнул, потому что как-то вокруг научились обходиться без интернета или обходить блокировки интернета. Но только вымолвить успела, дверь тихонько заскрипела. Только с одной бедой справились, тут и вторая беда, значит, катит в глаза. С бензином стало все не слава богу, и пошли активные обстрелы российских НПЗ и, соответственно, российских городов. И вот у нас тревожность 51, 53, 55. Прошлая неделя, ну уже теперь позапрошлая, прошлая неделя 54. Снижение в рамках статистической погрешности, но также и снижается кривая спокойствия, то есть вот 43, 40, 39, 38. То есть она идет вниз. Граждане России несчастны, и им, так сказать, тревожно. Поэтому добавлять к этому еще хотя бы частичные мобилизационные активности, это значит затруднять политическому блоку его работу уж чрезмерно. Хотя мы в них верим, они справятся. Так вот, если сразу, после того, как граждане проголосовали, сказать спасибо, дорогие, больше вы нам не нужны, сейчас мы вас всех убьем, можно, но это не сразу поставит фронту какое-то количество людей. Для этого нужно еще, у нас, конечно, нынче это процессирование происходит довольно быстро, сколько их там, 3 дня якобы обучают, да, а потом уже сразу отправляют на переработку. Но тем не менее, какое-то время для этого все-таки нужно. Что это будет за такое военное усилие, это надо спрашивать Левиева и Кофмана, то есть когда? В ноябре, в декабре, когда вот это вот будет эта новая, так сказать, сила, этот новый стальной кулак куда-то там побежит для того, чтобы быть убитым, не очень понятно. Но исключать такого мы совершенно никак не можем. Еще раз повторю, инструменты разработаны, они, в общем, опять же, я не могу сказать, они достаточно эффективны, их никто не опробовал пока. Пока это такие точечные вызовы. Из более-менее массовых практик мы видим приставание к студентам не вполне успешное, хотя, к несчастью величайшему для России до завтрашнего дня, каких-то бедных молодых людей утилизовали уже. У нас есть этот скорбный список родившихся в 2008 году. Это уму непостижимо. Это как моя дочь старшая. Есть фотографии этих детей, совершеннейших детей, которые, не читавшись и наслушавшись всей этой ахинеи, из каких-то маленьких городков идут на следующий день после совершеннолетия подписывать контракт, чтобы быть героями, принести маме денежку, и все, и через месяц их уже нет в живых. Так что какие-то успехи этой сатанической кампании есть, но сказать, что они... Мы не можем сказать, выполнять они теперь. Помните, были публикации, сколько надо. Из Минпроса, значит, написали, что вот убейте столько-то детей, тогда мы будем вами довольны. Я не знаю, удалось ли, или не удалось это сделать, но это, по крайней мере, какая-то достаточно массовая такая системная практика по всей стране, во всех вузах. Это очевидным образом происходит.
Ну, сейчас же еще все больше новостей про то, что школьников начинают массово не пускать фактически в 10 классы, предлагая уходить в колледжи и ПТУ, что тоже как бы косвенно влияет на то, как быстро они потеряют отсрочку.
Это еще с прошлого года. Сейчас это, видимо, стало более массовым. Люди обратили на это внимание. Мы про это всячески гласим уже в течение, пожалуй, года последнего, что новая образовательная политика российского правительства состоит в ограничении доступа к образованию. Она довольно многофакторная. Это сокращение бюджетных мест в вузах, это отзыв у вузов лицензий на определенные специальности, это сокращение небюджетных коммерческих мест в вузах. В основном попадают специальности, в которых может воспитываться будущая управленческая элита. Это экономические, юридические и социальные науки, в том числе моя политология. То есть вот этих людей, которые будут знать, как работает политическая система, как работает экономическая система, как вообще, так сказать, страна живет, людей, которые смогут поднять голову над, так сказать, съедобным и подумать о несъедобном, их должно быть как можно меньше. И просто людей с высшим образованием должно быть как можно меньше. Об этом заявляется открыто, что меня совершенно продолжает поражать. Уже мало чему мы поражаемся на 5-м году происходящего, но кто, кроме оккупационной администрации, может в качестве достижения своего заявлять уменьшение количества грамотных людей, для меня по-прежнему непостижимо. Какое-то Министерство образования, какое-то Министерство образования и науки, какое-то Министерство просвещения. Это Министерство принудительного невежества. Давайте Министерство архаизации, давайте так это назовем. Министерство тотального варварства. Вот мы внедряем варварство на Руси. Как еще иначе это можно назвать, непонятно. И часть этой политики – это, так сказать, загон учащихся в колледжи и вузы путем исключения их из 10-11 классов, путем завышения балла, сокращения мест в этих классах и так далее. Значит, давайте, пока мы в эфире, давайте скажем вот что. Значит, граждане с детьми. Возможность получить образование существует, она существует вне России. Это не обязательно, понимаете ли, везти ребенка в Лондон. Если вы не миллионер, то это тяжело. Как это? Я не думала, что я это скажу, но, ей-богу, Беларусь и Казахстан, и Узбекистан даже, это все возможности. Это все не воюющие страны, даже Беларусь. Значит, да, с частично не заблокированным интернетом, там свои блокировки, свои погремушки, но вас они не будут касаться, по крайней мере, первое время, а там ваш ребенок сможет учиться, ребенок должен выучиться, понимаете, дети должны учиться, а не убиваться, это Это одна из таких базовых вещей, и пока есть возможность говорить об этом, давайте мы будем говорить об этом. Не говоря уж о том, что и в Европе есть и безвизовые страны, вроде Черногории, есть возможности поступления туда. Интересуйтесь, так сказать, информацией. Ссылки можем дать в описании. Ваш долг, после того, как вы ребеночка родили, выучить его читать и писать. Это совершенно необходимо, а не стрелять и быть застреленным. Не для того, значит, мы их рожали.
Екатерина Михайловна, вот мы про бензиновый кризис как-то поговорили, но хочется еще понять, что уровень жизни ухудшается, очевидно, и с бензиновым кризисом тоже, а именно стабильность в уровне жизни всегда используется как бы государственной пропагандой как одно из достижений путинского режима, что вот были 90-е, от них мы вас спасли, от голода, холода, распада России, между прочим, тоже. И вот насколько власти готовы сейчас на фоне этого, значит, бензинового кризиса ослаблять, условно говоря, допускать ухудшение социально-экономической ситуации. Где тот предел и где красная линия, как вы полагаете?
Как вам сказать, во-первых, концепция изменилась. Судя по тому, что говорит пропаганда, да, концепция изменилась. Значит, теперь 90-е это не то, от чего Путин спас Россию, что никогда не вернется, пока он есть. Это то, что один раз пережили, и второй раз тоже переживем. Опа, а ручки вот они. Ловко, ловко. Так даже хуже было, наверное, кажется. Пока же еще не так плохо, прямо сейчас. Поэтому, еще лучше, вы же стойкие. Опять же, как в другом анекдоте. Дорогая, ты у меня такая умная, придумай что-нибудь сама. Дорогие, вы же у нас такие стойкие. Вы как-нибудь ведь и вы стоите, правда? Это очень нужно, чтобы вы были стойкими, потому что мы хотим оставаться начальниками любой ценой. То есть не любой, а понятно, какой ценой, цена это вот вы и заплатите. Очень понятное сообщение. Значит, если про пределы красную линию вы спрашиваете в том смысле, в каком нас об этом вечно спрашивают западные медиа и даже, так сказать, представители западных правительств, с подразумеванием, когда же народ взбунтуется, то нет, никогда. Никогда. Это я вам, как политолог, ответственно заявляю. Пока элиты не раздумают, как быть, а по некоторым признакам, о которых мы говорили в самом начале, что-то у них там какие-то мысли бродят в голове. Они
как говорит Володя, завибрировали.
Вот, они то ли не в состоянии их сформулировать, то ли боятся их сформулировать. Вы знаете, если очень долго бояться, то способность сформулировать атрофируется. Так тоже бывает. Тут надо как тренироваться, хоть дневник тайный писать какой-нибудь, как-то там в ямку разговаривать, как в известной греческой басне про царя Медаса, у которого ослиные уши. Да? Помните, там Бродобрей, который должен был сохранить эту тайну, он не мог ее держать в себе, поэтому он выкопал ямку и в ямку говорил: царя Медаса ослиные уши, царя Медаса ослиные уши. Помните, что дальше произошло? Из ямки вырос тростник, и когда дул ветер, то он пел эту песню царя Медаса, ослиные уши. И так снова знаем. Так вот, это по поводу, так сказать, необходимости все-таки хоть что-то более-менее внятно формулировать. Но само по себе ухудшение жизненного уровня граждан приводит к ухудшению жизненного уровня граждан. Граждане страдают и ищут еду, заняты поисками еды. Все, конец истории. Далее, скажем так, когда эта власть начнет рушиться, они будут смотреть на это не просто с безразличием и смутной тревогой, а со злорадством и нескрываемым удовольствием. Вот это будет такое последствие.
Да, прости, Юр, давай.
Да, я хотел про еще одно ограничение для несчастных наших сограждан. Тут можем объяснить со ссылкой на очередные свои источники, на сегодня какой-то просто святой источник бесконечный. Говорит о том, что МИД России стал разрабатывать закон о введении для россиян выездных виз. Частичный или полный запрет на выезд из страны предусмотрен законодательством о военном положении. О подготовке такого пакета документов для введения выездных виз под предлогом усиления безопасности МО рассказал собеседник в российских дипломатических кругах и подтвердил источник, близкий к администрации президента. Насколько это вообще...
Вот
Реально.
сейчас я должна как-то, так сказать, активировать своего внутреннего Патрушева или внутреннего Нарышкина, ладно, у всех есть такой, и сказать вам, что, знаете, информационные кампании, направленные на распространение панических настроений в обществе, действительно существуют. И вот это, а также история про то, что какие-то силовики пришли к Путину с предложением отменить или отложить парламентские выборы, вот это оно. Вот это оно. Характерные признаки, апелляция к базовым страхам, отсутствие какой бы то ни было связи с политическим правовым контекстом и использование фраз, которые должны особенно раздражать публику. Не так, чтобы человек просто взял да и уехал, не должно быть. Государство должно давать разрешение. Вот это должно выбесить любого, так сказать, читающего россиянина, и ровно на это и рассчитано. Понимаете, если какие-то ополоумевшие от паранойи люди все время говорят про ЦИПСО, не следует, что совсем не существует такого рода вбросов. Они существуют, и вот перед нами один из них.
Екатерина Михайловна, я хотел еще, так сказать, о том, как система сейчас живет, поговорить. И, во-первых, много досужих разговоров о том, что, ну, поскольку кризис, опять же, бензиновый, значит, рано или поздно будут сажать экономических министров, ну, скажем, Новака, топливного министра, там, или не сажать, а какими-то другими способами наказывать. И также, с другой стороны, стагнация на фронте. И в прошлый раз, значит, когда такое было, помогла замена Шойгу и разгром его клана. Получается, ну, и тоже некоторые ожидания есть каких-то репрессий в Министерстве обороны, не знаю, там, среди военных и так далее. Короче, что хочу спросить. Будут ли репрессии внутри власти, внутри элиты на фоне нынешней как экономической ситуации, так и военной?
У меня уточняющий вопрос. А разгром клана Шойгу, он чему помог в прошлый раз? Большую токмачку взяли или что? В чем?
Там нет, там движение на фронте началось. Надо сказать, не знаю насчет клана, но замена на Белоусова, ну, как бы, мне кажется, есть в этом смысле консенсус, что несколько продвинулись. Это сейчас прям затормозили.
Да, а до этого как продвигать. Окей, наверное, что-то пропустил. Я вижу только увеличение количества потерь и снижение объема набора. Вот это да, но я человек гражданский глубоко, поэтому я, наверное, не могу оценить всю стратегическую ценность.
Это просто у кого какие критерии, Екатерина Михайловна, у кого какие критерии?
Ой, прошу прощения.
Будьте здоровы.
Да. Значит, смотрите, репрессии внутри элит у нас, как известно, с марта 2024 года идут, не останавливаясь, по нарастающей и захватывают все более и более широкие круги граждан. Значит, мы помним, как близких к премьеру предпринимателей у нас схватили за бочок, значит, схватил их серенький волчок. Мы теперь наблюдаем с некоторым изумлением, как после ареста Ильи Трабера посыпались другие владельцы портов и люди, близкие к Ротенбергам. Я в прошлом статусе постаралась собрать в кучку всю эту информацию. Это, по счастью, так сказать, открытая информация, а не какие-то анонимные разговоры. И, в общем, какая-то вырисовывается прямо удивительная картина. Вроде как у нас Ротенберги были лучшие друзья. Вот, как кто-то сказал, призыв президента «Работайте, братья», очевидно, обращен к ним и к Ковальчукам, потому что непонятно, кому еще он мог быть адресован. Вот это были братья, которые работали, и как-то так хорошо у них это все получалось, а сейчас вот как-то не так хорошо получается. Им же, кстати, принадлежит, видимо, по договоренности пост министра транспорта, с которым тоже все не слава богу, но с предыдущим совсем нехорошо. А сейчас этот кабинет министра транспорта превращается в какую-то нехорошую квартиру, из нее люди пропадают. Вот одного, помните, вызвал милиционер в белых перчатках, сказал, что надо зайти на минуту что-то уточнить, и вместе с ним пропал. Вот такое у нас с министрами, знаете ли, происходит. Министр Никитин тоже как-то выглядел на последнем совещании не очень хорошо, не бодро выглядел, не оптимистично. Так вот, то есть тут каких-то еще новых ждать обязательно надо, они непременно будут, настанет следующая неделя, коллега Виноградов в своем полезном телеграм-канале опубликует очередную подборку, знаковые задержания, аресты, приговоры и освобождение недели. Мы прочтем. Там будет раздел федеральные элиты, региональные, муниципальные, бизнес-элиты. Все это мы прочитаем. И на следующей неделе будет такое же, через 2 недели и так далее. Это уже как, так сказать, в пятницу иноагенты, а посаженные чиновники и госпредприниматели и подрядчики Министерства обороны, это уж каждый день у них никаких, так сказать, ни каникул, ни отпусков не бывает. Если вы о каких-то символических жертвах, которые должны удовлетворить неизвестному чувству справедливости у граждан, то 2 возражения. Во-первых, я не вижу, чтобы собирался особенно радовать граждан. Развлекать их не видно интенции тракта. Ни хлеба, ни зрелищ не представляется в этом сезоне. Очень забавно наблюдать за предвыборными, так сказать, подарками, которые всегда происходят. Ну, накануне выборов гражданам надо что-то подарить, что-то в ручку отдать. В былые времена это были какие-то выплаты дополнительные. К выборам приурочивались индексации МРОТ, индексации различных социальных выплат, пенсий работающим пенсионерам. Очень какие-то такие хорошие штуки. В этот раз подарки состоят в откладывании поборов. Мы отложили на после выборов технологический сбор, значит, подъем порога, после которого вы будете платить НДС, если вы самозанятый индивидуальный предприниматель, значит, повышение тарифов ЖКХ. Вот это все, то есть мы вас побьем не сегодня, а завтра. Мы заберем у вас деньги не с 1 июля, а с 1 сентября, не с 1 сентября, а с 1 декабря. Или даже, может быть, отложим на 2027 год. Вот такие нынче подарки.
Ну, очень абьюзивно, конечно.
Что-что?
Очень абьюзивно, конечно. Ну, не бьешь сейчас же, ну, значит, все хорошо.
Ну, слушайте, да, это же лучше, чем если бы сразу бы побили. Нет, это справедливо, я думаю, люди должны каким-то образом порадоваться. То есть, то ли, так сказать, радовать нечем, то ли незачем. Это первое. Второе. Понимаете, в чем дело? Все предыдущие, все до единой, предыдущие репрессивные активности в отношении элит всегда были оформлены как индивидуальные, отдельные случаи экономических преступлений. Ни разу не было того, что называется компанейщиной. То есть ни разу не было обрисовано, что, например, в Министерстве обороны окопались враги. Украинские шпионы, какие-то там злые диверсанты, троцкистско-бухаринская группа, которая планировала сдать врагу Курск. Кстати говоря, вот так называемое дело о зубах дракона, дело, которое ФСБ устроило после вторжения в Курскую область, потому что контроль границы – это их обязанность, а они не могут быть ни в чем виноваты, поэтому виноват в их провале должен быть кто-нибудь другой. В этом деле ни разу не говорилось, что эти люди сотрудничали с врагом. Все обвинения экономические, все обвинения изолированные, так сказать, рандомизированные. Каждый следующий случай подается, в том числе в государственных СМИ, как еще одно удивительное происшествие с еще очередным чиновником. Нет никакого зонтичного бренда над этим, понимаете? Там, не знаю, ФСБ по поручению президента очищает страну от скверны. Отдельные инициативники в ультрапатриотическом сегменте что-то сами от себя такое болтают. Вот, мол, это все не просто так, это вот тоже, значит, на самом деле не за коррупцию, в особенности насчет Министерства обороны. Они же там, эти милитаристы-то, ненавидят Министерство обороны. Поэтому они очень радуются каждой такой посадке, говоря, что на самом-то деле, это за то, что плохо воевали, а не за то, что много воровали. Но больше никто этого не говорит, никто это никаким образом не подтверждает. Можно себе представить разворот этой политики и внезапно, значит, с завтрашнего дня объявление, что вот у нас там дело промпартии, например, какое-то, значит, образовалось в Министерстве экономического развития и торговли, а также в Министерстве транспорта, в Министерстве цифрового развития и информатизации. Там тоже, может быть, какие-то люди сидят, которые недостаточно хорошо заблокировали Telegram. В общем, можно себе такое представить, но пока к тому никаких предпосылок не видать.
Спасибо большое. Благодарим Екатерину Шульман. Екатерина Михайловна, спасибо большое. Счастливо.
Спасибо вам. Счастливого вам дальнейшего эфира.
Заходите
Спасибо
к нам.
огромное.
Спасибо.
にちは。今日はですね、公正取引委員会委員長の杉本委員長を、お呼びいたしました。
そういう中で市場の中で競争政策が、石油ショックの後ですが、独占対応と、やればいいんだね。
Two Trade Commission component manufacturers on suspicion commission talking in the same
論があります。やめればいいんだねっていう話なんで。
This was Japan's Fair Trade Commission talking in the same year that it raided two hard drive component manufacturers on suspicion of cartel-like collusion. The Fair Trade Commission, recalling other cartels in years past, like those involving oil, began to shape new policy to deal with cartels of the future.
まあその内部告発というか、仲間を通報するやり方ですから、これはその和をもって尊しとなすような、みんな仲良くやってる日本の制度に反する話じゃないかと、諸外国でこういう課徴金減免制度、まあ一種の司法取引的な考え方だと思いますが。こういう考え方を入れることに対しては、日本の風土に合わないじゃないかと。
Not long after this press briefing that focused on other cartels, the JFTC would find itself raiding component suppliers in the hard drive industry.
The strong yen is one reason why TDK has announced plans to lay off 11,000 people. That's around 12% of its workforce. The Japanese electronic component maker also blamed the floods in Thailand.
Following raids of their offices by Japanese officials, indictments by the U.S. Department of Justice, and last year, convictions by the Brazilian government for cartel practices by the hard drive component makers, manufacturers of a specific hard drive component are being sued over allegations of colluding to price fix over a period of 13 years. This follows multiple prior lawsuits against memory manufacturers and some criminal convictions for price-fixing conspiracies, not to mention the brand new antitrust lawsuits against the same group of three. Like memory and SSD prices, hard drive prices have also climbed in recent years. But this class action filing suggests at least one part of the hard drive was increasing at an artificial rate. The U.S. District Court for the Northern District of California has certified an end-user class in a class action antitrust lawsuit filed against the manufacturers of suspension assemblies, a critical hard drive component. The lawsuit alleges that the suspension assembly manufacturers, who control a collective 97% of their market, according to the filings, conspired to fix prices between January 2003 and December 2016. 13 years of uninterrupted abuse of market power, if that sticks. According to the unredacted court documents, the suspension assembly suppliers at one point agreed to pursue a 40-40-20 market share split between the three of them, frequently exchanged pricing information, strategized long-term goals together, cooperated with one another to expand each other's customer bases, formed factions within the cartel to drive out smaller competition, and effectively agreed to not compete with each other in order to maintain stable prices. A lot of this feels familiar to what we've seen in the memory business, most of which is documented in our DRAM cartel documentary. The court defines the end-user class as any buyers between January 1st, 2003 and December 31st, 2016, who bought standalone drives or computers, including suspension assemblies sold by the defendants. For the most part, that'd be any buyer of a hard drive or a computer containing one. We've created this map to indicate the indirect purchaser states included in the class. Those fitting this end-user class description are automatically opted in to receive settlement payments should the case ever make it that far. Alternatively, the deadline for class members wishing to exclude themselves or opt out would be August 23rd, 2026. Class certification is one of the harder parts of a class action lawsuit, so clearing that bar puts the plaintiffs on the path to full discovery for the hard drive suspension assembly makers. Hard drives have been largely overlooked due to the surge in SSD usage, but are still critical for ownership of your own media, local mass storage solutions, and obviously enterprise solutions. But it's end users we care about here, and allegedly conspiring to fix prices during a period of moving media to the cloud opportunistically undermines the self-ownership of that content by boosting local storage prices. We brought you this deep dive into the hard drive cartel with store.gamersnexus.net. We're currently running a sale on our store. Our GN15 component mouse mats are currently on sale for $20, with the autographed version down in step at $40. The Retro IO themed drink coaster pack that we made with soft 3D components is now marked down to $30 for a pack of 4. Our AMP medium mod mat is on sale for $60 now. Our Disappointment t-shirt from this year has its last remaining stock on sale for $18, and our component mouse pad with custom rubber underside and stitching is available for $15. The component mouse mats fit a mouse and keyboard, have an all-over print that we made in-house, and have a yellow rubber underside that we customized with blue stitching for anti-fray. The medium mod mats include an enamel pin, pin-out card, and medium-sized rugged work surface for your shop, garage, or office with anti-static straps. Retro IO coasters are one of my favorites, featuring a floppy drive coaster with a floppy in the slot, controller coaster with retro colorway, Model M inspired numpad coaster, and the GN logo. These are easily washable in the sink, are a soft material, and are great for catching condensation while adding some flair to your setup. Finally, we just launched our stackable, ESD-safe AMD CPU holder trays on the store. Each holds 6 AMD CPUs of the 40x40mm package size, including FF. To understand how we got to the cartel, we need to first understand their product.
Shift change. Thank you for your patronage. I can do pretty lively here.
Presenting RAMAC, Random Access Method of Accounting and Control. Another business service of tomorrow made possible today by IBM. Companies have long dreamed of an accounting system capable in a single operation of recording transactions as they occur. RAMAC is that dream come true. RAMAC requires a miracle memory. The 305 has it. 5 million characters magnetically recorded on 50 disks, revolving 1,200 times a minute. These 50 disks will hold as much information as 32 cartons containing 64,000 IBM cards. The magnetic process drum, revolving 6,000 times per minute, has recording tracks for stored program instructions, data storage, arithmetic functions, and inquiry data. The address register pinpoints the location of information in disk storage. Each block of 100 characters has an address. The access arm, given any address, will locate the information with a random access average of 0.6 of a second. Data can be read or written from a stored program instruction or from a manual inquiry station.
Although it was named the RAMAC, the IBM RAMAC 305 was actually the first product containing hard disk drives, or HDDs, which of course predate today's solid-state drives. These predate even today's hard drives by about 50 years. The design began in 1952. IBM designed what it called a random access disk drive, which IBM calls the, quote, progenitor of all hard disk drives created since, end quote. The RAMAC took most of a room and stored about 5 megabytes of data. IBM worked through various drums, tapes, and plates, but eventually discovered magnetized aluminum disks made with a coating, and the early version of today's platters in a hard drive could be read by an arm with a magnetized head on it, used to read the magnetic fields on the disks as they spun.
I'll handle this.
But without any physical contact. IBM's RAMAC encoded at 7 bits per character, with a storage capacity of 5 million binary decimal encoded characters, according to IBM's own retrospective. Apparently, the truly high-end models and assemblies could store 10 megabytes. Engineer Reynolds B. Johnson, who lived to reach 92 in 1998, led the effort to design the RAMAC and is considered the father of the hard drive. The disks were aligned with tracks, and the arm had to move up 2 feet vertically, then about 6 inches inward to reach any one disk in the rack. The RAMAC 350 used with the 305 had up to 50 of these 24-inch disks. And due to their low capacity, the single arm had to pull double duty, moving vertically and horizontally to locate the data as requested by the user. And that arm, as complicated and multidimensional as it was back then, is what set the stage for the more modern, faster, smaller improvements that could fit instead within an enclosed set of platters. This enclosed group of platters would eventually become known as the hard disk drive, and the upgraded and compacted RAMAC-style arm would come to be known as the suspension assembly, which IBM also designed. To read and write data, hard drives use a head, bearing some similarities to a record player. They have a magnetic recording head attached to an arm and an actuator that reads data from the spinning metal platters underneath the head. Some of the original drive systems in computers, like the IBM 1620, had big enough metal platters spinning fast enough that tales of their time include the machines walking across the floor given the right resonant frequencies. This is a modern suspension assembly. Hutchison and Magnacom, both accused of price fixing of these parts, explained the suspension assembly mechanism like this. Quote, suspension assemblies hold the read-write head, allowing it to fly just above the surface of the spinning disc. The typical clearance between the head and the disc, called flying height, is about 8 nanometers. Suspension assemblies also provide the electrical interconnection from the read-write head to the drive's electronic circuitry. Electrical signals travel from the read-write head through the suspension assembly's electrical conductors and into the disk drive. If the suspension fails to maintain the flying attitude of the head, or the smallest bit of dust makes its way onto the disk, the head's flight is disrupted and it may crash into the disk, scratching it. Depending on how the drive is being used, the data may be lost or may require it to be recovered through a time-consuming process. End quote. It's not the subject for today, but data recovery for hard drives can involve recovering the magnetic residue on the disk. But when you combine a specialized part, the manufacturing of it, with the rise of a competing industry of solid-state drives, you end up facing unexpected consolidation.
Damage. Acceptable.
The class action lawsuit we're discussing today was originally filed in 2019. It followed a DOJ investigation into the conspiracy, which followed an initial investigation conducted by the Japanese Fair Trade Commission, or JFTC. According to the court documents, the JFTC raided TDK and NHK Sprint in July of 2016 on grounds of price fixing for suspension components. The JFTC concluded its investigation in February 2018, finding that the suspension assembly manufacturers, quote, substantially restrained competition in the field of sales of suspension to the Japanese customer by agreeing to maintain sales price of suspension, end quote, and fining the suspension assembly manufacturers 1,076.16 million yen, or nearly $7 million US. Then, in July 2019, as part of the DOJ's investigation, suspension assembly manufacturer NHK Sprint pleaded guilty and agreed to pay $28.5 million as a fine for its role in the global price-fixing conspiracy. The DOJ claims that NHK and its co-conspirators agreed to refrain from price competition and exchanged pricing information between May 2008 and April 2016. Quote, pursuant to their agreements not to compete, NHK Sprint and its co-conspirators exchanged pricing information, including anticipated pricing quotes, which they used to inform their negotiations with U.S. and foreign customers that purchased suspension assemblies and produced hard disk drives for sale in or delivery to the U.S. and elsewhere, end quote. The DOJ Assistant Attorney General of the Antitrust Division at the time commented, quote, while these parts are physically small, they're critical to the operation and performance of electronic devices, and their impact on American consumers and businesses is direct and substantial, end quote. A little less than a year later, the DOJ also indicted 2 former sales executives at NHK Sprint for their roles in the cartel, noting that the max penalty would be 10 years imprisonment and a $1 million fine. Then, in October 2025, Brazil's Administrative Council for Economic Defense, or CADE, convicted NHK Sprint and 5 individuals for cartel practices, imposing fines exceeding 4.5 million Brazilian real, or nearly $900,000 US. If Brazil is convicting you for being a cartel, you have a real cartel problem. Now, the players. Players in the hard drive cartel are less murderous, probably, but still damaging economically to consumers. Here's who they are. In 2005, around the time the conspiracy began, the suspension assembly market was dominated by Hutchison Technology Incorporated, or HTI, with 55% market share, NHK Sprint with 22%, Magnacomp Precision Technologies, MPT, with 20%, and SAE Magnetics, a TDK subsidiary, making up the remainder share. Over the course of the conspiracy, TDK also acquired Magnacomp in 2007 and then Hutchison in 2016. After this consolidation, TDK and NHK Spring were effectively the only remaining suspension assembly suppliers for the global market of hard drives, which became a shrinking market until the surge in data center demand. In 2011, a much younger version of myself reported on floods in Thailand, keeping hard drive prices elevated, noting WD drives jumping around $110 in price or going out of stock. We quoted WD noting supply constraints for 1 to 2 quarters, and Seagate planning to reduce capacity of the hard drives to compensate for individual drive shortages. At the time, 15 years ago, we noted that WD forecast demand for 180 million units against a 120 million unit manufacturing capacity for supply. The Guardian covered the same story back then, adding that the catastrophic floods in Thailand, reducing the global hard drive output caused a reduction by, quote, as much as 30%, end quote, noting, quote, analysts have highlighted Japan's Nidec Corp, which controls about 80% of the world's output of a key hard drive component, the motor, as the major potential bottleneck for supplies of drives used to store data in computers, end quote. The analysis they're citing emphasized the potential supply chain risk associated with such an extreme consolidation of a single component's production.
The strong yen is one reason why TDK has announced plans to lay off 11,000 people. That's around 12% of its workforce. The Japanese electronic component maker also blamed the floods in Thailand and slower demand for its products as it lowered its earnings forecast for this year. In the third quarter, its net profit was down 63% from the same period last year.
Now, flooding in Thailand probably falls under force majeure or something. Although powerful, these companies didn't collude to flood Thailand. Hopefully. I mean, maybe Sam Altman and Jensen Huang and Elon Musk can eventually amass such power. But for now, that's probably not what happened. Even still, that event helped consolidate the players. And the alleged collusion during this time only further exacerbated that. The allegation indicates that when they started colluding, the primary hard drive manufacturers and the largest suspension assembly customers were Seagate, Western Digital, Samsung, Toshiba, and Hitachi. At least until Seagate acquired Samsung's hard drive business in 2011 and Western Digital acquired Hitachi's in 2012. Further consolidating the hard drive manufacturers. Samsung and Hitachi's shift away from hard drives was particularly well timed due to global hard drive unit shipments peaking in 2010, as seen in this chart, published by Statista. The hard drive demand collapse would be further accentuated by the oncoming rise of SSDs, especially in consumer devices eventually, as seen in this chart, comparing hard drive and solid-state drive shipments from 2015 to 2021. And that brings us to the conspiracy period. Pinpointing when the alleged conspiracy began has been difficult. According to the amended complaint for reseller plaintiffs, the defendants began colluding to fix prices in 2003, when a senior executive at Magnacomp, quote, began communicating regularly, end quote, with a since-indicted sales manager at NHK. However, in a complaint filed by Seagate, the company claims that the defendants began communications in 2001. Quote, from at least 2001 until 2008, MPT's Director of Sales and Account Management had contacts with competing suppliers of suspension assemblies. During at least part of this time, this MPT director was responsible for sales to Seagate. These exchanges included discussions of competitively sensitive information including prices, capacities, and plans for customer programs, end quote. Supposedly, competing suspension assembly suppliers MPT, NHK, and HTI began talking sometime in the early 2000s. These communications would soon spread to more employees between MPT and NHK, with discussions expanding to, quote, pricing information, bids, shipment, capacity, market, and customer allocation, end quote. Similar to the price-fixing cartel collusion described in the DRAM antitrust litigation, which we detailed extensively in our DRAM cartel piece on the GN channel, the conspiracy required several management layers of simultaneous communication to keep the hard drive cartel running and keep everyone in line. The first layer was between account executives in charge of sales to any given manufacturer. For instance, the NHK account executive in charge of sales to Western Digital would regularly communicate with his counterparts at MPT and HTI. Seagate's amended complaint notes, quote, "From at least 2005 until 2008, MPT's Senior Director of Sales and Account Management, responsible for sales to WD, communicated with the NHK VP of Sales at least quarterly about topics including suspension assembly customers, shipment volumes, and prices. The MPT Senior Director had a good relationship with the NHK VP of Sales because they worked together previously and had known each other for many years," end quote. MPT staff are said to have passed information to supervisors who direct their account executives on how to proceed. One leaked email from Ken Martini of Magnacomp in 2006 reveals the senior executive reporting detailed pricing information and the customer strategy of its competitor, NHK, to his superior. The class action complaint also argues that the hard drive suspension assembly market has characteristics making it more susceptible to collusion, citing high barriers to entry, a highly concentrated market, a high concentration of purchasers, commodity products, inelastic demand, quote, market maturity and declining demand, and close business relationships, end quote, between the defendants. All of this sounds pretty familiar, actually, to a couple of markets. But, as greed often does to an organization, the cartel eventually went through a shakeup. The cartel was first shaken up in late 2007 when TDK acquired Magnacomp. The acquisition primarily concerned NHK, which prior to TDK's acquisition of MTP had reached long-standing agreements to exchange pricing information with MPT in order to fix prices. NHK was worried that MPT's new ownership would effectively terminate any prior agreements between the two to collude. Fortunately for NHK, as noted in court documents, it seems the conspiracy was pretty profitable. Quote, "Following TDK's acquisition of MPT in 2007, senior executives and sales managers from TDK and NHK met in Yokohama, Japan to discuss TDK's future plans for MPT and the suspension assembly business. TDK assured NHK that the acquisition would not affect TDK and NHK's positive relationship," end quote. In an unredacted excerpt from the deposition of Takehiro Kamigama, TDK's president during the conspiracy period, he details the market share allocation agreement reached between the suspension assembly manufacturers. The deposition reads, interviewer, quote, "But to be clear, you were the one that wanted to have a meeting with NHK to discuss the suspension assembly strategy, correct? Kamigama, well, that's because we had acquired Magnacomp, and it was reported to me that NHK was nervous about that, so it was decided to create a venue such as that." Interviewer, and your agreement with NHK to try to achieve 40% for NHK, 40% for TDK, and 20% for Hutchison was one of the win-win agreements you reached with NHK. Kamigama, yes, it was. Interviewer, and so it's no surprise that employees in your organization and employees in the NHK organization would meet and exchange shipment information so they could see market share. Kamigama, yes, that certainly would be the case, end quote. As part of the agreement, TDK also cooperated with NHK to expand its customer base, as described in the Kobayashi deposition, which reads, interviewer, what about for customers for which NHK had no business? Was part of the agreement or mutual understanding that was reached that NHK would be brought in as a number two? Kobayashi, quote, "At the discussions at that time, I think the substance was for NHK to try to become number two in Toshiba." Interviewer, and there was a mutual understanding that TDK and NHK would work towards that goal? Kobayashi, there was confirmation that we would cooperate with NHK trying to enter into Toshiba's business, end quote. After reaching the agreement, TDK spread the word, and the cartel was restored, as described in the court document, stating, quote, "TDK communicated this plan to SAE Magnetics and MPT. All five companies, TDK, SAE Magnetics, MPT, NHK, and NAT, then worked together to share information, including information related to price and market share, to implement the agreed conspiracy," end quote. The end game of a cartel is often to kill off weaker members as they constrict their grip on a market. Despite reaching a seemingly united front amongst all suspension assembly manufacturers, TDK and NHK formed their own faction within the cartel and secretly agreed to drive HTI out of business to take its market share. In Seagate's amended complaint, the company describes the internal shift against HTI, stating, quote, "In an August 2007 meeting among senior executives, defendants TDK and NHK agreed to get more share from HTI together as a way to profit more from their conspiracy," end quote. It also notes that in June 2009, quote, NHK's Hitoshi Hashimoto, who was subsequently indicted by the DOJ for his role in the conspiracy, spoke with TDK's president and CEO and agreed that TDK and NHK should focus to kick out HTI ASAP, end quote. After years of attempting to push HTI out of the market, in 2014, TDK and NHK cooperatively agreed that the best solution was for TDK to simply acquire HTI instead. Amidst the acquisition process, The Street reported that the FTC initiated an extended antitrust review on TDK and HTI's merger and cited concerns that, quote, "only two producers of critical hard disk drive components will remain if TDK acquires Hutchinson," end quote. The FTC ultimately approved the merger, allowing TDK to complete its acquisition of HTI in October 2016, successfully positioning TDK and NHK as the only suspension assembly suppliers remaining. Unfortunately for NHK and TDK, just months before fully acquiring HTI, both companies were raided by Japan's Federal Trade Commission. Ultimately, this led to the series of investigations that would bring the cartel collusion to light. That brings us back to today, the cartel collapse. The class action lawsuit is new. Its press release explains, quote, "The court has not decided who is right or wrong. There's no money available now, and no guarantee there will be. Class counsel will have to prove end-user plaintiffs' legal claims at a trial. The trial has not been scheduled. During the trial, a jury and the judge will hear all of the evidence to help them reach a decision about whether end-user plaintiffs or defendants are right about the legal claims of the lawsuit. There's no guarantee that end-user plaintiffs will win, or that they will get any money for the end-user class," end quote. The prior investigations by the JFTC, the DOJ, and Brazil's CADE, which all found the suspension assembly manufacturers guilty, along with the court actually certifying the case, makes the likelihood of settlement payments, we think, more promising for consumers. In the DRAM antitrust litigation, 12 years passed between prosecutors filing the case and the court approving class members' settlement payments of $310 million. That was separate from the penalties by the DOJ. We covered in the deep dive how several members of that cartel, the DRAM one, served jail time, although many of them also received major promotions, including one to CEO. But given the 12 years for the DRAM cartel ruling and the payment, it may be unlikely that consumers see any financial reimbursement anywhere in the near future. We'll follow along with this suit as it progresses. And in more recent news in the last few weeks, we've seen yet another antitrust investigation and litigation against the three big DRAM manufacturers again for alleged price fixing again. So we'll be covering that as well. If you like our coverage style of these long-form deep dives into the industry, we'd appreciate your support over at store.gamersnexus.net to help fund these directly. We recently put a number of items on sale, including our component all-over print mouse mats, which have a custom yellow underside and blue stitching at the border. We have an autographed version as well. Both of those are on sale right now. We also recently restocked our highly wanted GPU VRAM pint glasses with the gold halo at the rim, which seem to sell through as fast as we get them in every time. So thanks for the interest in those. They're back in stock on the store now. To go along with those, you can grab a GN Bar Runner bar mat. PCIe and RAM slots on it, chipsets, a CMOS battery, and the GN logo. Goes perfect for a drying rack for your sink or for your home bar. Or you can get the smaller version, the Retro IO Coaster Pack, which is on sale right now as well and features 4 different designs with each pack. Thanks for your support and for watching our deep dives and
Provide backup.
Time for thank you for your patronage. Pleasure working with you. I'm not a good person to kill time with.
Documentaries. Well,
Hey everybody, how's it going? Hope you're having a lovely day. Today I want to respond to a legal notice that I got asking me to remove content from my website. If you've been watching my videos for any length of time, you imagine you don't need a spoiler to understand how this is going to go. What I wanted to do before I do that is explain how I do business and why I do business in the way that I do when it comes.
Stick to the plan.
Shift change. Don't make me clean up for too long.
I won't hold you back.
Pretty lively here.
Leave it to me. Is it okay for me to take this? My feet. They're not touching the ground.
Comes to my marketing and how I present myself on my company website and what my strategy is. I want to give you an example from a long time ago. If you are trying to fix your own laptop, let's say that you broke the screen. On average, your normal user that's not a technician is not going to open the device, take the screen out, get the part number from it, and then Google the part number to buy it. What they're going to do is they're going to look at the bottom of the device, they're going to read where it says model A1181. They're then going to Google A1181 MacBook screen, and they're usually going to buy what shows up, and then they're going to take it apart once they get the device. Because most people, they don't want to do an extra chore of taking the device apart twice, and especially if the screen is half working, you don't want to mess with it while it's half working. Now, the reason that this is something that could present a problem is that the model number of the part, if you search for that, is actually going to get you a lower price than if you search by the model number of the laptop. So let's say that you were to search for A1181 MacBook screen. You may find websites selling it for $150 to $200. But if you search for the actual part number of the screen, which you have to take the entire device apart to see, if you search for LP133WX1, you may find the part as cheap as $50 to $70. And the reason that many websites did this back in the day is because they realized that they want to be able to charge more money to people who don't necessarily know better, but they also don't want to lose business from technicians buying the part. So if you go to their website and you search for A1181 MacBook screen, it'll be listed for $150. But if you search for LP133WX1, the exact same device that will be shipped to you will cost you $50. My website is very ugly back then, as you can see. I think I made this in eBay's HTML editor for for product postings. It was horrible. But I knew that I was not going to be able to compete based on having the fanciest website. I had $200 in my pocket. I wasn't going to be able to pay a fancy developer. So what I decided to do is I am just going to operate in a very honest and transparent way. There's this idea in life that you need to climb and compete with other people climbing their hierarchies, and that's not what I do. I always figure I'm just going to make my own. And in my industry, I realized that there was a severe lack of honesty and transparency. Those websites were technically not doing something that was illegal.
I'm not a good person.
They didn't do something that's wrong per se, but you wouldn't feel good if you were on the other end of that. So, and I realized when I made my website that there's a very good chance that if somebody sees that they could buy this part for $50, they may be less likely to use me than they would be if they thought the part was $150 and I was just charging $10 in labor. And I didn't care. If that meant that somebody did the work by themselves, great, more power to them. I never wanted people to feel like they were doing business with me because they had to or because they were coerced into it. I wanted them to be as informed as possible. I wanted them to understand our industry. And then once they have a full understanding of our industry, do business with me because they want to, because they feel like I am the best option for them at that time. And I've always carried this forward in how I do business with all the board repair videos I did, with having a detailed wiki that goes over how to do all the repairs that I do, even if you don't want to watch my videos. And I've carried that forward with data recovery. I have a data recovery business right now. And data recovery is an industry that I believe is highly treacherous. You agree, BlackBerry? Good girl. There are a number of examples I could give you. I'm just going to give you a few real quick ones over here. There's a company called Drive Savers. Almost every single person in this industry has had that moment where you have a customer go to you and they give you something like a phone that has a bad screen and you get told that Drive Savers wanted $2,800 to do data recovery. Or it has a bad charge port and I took it to Drive Savers. They said it was going to be $3,000. I asked for it back and there's lint in the charge port or something like that. It's really crappy because technically they're not actually doing something illegal. They are offering you a data recovery service for a price. They tell you the price up front. You pay the price, they give you your data, you technically got what you paid for. There's no specific crime to point to there. However, if your elderly grandmother paid $2,800 solely because she lacked the technical knowledge and know-how to understand that the only problem with her phone was a bad screen, you'd probably be really angry. And I'm going to take a wild guess that when the only problem with the phone is a bad screen, they're not telling the customer $2,800 screen repair. And the reason that this stuff happens is because there's this old memo from almost 30 years ago where Apple is referring a lot of the data recovery customers to Drive Savers if they want to keep their warranty. That gave them some legitimacy, and they've built on that in a way that I find to be really shitty. My website also debunks other concepts, such as the requirement for a $2 million clean room in order to do data recovery. You'll often see websites where people wearing these fancy spacesuits are there, why you need a clean room for data recovery. They'll tell you about their $2 million clean room, and I made an entire page on my website debunking this. For less than the cost of a big screen television, you too can have a laminar flow bench, which allows you to do the exact same work to the exact same standard that they would do in a clean room. I spent more money on this damn particle counter than I did on my entire laminar flow bench setup just to make sure that I had a calibrated instrument that could prove that that $4,000 laminar flow bench allows you to get a particle count of 0 at stuff that you can't even see with a microscope and do data recovery just fine. The reason I'm doing this is because I don't want people to believe that when they get these outlandish psychotic quotes for data recovery, that's the $2 million clean room that you're paying for, and that's why it's so much money. The reality is that what you're paying for in many instances is marketing. A lot of the companies that are telling you this are paying for ads, and these ads can be upwards of $150 per click, and they have to make that back somehow. There are also other practices in the industry that I go over on a regular basis on my website, such as the fake data recovery locations. You'll have companies that have a bunch of different locations all across the country, and when you show up, there's nobody there. There's nobody there that actually does data recovery. And sometimes the people that are there are not even employees of the company. One of the things that you'll note if you look for data recovery in my area is that there's 1 or 2 companies that actually do it, but then there's a bunch of other companies where when you show up, you're not going to see a PC3000 or a data recovery lab. A lot of these locations don't actually have tools for data recovery, and my company, which does have all the tools on site for data recovery, and thousands more reviews than those, is essentially at the bottom. So I'll have people show up to my store on a regular basis saying, hey, you're the third or fourth place I went to. The first 2 or 3 places I went to didn't even have a technician on site, and the person that was there said that they don't even work there. And I'll go, what? What are you talking about? And they'll say, yeah, look at all these other places that outrank you on Google. They don't even have somebody working there who does data recovery. So I decided to start looking into this. And when I looked into it, I made a page on my website, Fake Data Recovery Locations, that goes over and documents this practice in detail. Most people, when they show up to a business that they looked up on Google Maps, they want somebody to be there that knows what they're doing. So if you needed some screws, some nails, and a screwdriver, you might go on Google Maps and go, hardware store. And then when you go to the hardware store, you're expecting to find somebody that actually knows about hardware. If you went to the hardware store that you found on Google Maps and they had no screwdrivers, no nails, and you asked them what's the difference between a Phillips and a flathead, and they told you, I don't know and I don't even work here, you might feel like you got swindled. If you were hungry and you search for restaurants on Google and you see Mike's Burger Joint, and you show up to Mike's Burger Joint, and the person who's in the front doesn't make burgers, they don't have a grill, they don't have any meat, and they tell you they've never made a burger, like, what are we even doing here? This is a common annoyance that my customers will tell me they have when they go to businesses in the area, and I decided to make a page on my website that goes over all of this. My website has lots of information on these practices and the companies that engage in these practices so that you understand how our industry works. But it's not all just saying that these companies have these problems. We also talk about competitors in a positive light, some of which actually charge less money than we do. I have a page on my site called Honest Data Recovery Companies where I talk about other competitors that I believe do business in an honest way. iPad Rehab, Desert Data Recovery, $300 data recovery, and a bunch more if you visit datarecoveryprofessionals.org. If you go to datarecoveryprofessionals.org, you'll find a group of like-minded people that don't take part in these deceptive practices, and I'm very happy to promote that on my own website, even though they're all direct competitors, because I believe that we're better off if we have a more honest industry. I know that there's no way in hell that my half a dozen employee team can do data recovery for the entire country, and I'm happy to promote people that I think are doing honest work, and I have no problem if that means that they get a job that maybe would have went to me. Now, this brings us to the cease and desist that I got from the law office of Zachary A. Westenhofer and the response that I'm going to be giving, which I imagine you can predict here. False and misleading commercial statements concerning We Recover Data. Mr. Rossman, this office represents WeRecoverData.com, WRD. It has come to our attention that you and Rossman Repair Group have published a lengthy webpage titled, Is We Recover Data Safe? That contains false, misleading, and commercially disparaging statements concerning WRD and its services. The webpage is expressly attributed to you as the founder and chief technician of Rossman Repair Group, Inc. It is not presented as a neutral news report or an abstract discussion of industry practices. Instead, it repeatedly attacks WRD's integrity, business practices, technical capabilities, pricing, customer relationships, and fitness to provide data recovery services while directly comparing WRD with your competing data recovery business. It concludes by soliciting readers to retain Rossman Repair Group for the same services. WRD recognizes that competitors may engage in truthful, comparative advertising and may express honestly held opinions concerning matters of legitimate public interest. WRD does not seek to suppress protected opinion, fair criticism, or the accurate publication of verified facts. Your webpage, however, goes materially farther. It presents serious accusations of misconduct as established facts, republishes unsupported accusations from third parties as purported evidence, and uses those accusations to divert prospective customers towards your competing business. Among other things, your website states or communicates that WRD maintains fake or misleading business locations and that the 22 locations you purported investigated are virtual offices that fail applicable criteria. WRD has engaged in a consistent pattern of pricing escalation, non-refundable charges, punitive cancellation terms, and withholding customers' devices pending payment. WRD's published technical materials contain fabricated claims, dangerous advice, and engineering impossibilities and false assurances. WRD advertises a fabricated success rate. WRD's technical capabilities, equipment, credentials, facilities, and customer service practices are materially inferior to those of Rossman Repair Group, Inc., and WRD deliberately damages customer property when customers decline WRD quotes or see competing services. The final category is particularly serious. Your webpage republishes a statement attributed to the Reddit user Zorb750 accusing WRD of being strongly suspected of sabotaging hard drives when customers decline their quote. It also republishes a statement attributed to Reddit user Data Recovery NJ, claiming, I have had a few cases of re-recovered data where they quoted the customer 4,000 plus, and the customer asked for it back, they copied the data to their server and degaussed the drive. WRD understands that Data Recovery NJ is associated with a competing data recovery business. Your decision to republish that accusation in the company's website gives it a broader audience and places the authority, reputation, and commercial interests of Rossman Repair Group behind it. The accusation is false. WRD does not sabotage sabotage, DDoS, destroy or deliberately damage customers' drives because the customer declines a quote, request a return of the device, or elects to obtain services elsewhere. WRD does not copy customer data and intentionally render the original device unrecoverable as retaliation for a customer's decision not to proceed with the quoted service. These accusations directly attack WRD's honesty, integrity, and fitness to perform data recovery work. Your webpage also appears designed to capture consumers actively searching for information concerning WRD and redirect them towards Grossman Repair Group Inc. The page repeatedly contrasts alleged deficiencies in WRD services with the reported advantages of your competing business, including your pricing, equipment, evaluation policy, facilities, customer reviews, and no data, no fee policy. The commercial purpose of the publication is apparent from its structure, content, and concluding solicitation. Your content appears to give rise to multiple cases of action, including claims for defamation, defamation per se, business disparagement and trade libel, tortious interference with prospective business relationships, unfair competition, and false or misleading representations of fact in commercial advertising or promotion in violation of...
Come on, let's...
WRD is continuing to review the webpage and sources cited within it. Nothing in this letter should be understood as limiting WRD's objections to the examples identified above. WRD expressly reserves the right to identify additional false, misleading, unsupported, or materially incomplete statements concerning WRD. Accordingly, WRD demands that you and Rossman Repair Group immediately remove publication of the website entitled Is We Recover Data Safe in its present form? 2. Immediately cease publishing, republishing, distributing, or promoting any false or misleading statement that WRD sabotages, degosses, destroys, damages, or deliberately renders customers' devices unrecoverable. Immediately cease publishing or republishing false or misleading factual statements concerning WRD services, pricing practices, locations, facilities, personnel, technical capabilities, credentials, customer relationships, and business practices. Remove any materially identical or substantially similar publication concerning WRD from any other website, social media account, advertising platform. Provide a written identification of each website, blah, blah, blah. If you contend any accusation of sabotage or this. Yeah, let's see. I'm sorry, I'm laughing because I'm impatient to get to the fun part of the video. WRD has preserved evidence related to your publication, including copies of the webpage, publication date, source links, screenshots, archive materials, and related records. You and Rossman Repair Group Inc. are hereby placed on notice that WRD anticipates litigation concerning the matters addressed in this letter. Accordingly, you are under a legal obligation to preserve all potentially relevant evidence in your possession, custody, or control. This includes, without limitation, all drafts, edits, revision history, source materials, screenshots, archive pages, analytics records, search engine optimization records, keyword search materials, advertising records, website traffic records, conversion data, customer intake records, referral records, emails, text messages, internal communications, social media communications, Reddit posts, direct messages, account records, motivated browser data, customer communications, business records, financial records, and electronically stored information relating in any way to WRD. The webpage entitled Is We Recover Data Safe? Any other statement concerning WRD. The statements attributed to Zorb750 and Data Recovery NJ. And any communications with those users or with the persons responsible for those accounts, and any effort to direct actual or prospective customers away from WRD or towards Rossman Repair Group or any competing service. You are further directed not to delete, modify, destroy, overwrite, conceal, or permit the loss of any such materials whether stored locally in cloud accounts on mobile devices, business systems, or through third-party platforms. This preservation obligation applies equally to Rossman Repair Group Inc. and to each of its officers, employees, agents, contractors, representatives. Failure to preserve relevant evidence after notice of anticipated litigation may constitute spoilation of evidence and may subject you and Rossman Repair Group Inc. to court-imposed sanctions, adverse evidentiary interferences, monetary penalties, or other relief. Nothing in this letter constitutes a complete redaction of WRD's factual or legal positions, all of which are expressly reserved. We request written confirmation by no later than July 8th that you and Rossman Repair Group will comply with the foregoing demands. If you fail to comply, WRD is prepared to pursue litigation and all available legal remedies without further notice to you. Govern yourself accordingly. Sincerely, Zachary A. Westenhofer, counsel for ReRecoverData.com. I keep having to edit this because I keep laughing too much throughout it. I apologize for that. I like doing these more in one take, but I can't do it on this one. So what was one of the items that they were complaining about? WRD advertises a fabricated success rate is what they attribute to me. Let's see what their page says and what my page says. So on my page, it says the website advertises a 96% success rate in page title tags, while their own FAQ states they do not publish success rates. Let's see if they actually removed this or edited this from the website before sending a cease and desist. At this point, they have had literally 2 weeks to cover their tracks on this, and let's see what they did. So if I search for success rate on their FAQ, it says, we do not publish the success rate in order to not mislead our customers. From them, we do not publish success rates in order not mislead our customers. I actually got it wrong. There's a grammatical error there. Yes, it's we do not publish the success rate in order not mislead our customers. Remember that. Okay, I'm going to click onto just any page on their website related to data recovery. Let's click RAID. It says 96% success rate in the title tag. Have you considered suing yourself? You don't need my website to say anything. This is a joke. Here's the funny thing. What is a success considered by We Recover Data? And it says, if the client didn't specify the exact critical files that need to be recovered or indicated all, everything, or unknown, we will consider the recovery to be successful if any files on the media are recovered. So if I tell you, hey, I'd like to pay you $4,000 to recover everything on this drive, and you recover 64 kilobytes of windows.dll files, by this terms of service, that's success. I'd have an amazing success rate if my standard was that. Next thing to go over here are the business listing locations. When you search for data recovery, you'll see that We Recover Data shows up first over here. They show up number 1 at this Congress Avenue location. And as you scroll down, again, you'll see there's a bunch of locations that do not have data recovery stuff on site. And my location that actually does have data recovery stuff on site shows up somewhere in the bottom, if at all. You got to scroll quite a bit to find that. Yeah, I don't think you're going to find me at all over here. Let's take a look at what I said. Our We Recover Data's 50-plus locations, real offices. We Recover Data's homepage advertises 50-plus global locations. The 22 addresses investigated are operated virtual offices by Regis, WeWork, Intelligent Office, and similar co-working providers. The receptionist referenced in the quote is a Regis or virtual office employee, not We Recover Data staff. The instruction to call us at 866-400-3282 routes to a central call center. Despite advertising local area codes for cities like Philadelphia, Houston, the toll-free number is the operational backbone. The local numbers route to the central call center. And again, this comes back to what I talked about before. If you are going to a hardware store, if you search for hardware store, you expect that the place that shows up on Google Maps is going to be a local hardware store where you can buy screwdrivers and screws and nails. At the very least, you expect that the person that you see there actually works there. That's just one of the most basic expectations of having a business. Now, when you walk into my business, you will see this. Hello. What is all this?
Oh.
How busy are you?
Yeah, this is a lot of work.
Point.
We're getting more and more data recoveries, so I'm happy.
Helium.
Helium.
This is high-grade helium, not like the stuff that they put in the balloons at McDonald's.
That's true.
So you use this to put the helium back in the drive when you're done?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
You wanna?
No, I don't want high-grade, high-pressure helium.
I tried.
What?
Yeah, it does work actually.
But until you train somebody else on how to do all the things you know how to do,
Yeah, so small piece of...
Let's walk into their Congress Avenue location during business hours and see what we get.
Okay, so somewhere here, I think we should find the We Recover Data. Look like Football, Wells Fargo. It's here? Okay, let's go. Let's check. Let's ask. There's no We Recover Data here. List. But it should be. Let's check. Excuse me, guys. Quick question. I'm looking for We Recover Data. It should be somewhere here. Room 500.
Ask the security guard up there.
Okay, thank you. Hi, sir. For a company We Recover Data, they should be at room 500.
Okay. They should be open. The elevator should be open to you. So you take these set of elevators, and you should be able to go to 500.
Oh, okay.
Let me see real quick. Yeah, it says spaces. So take this set over here, and you should be able to go to level 5.
Okay. 500. Wait. It's spaces. Hi, how are you? I just have a quick question. I'm looking for a We Recover Data company.
Yes, so they they have an office here, but they are appointment only. However, if you have a device, you can drop them off here.
Oh, okay. So actually, I don't have devices with me. I just have a few questions because honestly, we lost the pictures from the vacation, and I don't know the prices. I don't know anything. I just
have you tried to contact them? Because we don't have that information. We're kind of like a third party. So you would have to contact them, and they'd be able to verify if whatever it is that you need that they'd actually be able to accomplish.
Oh, okay. So I see. So there is no technician. I thought there's gonna be like.
Yeah,
Thank
sorry.
you. We're gonna come back.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye.
To be fair to them, almost every data recovery company does this. And again, that's why this industry bothers me so much. That's why I have that honest data recovery locations on my website. There are some
All right, time for Chichi.
Is it coming back to you yet, Chi-Chi? Oh, I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize. We still have a long way before we get to the Palimormonia. Let's keep walking for now. I'm sure you'll remember where your home is soon. Look, it's Chi-Chi, and she's with a Melozine. Huh, that's a combo Paimon wasn't expecting to see. Traveler and Paimon. You know Chi-Chi? Fantastic news! I ran into her while investigating near Lumadus Harbor. Judging by her size, I figured she was a human child. She is a child, right? Right! We go way back! We're the best of friends! Quick thinking. If Chi-Chi had said she was a zombie, it might have scared her half to death. Yes, best of friends. That's right. Well, this is a happy coincidence for sure. To be honest, this is the first time I've ever found myself completely at a loss. I take it you know about her memory issues? She can hardly seem to remember anything besides her own name. Chi-Chi gets like that sometimes. Poor child. I was going to take her back to the Maréchaussée Phantom and let her stay there for a while. But I hoped she might get some of her memories back on the road. Since you're such good friends, I take it you know where she lives? It would save such a lot of trouble if I could take her straight home. We know, but it's, a very long way from here. Very long way? I followed a Sealy all the way to Lumadus Harbor. Huh? You remembered something? What happened before that? Before that, Dr. Baishu took me on his rounds at something. I went to gather herbs and then... Oh! Baishu took you to Yilong Wharf, right? Detective Paimon thinks she knows what happened. Baishu took Chi-Chi to visit patients at Yilong Wharf. She got lost while gathering herbs, saw a Sealy, and followed it all the way to Lumadus Harbor. Good thing Paimon and the Traveler read Robin versus Chesterton. Simple deductions like these are a piece of cake for Paimon now. Aha! Well, that checks out. I'll take Chi-Chi back to Yilong Wharf right away. Dr. Baiju is Chi-Chi's guardian, is he? He must be worried sick. Oh, you're right! Paimon almost forgot about that. Herbalot, are you there? Can you hear us?
No need to shout. I've been here all along. I simply didn't want to interrupt your conversation.
Listening is the default state of any good fortune teller. This Seeley's so-called guidance could also be considered the guidance of fate. Since you're here, Chi-Chi, why not let me read your fortune?
Fortune?
Oh dear, Barbie, allow me to interject. You're really not suited to talking to children, you know. You're scaring the poor girl. Let me take this one. Now listen closely. This is how you deliver a little surprise gift. Little Chi-Chi, member of the Little Hexen Circle, I'm the mother of your ally Clee, Auntie Alice, the greatest witch in the world.
Nice to meet you, Auntie Alice.
Ah, what a sweet, polite little child. Come now, let Auntie's friend, another great witch, throw you a wonderful surprise fortune-telling party.
Fortune-telling party?
That's right. Look at the cards in front of you. Aren't they pretty? Do you like them?
I like them.
That's wonderful. Now, can you pick one for me?
Is this one all right?
Of course. And because you were so wonderfully well behaved, that card is yours to keep.
Thank you.
All right, Barbie, break time's over. Come help little Chi-Chi with her reading.
Oh, you don't need to shake me awake. I've been listening the whole time. Upright hanged man. Very few people draw this card.
That means you're very special, Chi-Chi.
It symbolizes transcendence and waiting, and also detachment from the everyday world. There are shackles that bind you. You yourself have no desire to break free from them.
Shackles? Do you mean my orders?
At least on the surface, you wouldn't be wrong to understand things in such a way. As for your future, all you need to do is wait. Of course, it's not like you lack for time, but... Oh my. Strange, how very strange.
Hold up a second, you're saying too much at once. The poor child a moment to breathe. Let Chi-Chi savor her little gift first. You really do need to show a little more patience with children. What do you think, Chi-Chi? Do you like your surprise?
This card is pretty. Thank you, Auntie Alice.
Oh, good girl. You did such a good job remembering Auntie's name. Oh, Auntie would love to chat with you some more, but it's time for you to go home. If Auntie Barbie has more to say, then next time the Hexen Circle meets, she can make a prophecy for every little witch who attends. Wouldn't that be lovely?
Could you not add to my workload without asking me first?
Then it's settled. See you next time, Chi-Chi, and all of you witnesses.
Bye-bye, Auntie Alice and Auntie Alice's, best of friends.
Phew! Is that all over now? Those two voices just come from this doll? What kind of toy is this? It's so cute! Where can I... No, that's not important right now. Chi-Chi, let's go find that Dr. Baiju of yours.
It's time. Chi-Chi should go home. See you next time, Traveler and Paimon. Hard. Deft. Pretty. Fortune Preserver. Incoming. With sword comes shadow. Speed of light. Go faster. Cut to the chase. Don't blink. Hey!
AI spending and circular financing has gotten so out of control that it's becoming a risk. It's in a weird position at the moment. It's gone from driving the economy to putting it at risk. And the latest fuel added to the fire, Chinese AI models. They've closed the performance gap drastically and are approaching good enough for most AI applications while being multiple times cheaper. You can download these models yourself, use them without an internet connection, be 100% in control of your data, and tweak the weights however you like. American companies have started to realize this, and they're switching. Just look at the massive change in the AI landscape in the past year. The yellow bar is American AI companies, and the grey bar is Chinese. And it's not just small companies making the switch either. Cursor, Coinbase, Shopify, Airbnb, Uber Eats, Siemens, and even Microsoft are switching to open source and open weight models. Nothing is for certain, but to me, this seems catastrophic to the central business case of the AI boom. What's the trillions of dollars in spending for if the promised future revenue is already vanishing? To be clear, I still do think that AI will be revolutionary in the long term. Coding and healthcare applications are already showing promise, and the systems are still improving, but I just think the industry has mispriced LLMs due to excessive hype. Beyond the recent collapse of data center projects, there's a lot of problems with LLMs when they meet the real world. This one is key and basically sums up everything. A survey of nearly 2,500 companies found that for every dollar spent on AI, only 18 cents makes it into production. The rest of the money spent disappears into fixing what the AI got wrong. That could be fixing AI-generated bugs, reworking what the AI has done, or just overall friction. Any other technology with a return on investment this poor would be thrown out as trash, but yet the money keeps piling in. Even the top AI CEOs appear to be backpedaling on their language. Sam Altman himself said that he was delighted to be wrong when it came to his predictions of an AI-driven job apocalypse. Some analysts are terrified that this market has gone beyond a bubble, and this is all actually a sign that the economy itself is essentially broken. In this episode, we see how big tech is behaving strangely. There's a lot of money being thrown around with not much to show for it.
You are watching Cold Fusion TV.
Unfortunately, not the correct one for
today, most tech investment was so slow-moving.
Sandron, but maybe
Aside from the significant investor interest in Apple's iPhone and the App Store release, or Amazon's logistical brilliance and faster deliveries, the idea of big tech looked like it was taking a back seat. One of the biggest stories to come out about Google, now Alphabet, in 2012, was how a Google research team created a neural network out of 1,600 computer processors. They tried to mimic the functions of the human brain. After 3 days of training on YouTube videos, they successfully got their network to identify the difference between a toaster and a cat. While that was impressive at the time, it wasn't exactly the next big thing that everyday people were pumped about. Though by the turn of the decade, the 6 largest tech companies, Amazon, Apple, Alphabet, Microsoft, Meta, and Nvidia, had a combined reported revenue exceeding $1 trillion. But their valuation by the end of 2020 was almost $8 trillion. By the end of 2025, this had blown up to $20 trillion, and now it's over $23 trillion. In fact, this growth is so monumental that many believe that the bullish tech sector is the only part of the American economy that's keeping everything from a massive recession. But if the current tech boom is a bubble, why does the market at least seem to be behaving differently than in the past? One of the main reasons is likely to do with AI and the construction of data centers. They've meaningfully contributed to a rise in global GDP. Analysts like Harvard's John Furman have recently spoken out about how this likely contributes to an overwhelming majority of US GDP, and how it really warps the sense of how good or bad things are.
You can just add up what went into GDP or into demand in the first half of the year, and 92% of the increase in it came from just 2 categories of GDP: information processing systems and software, which is to say the stuff going into data centers.
Hearing this, it's almost gotten to the point where GDP appears to be a broken indicator of economic prosperity.
especially when considering much of this, quote, production and consumption is being driven by the same companies that are reaching unprecedented valuations. And this ties into the whole circular financing idea, which I'm sure you've heard before.
A precarious investment strategy is emerging.
Multi-billion-dollar circular deals. The merry-go-round of money continues.
Huge sums of money are just being passed between these enormous companies that are pouring hundreds of billions of dollars into the promise of AI.
As the cracks between valuations and the reality on the ground start to get wider in 2026, the behavior of big tech becomes stranger with it. It's possible that a lot of these recent earnings and valuations are artificial. In other words, a lot of these companies could be playing clever accounting tricks so that the average investor believes that everything is fine.
I'm going to play a clip from two forensic accountants, John Weil and Kevin Kohaki. It runs for a couple of minutes, but I want you to listen closely to what they're saying. They really dissect the financial engineering and tricks of the hyperscalers. It's major companies like Microsoft and Google. Basically, when you crunch the numbers, they don't make any money.
And for those of you who aren't already familiar with John's work, he is basically the GOAT of accounting-driven reporting, and he's been doing it since the days of Enron and WorldCom.
I've got a story for you about companies that are completely overstating their earnings, aren't profitable. You can see that, well, they start off with X amount of net income, and it looks really impressive. And then you look at all their capital, you look at their cash flow, it still looks impressive. Then you look at how much their capital investments are, CapEx it's often called. Then you say, oh, it looks less impressive. They're spending a lot of money on data centers. And then you have to take into account the cash costs of stock-based compensation and then buybacks that are related to the actual stock-based payments themselves. You take those two elements and now you're down to like almost no earnings, almost no free cash flow.
It's insane to think that just 5 years ago, before the AI boom, these companies were printing cash.
The free cash flow for the big tech names just falls off of a cliff. Meanwhile, the rest of the S&P continues, not because they're not making lots of money, but because they're spending ridiculous amounts of money on these data centers specifically, and those names have been falling.
It's like, what's the next step? And they're spending a lot of money. They used to be free cash flow machines. They're not free cash flow machines anymore.
To start our exploration, let's begin with the incestuous relationship between Google and Anthropic. Google's first quarterly profits of 2026 reported an 82% increase, which is roughly a $28 billion increase from the last quarter of 2025. The headlines attribute this, as well as a 77% jump in Amazon, to the rise of their cloud units. But if this was true, isn't it rather odd that Google has been quietly laying off staff in its cloud division to, quote, reinvest in growth areas such as AI, end quote. And it only gets stranger when you realize that Google's income statements attribute the root cause of this profit jump as, quote, other income. A sudden magical sum of money coming in labeled as other income is kind of like catching your teenage son having $10,000 in the family shared bank account. So, how'd you get that money, son? I don't know. A classmate gave it to me. Like a disappointed father, let's look into Google's shared bank account. We find that in April of 2026, Google has been consistently pumping tens of billions of dollars into Anthropic, and there's no signs of slowing down. 1 month after Google announced their series of investments into Anthropic, in May of 2026, Anthropic conveniently announced that they've committed to spend $200 billion with Google's cloud over the next 5 years. But what makes this even more interesting is that, at least on paper, these two companies should be rivals in the AI space. Looking even deeper, a virtually identical pattern is found with Amazon as well. And there's so many examples of this, deals and money flowing between different AI companies, who often should be rivals. So of course, this could all be seen as a mutual confidence in AI, approval of respective strengths, and Google can come out of this saying that the collaboration was the reason for the layoffs. However, Sasha Yanchin, who has worked in creating financial products for big banks, sees it differently.
You know, Google goes and gives Anthropic $10 billion as an investment, and Google receives the $10 billion back as revenue from Anthropic for using their data centers. Google gets a massive profit without actually having to do nothing. Then Google gives Anthropic the same $10 billion again as a new investment, but at a new valuation that is twice as high as the previous one. Then they receive that money back again in revenue, and they get a massive load of profit again, and so on and so on. Repeat 20 times, and you have a $200 billion investment without ever needing to actually have $200 billion or give it to anyone in the first place.
It doesn't pass the sniff test, does it? But there's a question that has to be asked. With all of this valuation and all of this money flying around, where is the return on investment? Large companies like Starbucks, which spent most of 2025 promoting an inventory tool which was meant to be applied to all 41,000 plus locations, have recently dropped the idea because it was a catastrophic failure. The AI would commonly misidentify and mislabel things, so staff had to check everything and it was just a waste of time. Duolingo's CEO, Louis von Ahn, promoted the idea of AI-assisted learning. The plan was to cut staff, but the AI-generated output was so bad that the company pulled a 180 and begged for their consumers back. Even Microsoft's CEO, Satya Nadella, has recently broken foul and said that LLM models aren't enough and are unstable by themselves. He states that there has to be a proper ecosystem where the humans have the ideas and the judgment, and the AI tokens are only used to build things. Another recent development is the loss of faith in total AI replacement of employees. Megan Slabinski, District President of Technology Talent Solutions at Robert Half, tells Fast Company, quote, "In many cases, organizations have had to reassess their expectations, recognizing that while AI can be effective in certain areas, it's not the be-all and end-all solution some initially believed it would be." End quote. This is arguably more notable among software engineers. Box CEO Aaron Levy warned that AI fanaticism has actually led to major losses, citing a need for human oversight that artificial intelligence can't match. Quote, "You can get by for a while by being non-technical about building software, but eventually someone has to understand the thing that got built, has to maintain it, has to fix security issues that come up, upgrade the systems beneath it, and so on. That's all jobs." Some will celebrate because not as many jobs will be taken as first thought. But the celebration is muted. It reasonably leaves a bitter taste in many people's mouths. Not only were people unreasonably fired for an unproven technology, but the very big tech companies that were proclaiming a revolution were seemingly paying each other massive amounts of money to artificially inflate the valuations behind the scenes. And now we come to one of the biggest examples. NVIDIA's alleged backroom dealings with SpaceX. There's enough moving parts here to cause a nosebleed, but they also appear to explain the initial public offering that otherwise doesn't make a lot of sense. During May of 2026, the 2008 crisis predictor, Michael Burry, expanded his bearish stance on NVIDIA in relation to the AI boom of the last decade. He shared a graphic chain diagram connecting pension funds, insurers, specifically Athene, the private credit firm Apollo, and the AI infrastructure between NVIDIA and Elon Musk's xAI. Among the highlighted deals is NVIDIA's sale of $5.4 billion of its most advanced GPUs, the GB200, to a company called Valor. Its reported purpose is to buy and lease data center infrastructure, mostly for xAI. But here's where things start to get questionable. If Michael Burry and other skeptics' accusations are correct, these chips are technically owned and leased by NVIDIA using a not-so-separate company to make it legitimate on paper, meaning that NVIDIA was able to claim $5.4 billion in sales revenue. xAI was able to use the chips to operate Grok, while Valor sits in the middle, serving as a phony bridge to make it all work. In plain English, NVIDIA gets to report revenue, xAI gets to power Grok, and Apollo collects the fees. All while retirees unknowingly finance the $100 billion operation using Athene. They fund it with their hard-earned pensions. So looking at SpaceX's IPO, which is floating at about the $2 trillion mark, you look at it a little differently, especially right after they purchased xAI for $250 million, which SpaceX attributed to its total valuation. I touched on this in a previous episode, but what most people don't realize is that SpaceX is no longer a rocket company. For their IPO filing, SpaceX filed under the category of computer programming and data processing, and according to that very filing, 85% of their proposed market is AI, and that's the most charitable interpretation. It's super interesting and eye-opening if you haven't watched that episode yet, but after I released it, SpaceX's very first purchase was the AI coding company, Cursor. And that only solidifies my point. While some people might be quick to call out critics like Michael Burry as conspiracy theories, it's hardly a theory when all of these companies have done it out in the open for everyone to see. While it looks like the SEC has fallen asleep at the wheel, there's nothing explicitly illegal about what these companies have done so far. If it's all what it appears to be, it seems that big tech has found its way to have its cake and eat ours. They seem to have fabricated demand, given exit liquidity to wealthy investors, and gotten grandma to fit the bill. But ignoring all of that, it just feels like big tech isn't preparing for more growth, but it's just looking for insurance on what's to come. I've always been optimistic about technology and the opportunities it creates. With all of this convenience, learning how to think through problems is becoming more important than ever before. And that brings
just okay. Looks like everything works.
me to something really cool. So what do you guys think? Can you sense that the market and these big tech companies are behaving strangely? There's a lot of risk, financial imprudence, and not really any care for fundamentals. But maybe that's just me. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section below. Anyway, that's about it from me. My name is Dagogo, and you've been watching Cold Fusion, and I'll catch you again soon for the next episode.
It's about time we threw another tea party, don't you think? I wonder who else is. Called back to the Zeppeljärny Palace again? Ugh. What's the point in all these endless meetings?
Здравствуйте, меня зовут Кирилл Мартынов. Я принес ужасные новости. Одна из главных новостей этой недели лежит в плоскости такой политики и спорта, ну, такого политического спорта, спортивной политики. Международный олимпийский комитет рекомендовал странам, участникам комитета, международным федерациям по отдельным видам спорта снять все ограничения с российских спортсменов и допустить российских спортсменов к участию в следующих Олимпийских играх и всех отборочных квалификационных соревнованиях внутри вот этого внутри этих федераций. Отдельно там оговаривается, что неясно, что пока делать с использованием официальной символики Российской Федерации, флага, гимна, прочих атрибутов, это отдельно будет обсуждаться. И еще Международный Олимпийский комитет временно восстановил членство Олимпийского комитета Российской Федерации, ну, под какие-то условия на какой-то короткий срок. С одной стороны, и мне кажется, это главное ощущение, это выглядит, конечно, как, ну, лицемерие. Если посмотреть на ситуацию с стороны Украины в первую очередь, то это выглядит просто история про то, что война продолжается 5-й год, Международный Олимпийский комитет как-то устал, видимо, без российских спортсменов и российских денег. Они обо всем там договорились. Говорят, что в этом есть некая роль министра спорта Дегтярева, который бывший глава Хабаровского края, перед этим депутат от ЛДПР, такой спортивный мальчик Жириновского, который вроде бы как-то, ну, не отличался какими-то особыми талантами, но вот сейчас пришел к административному успеху. Вот, пожалуйста, мы берем и, не завершая войну, возвращаем российскую сборную в большой спорт, потому что, ну, вот как-то вот ситуация поменялась, в Международный Олимпийский комитет пришло новое руководство тоже, и они как-то постепенно обо всем договорились. И, конечно, это выглядит, в общем, не очень красиво, конечно, какой-то, мне кажется, правильная идея здесь вот на базовом уровне заключается в том, что когда вы заканчиваете войну, а желательно еще там проводите какую-то работу над ошибками, то после этого вас возвращают в большой спорт, и это выглядит разумно. Пока вы страна-агрессор, вы в большом спорте не участвуете. С другой стороны, то есть тут как бы скорее это не то чтобы противопоставление, это скорее разные уровни этой проблемы. Мы видим, что вообще в мире есть другие войны, кроме нашей основной, самой страшной для нас войны, российской агрессии против Украины. Есть другие войны, люди гибнут в этих войнах, и мы видим странную вещь, когда, скажем, сборная Ирана на фоне, правда, временного перемирия с Трампом, она приехала играть на чемпионат мира по футболу в ту страну, которая вроде бы, в общем, бомбила только что Иран и продолжает бомбить после отъезда, кстати, иранской сборной. Это разные ситуации. Я не думаю, что можно делать прямо, как бы полностью ставить знак равенства между этими событиями. Но мы видим, что чем больше вооруженных конфликтов и войн в мире существует, особенно когда в них участвуют крупнейшие страны мира, США или даже Россия, получается, что на самом деле международное спортивное движение, оно как-то вот вообще в себя плохо чувствует и разваливается. Представьте себе, России у вас уже нету в Международном Олимпийском комитете. По-хорошему кто-то может задать вопрос, а почему там есть США, а без американских денег эта история просто не сможет работать. То есть Международный Олимпийский комитет не сможет жить без своих крупнейших доноров. Ну и дальше вот политика всегда начинается, знаете, такой, давайте искать компромисс, как-нибудь там найдем способ, как это Олимпийские игры должны дальше готовиться в нынешних условиях, когда многие решили повоевать со всеми. Напомню, что во время, в частности, Второй мировой войны, естественно, на фоне тех событий никакого международного спортивного движения просто не развивалось, Олимпийские игры не проводились, и было понятно, что просто в тех условиях это сделать невозможно. Мне кажется, что еще здесь есть, помимо вот этой борьбы Международного Олимпийского комитета за свое существование, за то, чтобы продолжали проводиться международные соревнования в мире 26 года, мне кажется, здесь есть еще один момент, значение которого мы пока до сих пор не до конца понимаем. А именно история про то, можно ли, используя большой спорт в качестве какого-то пряника для российского руководства, в частности, предлагать этот трек в качестве переговорного. Предлагать российскому руководству в обмен на участие в международных соревнованиях, я не знаю, отпускать пленных заложников, политзаключенных. Возможно, это фактор даже внутри какого-то большого переговорного трека. Мы, правда, не видим никакого прорыва, никакой радости по поводу того, что, в общем, Путин хочет продолжать воевать. Мы сейчас еще об этом поговорим. Понятно, что когда тебя пускают обратно в большой спорт, а спорт — это исторически очень важно для таких режимов, как нынешний российский, это национальная гордость, это символ некого величия, это все очень значительно. Причем надо заметить, что в целом это, конечно, не самый плохой символ величия, он, по крайней мере, не связан с убийствами и с ракетами. То есть, когда вы там поете гимны на международных соревнованиях, люди в процессе вашего пения не гибнут. Спасибо вам за это. Вот если бы вы исключительно так бы свое величие демонстрировали, то все было бы более-менее в порядке, наверное, насколько это можно судить. И для Китая тоже вот спорт очень важен. Вообще для таких режимов всегда спорт — это что-то такое выдающееся, что надо поддерживать и через что нужно транслировать свою свое символическое присутствие в разных международных процессах. Так вот, возможно, да, возможно, все-таки вот эта история про то, что МОК дал рекомендацию, а теперь отдельные спортивные федерации должны принимать решения, возможно, это такой способ, как здесь можно дополнительно оказывать давление на российское руководство. И если это так, тогда, возможно, эта история не настолько однозначно про лицемерие и попытки спасти сам МОК в условиях, когда мир постепенно разрушается. Та знакомая картина послевоенной относительной стабильности, я имею в виду вторую половину 20 века, когда мир устроен был относительно понятным способом. И еще очень важная вещь заключается в том, по поводу этого решения МОК, что юрисдикция Олимпийского комитета России в рамках этой сделки с МОК, она не распространяется на оккупированные территории. То есть формально МОК рекомендует вернуть российских спортсменов в международное олимпийское движение в рамках международно признанных границ 1991 года. Соответственно, что вот делать там со всеми потенциальными спортсменами, я уж не знаю, насколько там сейчас есть какой-то спорт международного уровня в Крыму или на оккупированных территориях Украины, который Путин назвал своими, непонятно. Но олимпийское движение Российской Федерации, оно делается в границах 1991 года. Это очень интересная тоже вещь, потому что получается, что если вы со спортом можете достичь такого компромисса, и что здесь, если здесь открывается какая-то переговорная история, то получается, что вы можете со всеми остальными вещами тоже таким образом поступить. То есть почему бы как бы тогда и в остальных сферах международного сотрудничества России не действовать в рамках границ 1991 года? Ну, в идеальном мире так бы и война закончилась, но мы, к сожалению, живем не в идеальном мире. Еще вещь, хочу поделиться с вами моим наблюдением. Я посмотрел какое-то количество трансляций чемпионата мира по футболу, и меня в силу, наверное, профессиональной деформации и моих интересов интересовало, может быть, не только катание мяча по траве, какая там сборная как играет, в этом есть, безусловно, какая-то эстетика, этим можно интересоваться, но понятно, что там мое внимание, внимание моих коллег, мы сфокусированы на каких-то политических вещах и на последствиях войны. Вот как война влияет на все происходящее, в частности на футбол. Я увидел следующую вещь, что когда вы берете официальную российскую трансляцию, она, кстати, куплена у ФИФА, там есть реклама, социальная реклама Международной Федерации футбола о том, что на самом деле футбол объединяет людей, люди, когда они играют в футбол, не воюют и прочие такие приятные вещи, которые хорошо бы послушать. Я вижу несколько вещей. Во-первых, почти не упоминается война. Там много перерывов. Мне в социальных сетях написали, что до трансляций, до начала футбольного матча на российском спортивном канале Матч ТВ есть некие намеки на военную рекламу, там служба по контракту.
Лига конференций и Лига Европы в прямом эфире на Матч ТВ. Повышенная проходимость, преодолеваемый подъем.
Вмещает компанию до 9 человек. И здесь все свои.
Или записывайся в Алабугу, про которую мы тоже поговорим, где дроны российские делают. Но вот непосредственно внутри самого матча никаких признаков войны нету. Реклама, которая идет во всех перерывах, это реклама Яндекс-сервисов, китайских автомобилей, отечественных сервисов, так называемых искусственного интеллекта, тоже про них сегодня вспомним в другом контексте. И никаких признаков того, что страна как-то воюет и испытывает какие-то трудности, что все российские мужчины должны после завершения матча встать с дивана и пойти задвухсотиться, вот этих признаков во время футбола нет. Я, кстати, тоже вижу, что люди в соцсетях, когда ты пытаешься об этом рассуждать, они пишут в ответ, а что такого, почему футбол должен быть связан с войной? Ну так смотрите, если это самая популярная телетрансляция в стране, которую десятки миллионов людей смотрят каждый вечер, то очевидно, что если действительно война самое важное, что сейчас происходит, очевидно, футбол должен быть способом доставки военной пропаганды. А если вы по каким-то причинам не хотите доставлять военную пропаганду через футбол, это означает, что здесь как-то вот несовпадение аудиторий происходит. То есть я вижу в этом, что на самом деле общественный запрос у людей в России все-таки, чтобы их оставили в покое, дали им попить пиво, там, посмотреть футбол, и чтобы жизнь шла своим чередом без всякой мобилизации, эскалации и прочих военных ужасов. Очень часто комментаторы, которые на русском языке на официальных российских каналах рассказывают про происходящее в матчах, очень часто они ностальгируют по событиям 8-летней давности, какой был хороший чемпионат мира в России, как 8 лет назад все было здорово, к нам приехали люди из всех стран, все было весело, нас все любили, все как-то вот было так по-настоящему. И очень часто такие вот фразы, знаете, проскальзывают. Вот еще когда сборная Японии играла, комментатор сказал, какая красивая все-таки у японцев сборная, они в ней же приезжали на наш тот самый, вот наш замечательный чемпионат. И еще очень, мне кажется, что строго в рамках, наверное, с тем, что это официальная трансляция FIFA, очень интересно смотреть на то, что внутри вот этого чемпионата мира страны вообще не делятся, казалось бы, опять же, вот Песков говорит, что на нас Запад напал, понимаете, там Гаага напала, просто практически, это буквально и вот почти точная цитата.
Идет война, это настоящая война, вы знаете, почему война? Потому что начиналась еще как специальная военная операция, продолжается как война, потому что за Киевом стоит и Берлин, и Париж, и Гаага.
И мы ведем смертельный бой с силами зловещей западной тьмы. Но когда внутри футбольных трансляций есть зарисовки про разные страны, как там спорт устроен, как там люди живут, там, не знаю, что они едят, какие там есть города, то мы видим эту географию 48 стран, буквально от Канады до Новой Зеландии, и никаких упоминаний про то, что у нас речь идет про смертельную войну с Западом. Как-то очень странно, даже рассказывая про европейские страны, на которых сейчас там, на ту же Англию. Матч ТВ рассказывает про футбол и не рассказывает про то, что мы находимся в зоне смертельной битвы. И мне кажется, что вот буквально это такой срез общественных настроений. Это история про то, что люди в России хотят не ядерную войну, они хотят пить пиво, есть креветки, это тоже все реклама там такая есть, и сомбреро носить, и смотреть, что там происходит в других странах, и вот футбол еще, чтобы был интересный. Какие-то такие, понимаете, совершенно не воинственные настроения, может быть, все-таки можно как-то вот через этот массовый спорт, коммерческий спорт, может быть, как-то можно еще одну спичку в колеса войны воткнуть. Правда, конечно, война до сих пор в течение всего этого времени весь спорт перемалывала, и то, что произошло с российским футболом, например, полностью вычеркнутым из всех международных состязаний в течение последних 4,5 лет, это довольно тяжелая плата вот, в таком символическом смысле слова. С точки, представьте себе, вы спортсмен, да, и как бы вы не можете участвовать в соревнованиях. Это вот то, с чем люди сталкиваются, и пока при помощи спорта как-то войны, к несчастью, не останавливаются. А хотелось бы. Международное агентство Рейтер в этом контексте пишет, что происходящее во время войны и удары Украины по российским НПЗ, и так называемый бензиновый кризис, пока не провоцирует Путина на желание закончить войну. Вот такой сюрприз. Кто бы мог подумать, никогда такого не было, и вот опять. Но достаточно тривиальный, на мой взгляд, вывод, если наблюдать за публичной риторикой Путина, как он себя ведет, о чем он говорит. Очевидно, что он крайне увлечен войной, продолжает считать, что он побеждает, и никаких выводов делать не хочет. Кроме того, что по версии Рейтер он считает, что нужно, что вот Украина очень плохо себя ведет, вот как бы бомбит вот эти вот нефтеперерабатывающие российские предприятия, и ответом на это должен быть некий жесткий ответ. Вот об этом пишет Рейтер со ссылкой на некие источники, которые с Путиным общаются и пересказывают его настроение. Ну и на самом деле мы этот жесткий ответ видим, то есть за последнее время прошло 2 крупнейших атаки на Киев, когда десятки людей погибли. Официальные международные мониторинговые службы, там, по данным ООН, июнь, прошедший июнь 26 года, стал самым смертоносным за все время войны с 22 года и ранее для мирных жителей Украины. Сотни людей гибнут каждый месяц. Вот, видимо, в этой логике это и есть жесткий ответ Путина. Здесь нас Рейтер совершенно ничем не удивил. Я был бы удивлен, если бы действительно Путин бы осознал бы, в какой реальности все находится, сделал бы вывод, и дальше после этого у нас бы с войной что-то начало бы меняться. Пока нет, пока вот этого персонажа не оттащат его ядерного чемоданчика, мне кажется, что мы рискуем продолжать примерно в таком ключе. Понятно, что главная российская тема, как и на прошлой неделе, это разрастающийся так называемый бензиновый кризис. Я в прошлый раз уже говорил, что я не очень понимаю, почему мы так мягко называем это кризисом. НПЗ выводят из строя быстрее, чем они успевают восстанавливаться. Запасы горючего становятся все меньше. Главный приоритет для российских властей по-прежнему это действующая группировка вторжения. То есть буквально то топливо, которое могло бы использоваться для мирной жизни, для сельского хозяйства и прочих экономических нужд, приоритетно оно отправляется на войну в Украине. Именно поэтому даже те регионы, где украинских беспилотников еще не появлялось, а сейчас они долетали до Омска и Новосибирска, даже вот дальневосточные российские регионы, они тоже сидят без горючего, и там ситуация очень тяжелая. Все для фронта как бы все для победы. По этому поводу, наверное, много всего происходит. Вы знаете, и конфликты на заправках, и вот эта несправедливость с тем, что чиновников заправляют, а других людей нет. Мне, наверное, хочется создать список разных инициатив, которые российские власти сейчас используют для того, чтобы как-то вот смягчить последствия этого так называемого топлива. То есть, как бы понятно, что слона в комнате ты заметить не можешь. Слон, как кто-то сказал уже метко, уже начал вонять и разлагается в этой комнате. То есть война просто всю реальность общественной жизни в России начинает под себя постепенно закрывать на фоне этого, опять же, так называемого топливного кризиса, как самого чувствительной вещи, которая сейчас происходит. Но сказать: Путин, останови войну, ты не можешь, если ты российский чиновник или там депутат. И ты поэтому придумываешь разные всякие хитроумные меры. Одна из вещей, которая меня... тут такой черный юмор тоже, конечно, значит, который меня повеселило в некотором смысле слова, это, знаете, такой жанр. Есть председатель партии «Справедливая Россия» или там глава их фракции в Госдуме Сергей Миронов. Он такой уже достаточно немолодой человек с очень серьезным лицом, он борется за справедливость, у него, прости господи, предвыборная кампания, в которой он как-то, по всей видимости, собирается участвовать, там бескомпромиссная борьба партии «Справедливая Россия» за счастливое будущее своих сторонников, то есть самих себя в первую очередь. Миронов изобрел такой жанр. Он в социальные сети выкладывает раз за разом видеозаписи сторонников, то есть как бы депутатской группы, которая поддерживает Миронова. Они стоят на фоне флага, на фоне партийной символики и с такими мрачными лицами. Особенно мне нравится едва моргающий какой-то человек, неизвестный мне, который стоит за Мироновым. И вот Миронов на этой неделе произнес такую речь. «Проблемы с топливом, цитирую, результат работы бездарных, бестолковых чиновников. Правительству пора срочно решать эту проблему». Да, гениальная фраза. Также необходимо снять запрет на заправку в канистры. Люди свои косилки заправить не могут, а потом их штрафуют за сорняки, отнимают за это участки.
А теперь, значит, бензина им не отпускают. А теперь знаете, что будет? А если ты не скосил траву, тебя могут вообще лишить земельного этого участка. О, молодцы.
Вот посмотрите, как работает эта история. То есть войны как будто нету, война должна продолжаться, это хорошо. Украинских беспилотников тоже нету. Виноваты во всем происходящем бездарные чиновники. Они ПВО не там устанавливают или не могут поймать беспилотники руками. Правительству нужно каким-то образом срочно решить эту проблему. И самое главное, нужно вернуть людям наше конституционное право заправлять топливо в канистры. Потому что у нас косилки на участках стоят, у электората Сергея Миронова, и это все ужасно сказывается, значит, на происходящем. Вот предвыборная кампания российской формально-оппозиционной партии в 26 году. Дайте людям заправить косилки, дайте людям налить бензина в канистры. С такой повесткой «Справедливая Россия» идет на эти выборы. Прекрасный план. В разных российских регионах, на сегодняшний момент сообщается, что в 6 регионах бензинов, признаков топлива нет вообще, то есть его можно как-то хитро найти, но заправиться нормально на заправке невозможно, нет таких заправок. Вводится в разных регионах идея о том, что нужно получать бензин через систему какой-нибудь электронной очереди и по QR-кодам. То есть во всех непонятных случаях устраивать цифровизацию. Чем больше у вас цифровизации, тем меньше... Нет, так не получается. То есть без цифровизации у вас меньше бензина, а цифровизация растет, и бензин тоже каким-то образом магическим появляется. В принципе, можно QR-кодами заправляться и таким образом ездить. Особенно чиновникам. Я рекомендую как раз это сделать, которые все это и организовали для страны и для людей. Какие еще есть идеи? Есть еще, то есть что можно сделать с бензиновым кризисом? В прошлый раз мы говорили уже, купить авиационный керосин из Японии, купить бензин из Индии. По этому поводу, кстати, Зеленский открыто издевается, в общем, и, наверное, имеет на это право. Говорит, что вот представьте себе какому-нибудь там Борису Ельцину 25 лет назад бы сказали, что вот в это время, в 26 году, Россия начнет закупать бензин из какого-то внешнего источника, потому что его не хватает в России. Одна из крупнейших нефтепроизводящих стран не в состоянии переработать свою собственную нефть для того, чтобы у жителей этой страны был бензин. Ты говоришь четверть века назад об этом Ельцину и спрашиваешь, как тебе преемничек Борис Николаевич? Тут какой-то нужен мем про кетчуп, наверное, не знаю.
Ты где живешь? В какой стране кетчуп?
Еще есть идея о том, что нужно как-то резко снизить экологические стандарты. Тоже мы это упоминали. Люди уже начали жаловаться, что из-за снижения качества бензина вместе с понижением этих стандартов у них возникают проблемы с двигателями. Кто-то шутит, и, возможно, это перестает быть шуткой о том, что нужно еще постепенно переходить на гужевой транспорт. И вот этот список мер вообще, что мы можем сделать, не привлекая внимания Путина и сдохшего в комнате слона в виде войны, Что мы можем еще сделать для того, чтобы последствия этого бензинового кризиса были не настолько тяжелыми? Он прям разрастается. Местные власти людям рекомендуют отказаться от поездок, от ненужных поездок на автомобиле, чтобы сэкономить бензин. Ну, в общем, очень креативная такая история. Ну и, в общем, понятно, зачем вам куда-то ездить, если мы уже построили такую великую суверенную страну, которая практически с половиной мира воюет неизвестно за что. Ну, зачем в этих условиях нужны автомобили? Это вопрос, который, мне кажется, Путин, если бы он не был бы таким стыдливым персонажем, который говорит только про свои успехи, он, мне кажется, мог бы сделать обращение к нации сейчас. Ребята, бензин – это изобретение каких-то немецких или британских химиков. Это чуждые нам ценности. Нам бензин не нужен. Мы русские, с нами Бог. Ну и Путин еще. Вот такое примерно высказывание можно было сделать, и всех бы успокоить. Но, к сожалению, честности не хватает. Если вы видели какие-то еще очень актуальные, правильные меры, как можно бороться с бензиновым кризисом, не увеличивая нефтепереработку внутри страны, если вы гордитесь нашими чиновниками, напишите, пожалуйста, об этом в комментариях. У меня вот, собственно, есть еще несколько предложений от наших властей. Например, смотрите, спикер Госдумы Володин призвал консолидироваться в ответ на нехватку бензина. То есть у вас нету бензина, но вы консолидировались, и вам не так одиноко, и можно так, как бы боками потереться друг от друга, консолидировавшись, и уже становится лучше.
Самое главное – консолидация, паника. Самое плохое.
Соберем волю каждого в одну, волю выстоим. Мы с вами понимаем, что против нас коллективный Запад. Надо из этого исходить и не давать повода. Ну, в общем, какие-то такие завывания. Маргарита Симоньян выступила, что не такое мы переживали. В 92-м году все было по талонам. И, в общем, сейчас тогда справились, сейчас тоже справимся.
Бензина нет. Ну, я еще помню, мое поколение помнит, как еда вообще-то была по карточкам.
Многие отмечают, что это выступление Маргариты Симоньян очень странно звучит в контексте того, что вся легитимность той власти, которой Симоньян служит, построена на том, чтобы ни в коем случае не повторить события вот этих лихих 90-х. Ведь Путин пришел и спас нас от лихих 90-х, но если Симоньян говорит, что сейчас как в 92-м году, и тогда мы справились и справимся и сейчас, то получается, что здесь возникает некоторое нравственное противоречие, я бы сказал. К этой кампании, судя по всему, исключительно по зову своего сердца подключилась Ксения Собчак, которая решила все-таки не с 92-м годом сравнивать происходящее, а с топливным кризисом 2011 года. Причины другие, конечно, и решения тоже написала Собчак, но ведь пережили же, смайлик, скобочка, и сейчас переживем. А вот в 2011 году-то как плохо было, ну и справились, ну и так далее. Но выглядит это, конечно, абсолютно как пиар-компания, то есть, инфлюенсеров, каких-то людей, с которыми можно договариваться, подключают на то, чтобы всех успокоить и сказать, что ничего страшного не происходит, пережили тогда, переживем и сейчас. Путин провел еще одно совещание, на котором поручил правительству экстренно принять меры по поводу бензинового кризиса. Ксению Собчак на этой неделе якобы взломали хакеры. Они опубликовали в ее каналах несколько сообщений с скриншотами переписки, а потом начали по частям эту переписку сливать. Ну и надо сказать, что вот к текущему моменту я из этих сливов, если они настоящие, не узнал буквально ничего нового про то, как работают подцензурные российские медиа в нынешних условиях. Там, наверное, самая увлекательная часть про взлом переписки Собчак из того, что мы пока увидели, опять же, если она настоящая, связана с тем, что, оказывается, Собчак в 22 году общалась с Андреем Ермаком, тогда главой офиса президента Зеленского, и говорила о том, что жить в таких условиях в России совершенно никак нельзя. Тогда она, видимо, получила израильское гражданство, израильский паспорт. И, видимо, на эмоциях и, в общем, на фоне той трагедии, которая разворачивалась тогда в 22 году и до сих пор не закончилась, Собчак, видимо, решила из России уехать и не возвращаться какое-то время. А потом ничего, решилась все-таки вернуться и работать вот в этих подцензурных условиях. Тут-то мы как-то и разошлись, мне кажется, с точки зрения того, как должны работать медиа в нынешних условиях. При этом вот сейчас рутина медийной жизни в России заключается в том, что чиновники говорят Собчак, что она слишком много себе позволяет, а она начинает оправдываться, исправлять косяки и говорить о том, что надо договариваться, надо как-то друг друга в этих условиях поддерживать. Тут, на самом деле, сложная история, потому что, да, плохо быть подцензурным медиа в условиях войны. Это прям очень сильно накладывает ограничения на то, о чем ты можешь говорить и писать. Но, на самом деле, всегда надо делать дисклеймер. Медиахолдинг Собчак в нынешних условиях делает много всего полезного. Некоторые новости, которые они производят, они соответствуют, то есть, это справедливые новости про вещи, про которые мы бы просто не узнали, если бы такой фигуры, как Собчак, бы не было бы, и все-таки не было бы у нее, не лежало бы у нее душа к этим таким странным либерально-цензурным ценностям. Как будто, знаете, это немножко из другой эпохи, в довоенной России. Многие так жили, что, мол, мы по разные стороны баррикад, но мы все-таки всегда можем друг с другом договориться. Вот у Собчак за счет ее таких квазиродственных связей с Владимиром Путиным есть эта возможность делать относительно честные медиа и даже не стать иноагентом до сих пор, потому что вот у нее так, ее фамилия, ее крестного, вот всем известна, и они как-то мило друг с другом общаются. Странная ситуация, но в переписке пока вот буквально кроме чиновников мэрии Москвы, про которых-то и так было понятно, что они общаются с подконтрольными медиа, ничего нового мы не увидели. По-моему, одна из самых интересных вещей, которая произошла на этой неделе, связана с тем, что первый пошел, как говорится. Речь идет о том, что один из самых богатых, по некоторым данным, самый богатый человек в России, бизнесмен Андрей Мельниченко, таких людей у нас традиционно принято называть олигархами, чье личное состояние превышает 20 миллиардов долларов. Занимается Мельниченко в основном производством, его компании занимаются производством минеральных удобрений, а еще добычей угля. Он внезапно прервал то молчание, которое вообще связывало всю российскую элиту, всех российских богатейших людей в ходе этой войны. И на страницах очень влиятельного еженедельника британского The Economist, мы его регулярно цитируем, мы знаем журналистов, редакторов, которые там работают, и это, в общем, очень компетентные люди. Так вот, Мельниченко внезапно появился на обложке этого журнала на этой неделе с такой патетической немножко подписью «Человек, который мог бы спасти Россию», в скобочках от себя, замечу, видимо, не спас. И Мельниченко, прервавший молчание, начал говорить о будущем России. Он рассматривал, там, собственно, опубликована его некая программная такая колонка, статья, которая написана несколько избыточно заумным языком, по-моему, и плюс журналисты The Economist пишут, что они в общей сложности 60 часов говорили с российским предпринимателем, который внезапно, вот вы не поверите, он озабочен будущим России, будущим страны, мира, вообще куда все это идет. Это очень серьезная вещь, потому что мне кажется, что была такая негласная история, что риски настолько велики и неопределенность настолько большая, что любой богатый, влиятельный человек, который высказывается на тему происходящего в России, даже если он это делает очень мягко, осторожно, если он не говорит ничего запрещенного, как и Мельниченко этого не делает, то, в общем, у него могут быть проблемы, он может пострадать каким-то образом, бизнес у него будут отнимать и так далее. В данном случае, я думаю, что это очень прагматичный человек, который понимает, что молчать дальше означает рисковать больше, чем начать говорить. Вообще миру предложена в этом выступлении Мельниченко некая программная такая конструкция. Тут надо сделать оговорки, что он, в общем, отнюдь не диссидент, что он ничего плохого не говорит про Путина. Он даже избегает дискуссии о том, что Украина жертва этой войны, то есть делает все предельно осторожно, но при этом понятно из его высказывания, что ему не очень нравится, куда все движется. Надо что-то как-то как какой-то находить здесь какую-то историю, как из нынешней сложной геополитической ситуации, как у нас принято обтекаемо говорить, надо выходить теперь. И Мельниченко начинает говорить про то, что у России впереди разные достаточно печальные, негативные сценарии ее будущего. И нужно сделать так, чтобы Россия сохранилась как самостоятельное, сильное государство, но при этом не угрожавшее, предсказуемое для своих соседей, понятное для мира, с какой-то нормальной, разумной внешней политикой. Это уже можно считать антипутинским слоганом, и при этом, как-то уважающие права своих граждан. Как коллеги мне подсказывают справедливо, по сути, Мельниченко предлагает построить путинизм без Путина, то есть, некую постпутинскую Россию, которая, в общем, сохраняет черты того политического режима, который есть сейчас, но исключает при этом войну и какие-то прям уж откровенные садистские издевательства над людьми ни за что, как это происходит сейчас внутри России. Понятно, что его ставка — это его состояние, это его бизнес. Одна часть его бизнеса — это сибирская угольная энергетическая компания. Она находится вообще в плохом состоянии, потому что просто уголь больше из Сибири некуда вывозить. В Китае он особенно не нужен, и инфраструктуры там нету для того, чтобы в Китай его в нужном количестве экспортировать. Соответственно, западные рынки в основном закрыты, и поэтому угольная промышленность находится вообще в очень плохом состоянии. С другой стороны, если говорить про Еврохим, то здесь вроде бы ситуация лучше, потому что удобрения всем нужны, они глобально продаются. От удобрений зависит ситуация в глобальном сельском хозяйстве и продовольственная безопасность планеты, вроде бы все хорошо, но поскольку это азотистые удобрения, то они также используются в военной промышленности, и Мельниченко это, наверное, как-то не может скрыть. И поэтому, по сути, те объекты, на которых эти удобрения производятся, они параллельно могут быть целями для украинских атак. А это, в общем, серьезная проблема уже с этой стороны, с точки зрения вот просто того, как устроена сейчас физическая безопасность производства в России. Все эти постановка ПВО на частных объектах, на предприятиях, это все давно превратилось в рутину. Ну и что говорит вот Мельниченко? Ну, если Россия станет частью Китая, то ничего хорошего для мира в этом не будет. Если в России будет процесс какого-то неконтролируемого распада, это тоже плохая ситуация, потому что ядерное оружие, в общем, безопасность всей планеты будет зависеть от того, в каких руках эти все ракеты, пусковые установки останутся. И поэтому такой призыв, который, наверное, приятно слышать Путину даже в нынешней ситуации от богатейшего человека России: оставьте нам суверенитет, говорит Мельниченко. Суверенитет нам очень нужен. Это очень такая путинская терминология с этим суверенитетом. И идея заключается в том, что на территории Российской Федерации то, что делают власти Российской Федерации, это никто не контролирует, и никто в это не вмешивается. По похожим правилам Китай, например, живет. Да, вот как бы независимость — это то, что мы, как бы никто не вмешивается, что мы делаем со своими гражданами, что вообще происходит на нашей территории, всякие штуки типа прав человека, это никого не касается. Вот если у нас будет такая триединая схема по Мельниченко, это вот его версия событий: с одной стороны суверенитет, то есть невмешательство Запада в дела России, с другой стороны предсказуемая внешняя политика, то есть конец войны, и с третьей стороны какая-то власти начнут в России прислушиваться к интересам граждан, то у нас возникнет вот этот вот путинизм без Путина, и все будет более-менее хорошо. Права собственности как-то будут тоже в порядке, Россия не будет никому угрожать, вот будет такое будущее. К этому будущему надо стремиться. Есть некоторая дискуссия по поводу того, в чьих интересах в данном случае Мельниченко выступает. Есть версия, что, в общем, это первый голос таких так называемых элит, которые долго молчали и которые настолько теперь уже боятся вот этого будущего, который буквально нас поджидает за углом в рамках продолжения этой войны, что готовы все-таки рискнуть. И таким образом это более-менее такая политика такого мягкого антипутинизма. Есть, наоборот, версия, что поскольку Мельниченко обращается на страницах The Economist в первую очередь к Западу, ко всему миру, то это позиция, согласованная с Путиным, и это некая такая переговорный трек, который на наших глазах открывается. Вот посмотрите, у нас там Роман Абрамович участвовал в переговорном процессе между Россией и Украиной. Вот у нас теперь Мельниченко, тоже очень разумный человек, в деньгах понимает, в бизнесе, построил эту свою бизнес-империю. Вот теперь он готов с вами разговаривать на тех условиях, когда вы нам даете суверенитет, мы вам обеспечиваем безопасность и предсказуемость нашей внешней политики. Крайне интересная история. Давайте следить за тем, как она будет разворачиваться, будет ли продолжение, будут ли какие-то, не знаю, кары, наказания для Мельниченко, и появятся ли новые персонажи, которые понимают, что ситуация зашла в тупик, и надо начинать говорить о том, что мы в тупике. Важная деталь, связанная с историей Андрея Мельниченко, заключается в том, что по данным The Economist, когда у него Генпрокуратура пыталась отнять часть его ценнейшего имущества, его активов, он сумел договориться, то есть он такой человек непростой, и перевел 32 миллиарда рублей фонду «Сириус», который занимается созданием вот этой специальной образовательной зоны на территории Краснодарского края, которая открыта по инициативе Путина, где у нас талантливых детей российских чему-то обучают. Вот примерно так работает, понимаете, такая неофеодальная система. Чтобы у тебя псевдокоролевские стражники не отобрали твое имущество, ты должен занести в какой-нибудь специальный фонд крупную сумму денег. Ну, то есть это серьезно, 32 миллиарда рублей — это хорошие деньги для того, чтобы ты выглядел очень хорошо в глазах того, кому все в стране на самом деле принадлежит. Не очень понятно, можно ли из этого как-то выходить при помощи тех планов, которые есть у Мельниченко, но, однако же, он начал говорить. На этой неделе больше 40 нобелевских лауреатов в самых разных категориях, не только лауреаты Нобелевской премии мира, но и лауреаты по естественным наукам, например, присоединились к обращению «Новой газеты», которая инициирована нобелевским лауреатом тоже Дмитрием Муратовым, которая обращается к Путину и к Зеленскому с призывом найти некий повод для прекращения огня, исходя из нарушения Женевских конвенций, исходя из того, что война превратилась в совершенно нечто окончательно бесчеловечное и негуманное. Она всегда такой была по своей природе, но сейчас мы видим, как это работает на новом технологическом витке. Обращение открыто для подписания, то есть люди тоже, не нобелевские лауреаты, тоже могут эту петицию подписывать. Идея новой газеты заключается в том, что есть раненые, которые находятся внутри киллзоны, над ними находятся беспилотники, и люди просто гниют заживо на вот этих вот полях боя. Их невозможно эвакуировать, им невозможно оказать медицинскую помощь. И поэтому, в общем, если даже вы сразу не погибли, вас ждет мучительная смерть внутри вот этого пространства, которое называется пространством современной войны. На мой взгляд, здесь совершенно понятная идея стоит за этим обращением. Путин, как мы видим, хочет продолжать войну и считает, что у него все идет по плану. И это обращение ориентированное в первую очередь, конечно, к Владимиру Путину, потому что Владимир Зеленский неоднократно говорил о том, что он хочет прекратить войну немедленно и без всяких условий, после чего вести дипломатические согласования того, как будет выглядеть послевоенное устройство. Так называемый корейский вариант, который, когда Корейская война закончилась после смерти Сталина, на самом деле до этого момента она не заканчивалась почему-то, какая-то здесь есть, видимо, зловещая закономерность. И после этого, фактически у нас осталась линия разделения. Оба государства, которые участвовали в Корейской войне, не признавали друг друга, не признавали этой границы, но, тем не менее, война закончилась, и много человеческих жизней было спасено. Так вот, мне кажется, что это обращение «Новой газеты» все-таки адресовано в первую очередь Владимиру Путину, хотя формально обоим лидерам государств. Оно ему предлагает некий способ, как сейчас можно в нынешних условиях, когда вроде бы такая, в общем, неприятная ситуация складывается для России, топливный кризис, вроде бы есть какое-то, как Путин считает, есть какое-то наступление на фронте, на земле, но при этом перспектив тоже каких-то особенно прорыва какого-то нету. Плюс американцы, как будто бы американская администрация внезапно воспылала любовью к Зеленскому и готова ему помогать, хотя это все, конечно, очень непредсказуемо в случае Трампа и очень ненадежно. Глядите, у вас есть такая гуманистическая задача, есть раненые, в том числе раненые россияне, которые находятся на поле боя. Давайте остановим войну для того, чтобы их эвакуировать. Да, такой повод, когда ты можешь сказать, да, хорошо, мы же своих не бросаем, заберите своих раненых. А после этого, да, иногда в истории войн так бывало, что какой-то случайный повод для перемирия позволял всем зацепиться за эту ситуацию, и было понятно, что дальше возобновлять эти боевые действия, эту войну, достаточно бессмысленно, просто к тому же ресурсов нету, все понятно, что все это на последнем издыхании, на истощение, на выносливость, вся эта война продолжается. Представьте себе, да, как это даже звучит. Мы привыкли об этом говорить уже тоже за последние годы, но такое уничтожение людей на выносливость. Да, то есть ты занимаешься тем, что ты из последних сил пытаешься кого-то убить. Я думаю, что на самом деле люди, которые могут говорить о прекращении огня, о завершении войны, перемирии, находясь особенно внутри России, это очень важный ресурс. Их голоса по-прежнему очень слабы. Об этом еще, наверное, говорит партия «Яблоко», которая сейчас пытается зарегистрироваться на выборы в Государственную Думу, при том, что заметное количество их соратников находится под преследованием и находится в российских тюрьмах. Но, по-моему, у меня, знаете, я в этом смысле, может быть, как-то остановился в развитии, но меня в целом устраивает это мое отказ от развития по этому вопросу. Мы до 24 февраля 2022 года призывали к тому, чтобы было мирное урегулирование, война не начиналась. Как 24 февраля мы сказали, тогда мне очень нравился лозунг «Русские домой», потому что там были ужасные новости, которые потом с канала «Новой газеты» пришлось удалить по цензурным соображениям. Но идея была в том, что, ребята, возвращайтесь домой, не лезьте в чужую страну, никто не погибнет, и вы не будете убиты, и вы никого не убьете, вы не станете военными преступниками. Эта история про то, что то, что было сказано тогда, имеет смысл и говорить и сейчас, она мне в целом кажется очень, очень понятной, очень правильной. И, по-моему, некоторое время назад кинорежиссер Звягинцев, да, получая гран-при в Каннах, он сказал, что господин Путин, остановите свою войну.
Миллионы людей по обе стороны линии соприкосновения сейчас мечтают только об одном, чтобы наконец прекратились бесчерупку, бойню.
Но на самом деле это абсолютно такой стандартный, мне кажется, способ вообще говорить об этой трагедии, да, там ты соблюдаешь какую-то формальность в обращении, но после этого ты говоришь самое главное, что войну надо закончить. По-моему, сейчас тот момент, когда, несмотря на то, что Путин собирается продолжать воевать, действительно, буквально из каждой Нобелевской премии, из каждой радиоточки, почему-то хочется сказать, из каждого аккаунта в социальных сетях, мне кажется, должен быть один и тот же призыв. И в конечном итоге, да, все-таки, может быть, я как-то очень так наивно настроен в этом вопросе, но мне кажется, что вопрос об остановке войны, он, в общем, зависит от людей. Потому что если бы российская армия отказалась бы дальше в этом участвовать, хотя бы какая-то ее заметная часть, у нас есть дезертиры, но их, видимо, недостаточно, потому что война продолжается, то все бы остановилось. И такие прецеденты тоже имели место в разные моменты истории, например, в страшные годы Первой мировой войны. Поэтому мне кажется, что крутое обращение нобелевских лауреатов, история про то, что ты ищешь как бы способ, как эту войну остановить, это должна быть наша общая задача. Если вы не нобелевский лауреат, то придумайте, пожалуйста, как вы можете к этой теме подойти иначе. Новость про достаточно необычную, неочевидную сторону современной войны. На этой неделе неизвестные опубликовали базу данных, якобы связанную с сотрудниками Алабуги, производственной площадки в Татарстане, где собирают российские дроны. Это одно из самых известных предприятий, активно рекламирующееся, которое говорит: приходите к нам собирать орудия убийств, вы будете с уверенностью смотреть в будущем. В сети появился сайт Open Alabuga, на котором опубликованы персональные данные больше 6 тысяч человек. Как утверждают создатели сайта, все они связаны с особой экономической зоной, одноименной, где находится это российское военное производство. Связанный с сайтом телеграм-канал был создан 8 июля. Неизвестные утверждают, что в базе содержатся сведения о людях, работающих или когда-либо работавших над модернизацией и сборкой шахедов, печально известных иранского происхождения дронов, да, которые используются для практически ежедневных атак по Украине, по украинским городам. В том числе там есть данные людей, которые проходил стажировку или просто мыл полы в цехах, такое уточнение. Люди, причастные к производству гераний, российское название шахедов, являются соучастниками международных военных преступлений и понесут справедливое наказание, сообщают предполагаемые хакеры. Российские власти и силовики эту информацию не подтверждают, никак не комментируют, не опровергают, впрочем. И мне кажется, что это такой довольно любопытная сторона современной войны, которая заключается в том, что обычно мы очень часто не знали имена людей, не могли их знать, которые участвуют в том или ином пособничестве тому или иному военному действию или военному преступлению. Потому что это был такое, массовое общество, какие-то люди работают на заводах. Конечно, у них есть имена и фамилии, но они нигде не опубликованы, и их потом после окончания войны обычно невозможно найти. Там архивы либо уничтожаются, либо засекречиваются, и дальше концы в воду, мы не знаем, кто конкретно работал на тех или иных предприятиях. Статус этих сотрудников с точки зрения международного права, мне кажется, что статус тех, кто работает на военных предприятиях, как будто бы не описывается как статус военных преступников или пособников военных преступлений. С точки зрения именно того, как ведется традиционно война. То есть я не думаю, что это правильно или хорошо. Но, тем не менее, да, конечно, моральная, как минимум, если не юридическая ответственность в отношении этих людей, на мой взгляд, есть. Получается, что мы живем мы воюем, и российская армия совершает эти военные преступления внутри абсолютно прозрачной среды. Представьте себе, что что данные про любого человека, который когда-либо участвовал в том или ином, в тех или иных событиях, преступлениях, связанных либо с российской армией, либо с военным производством, которое эту армию обслуживает, что все это где-то хранится в цифровом виде, что все это может быть похищено и взломано, что все это может быть предано огласке. Получается, огромные датасеты есть, которые описывают людей, которые во всем этом участвовали. Надо будет, я думаю, еще будет время и возможность проверить достоверность этой базы на 6 тысяч человек. Возможно, она еще будет увеличиваться, возможно, другие базы будут появляться. Но, короче говоря, все знают, и, соответственно, украинцы, и люди, которые стали жертвами атак этих гераний, они знают, кто конкретно их собирал, и какие-нибудь родственники, дети этих людей тоже это будут знать. Все это останется, конечно, да, как раньше говорили, из интернета ничего нельзя удалить, хотя на самом деле как будто бы можно, потому что постепенно интернет стареет, вместе со всей нашей цифровой культурой, там старая информация может пропадать, но тем не менее, да, все равно это все накапливается, это создает совершенно новую ситуацию, когда мы просто поименно знаем то, чем занимался во время войны. Как-то, наверное, вот знаете, это может быть таким источником некого, морального сомнения, что ли, да, в том, что, может, и не стоило участвовать в этом, может быть, и не надо было в Алабугу наниматься. Они, конечно, пытаются там вербовать иностранцев или которым как бы в каком-то смысле слова просто податься некуда, или подростков, может быть, но наверняка там какие-то есть взрослые руководители, которые совершенно осознанно пришли на военное производство, потому что они считают, что они занимаются чем-то полезным. И вот всех этих людей мы теперь видим насквозь предположительно, да, надо будет, повторюсь, проверять эту базу данных, а им с этим жить. Какая-то вот такая конструкция получается, такая прозрачная война-то у нас, да, про каждого все будет известно. И вот глядите, еще важная деталь такая и этическая, и даже, наверное, правовая, связана с тем, что если в этой Алабуге работают подростки, школьники, а это очень масштабная реклама, в том числе на российском ТВ, по поводу того, что приходите к нам работать, получите специальность, станете уважаемым членам нашего общества. По сути, что происходит? Вместе с тем, как, с одной стороны, вот эта прозрачность растет, а с другой стороны, ВСУ имеет возможность наносить дальнобойные удары вглубь территории России. Об этом даже есть там специальная дискуссия. Вот сейчас на саммите НАТО в Анкаре была дискуссия о том, что больше такого понятия, как стратегическая глубина, которая была важным понятием в военной риторике в течение десятилетий, даже, наверное, веков, все это остается в прошлом, потому что если у вас копеечные дроны достаточно дешевые могут залетать вглубь на территорию противника на 1000 километров, то никакой стратегической глубины у вас больше нет. Так вот, если у нас есть школьники, которых пригласили или заставили работать в этой Алабуге, если украинские ракеты и дроны могут до нее долететь, то по сути получается, что несовершеннолетних подростков, школьников, детей, по сути, российские власти, вот эти организаторы этой производственной площадки варварской, герани шахедоподобной, они просто превращают в легитимные военные цели. И делается это именно теми вербовщиками, которые школьников тащат на это производство. То есть детей особенно не жалко, и, в общем, наверное, здесь ничего, с одной стороны, удивительного, исходя из того, что мы знаем про эту войну и про ее инициаторов, нету. А с другой стороны, вот такой факт скрывается, когда мы видим среди этих 6000 человек большое количество несовершеннолетних, и мы это можем подтверждать. Новость, связанная с войной, которая касается конкретного человека и его гибели, и которая, мне кажется, вызывает у всех просто нормальных людей большое количество эмоций. Издание «Люди Байкала» сообщает о том, что на войне в Украине погиб второй подтвержденный российский военный, который родился в 2008 году. На момент начала вторжения в Украину этому человеку было 13 лет. Он, что называется, вырос не просто при Путине, а при вот таком военно-агрессивном Путине. Его звали Никита Малышев, он учился в местном колледже, все это происходило в республике Бурятия. На следующий день после своего 18-летия в апреле этого года Малышев подписал контракт с Министерством обороны и в течение нескольких месяцев погиб на оккупированных территориях Украины, был убит. Здесь, с одной стороны, конечно, портрет этого участника войны вызывает сильные эмоции, потому что просто буквально на ребенка каску надели, такое детское лицо у 18-летнего парня. Тут, наверное, визуальная составляющая тоже имеет значение. С другой стороны, узнали мы про судьбу Никиты Малышева из публикации колледжа, в котором он начал учиться до того момента, пока он не подписал этот контракт с Минобороны, который его жизнь в конечном итоге оборвал. И там совершенно чудовищно невнятное обоснование, связанное с тем, что вот, к сожалению, пишет, конечно, колледж, вот наш бывший учащийся погиб геройски, выполняя свой воинский долг, его обучение в нашем колледже прервалось из-за того, что он должен был выполнить свой долг перед Родиной. И вот мне интересно, конечно, обычно в колледже кто может такие тексты писать? Попросили какого-нибудь тоже там, не знаю, студента или молодого преподавателя написать что-то для отчетности, чтобы показать какой-то героический колледж. Но кто-то это согласовывал. У меня ко всем этим людям, конечно, очень такой вопрос есть серьезный. Какой к черту долг перед Родиной? Вот у вас был этот с детским лицом этот подросток. Учился он у вас, не доучился, отправился на войну. Как конкретно выглядело обстоятельство подписания контракта, неизвестно. Да, то есть, не знаю, насколько это было информированное согласие, насколько, в общем, он понимал, что куда конкретно его отправят и чем он там будет заниматься. Не знаю, может быть, и понимал. Но все равно в 18 лет, мне кажется, трудно как-то сообразить и сделать разумный взрослый вывод. Сейчас люди долго взрослеют, потому что мир сложно устроен. А у нас сейчас, видите, получается раннее такое принудительное взросление, и мир очень простой. Упаковали тебя в мешок, и ты выполнил долг перед Родиной. Поехал туда, где ты никогда не был, ты ничего не знаешь про эти земли, не знаешь, кто там живет. Поехал агрессором, оккупантом в чужую страну, и там погиб. И вот у меня вопрос ко всем этим людям. Какой все-таки долг перед Родиной? Вот что вы имеете в виду, когда вы пишете, что вашего 18-летнего парня вот такая судьба должна была ждать? То есть буквально родился при Путине, началась война, ты был там подростком, не знаю, чем ты занимался, жил, очевидно, в небогатой семье, в то время как те персонажи, которые на войну отправляют, они, конечно, живут в богатых семьях, им ничего не угрожает. И у детей, и у внуков Путина лично все очень хорошо. И дальше на следующий день после 18-летнего в армию в течение 2 месяцев ты в мешке, и ты задвухсотился. И потом твой колледж пишет про тебя вот такое сообщение. Как-то, знаете, не о такой судьбе, мне кажется, обычно люди для себя мечтают. Те злодеи, которые вот такую систему создали, они, конечно, для российского общества, просто настолько смертельные враги, то есть те, кто отправляет вот этих 18-летних парней на войну за свои какие-то непонятные интересы, которые они даже сформулировать нормально не могут, это просто настоящие, конечно, людоеды. Вот буквально Никиту Малышева сожрали, как бы не приходя в сознание, что называется, просто буквально 18 лет. При том, что у нас же вроде как солдат-срочников, понимаете, не отправляют на войну, то есть это он должен
Из США пришла неожиданная новость. Умер известный американский сенатор Линдси Грэм, одна из самых ярких фигур в Конгрессе. Для нас с вами Грэм был политиком совсем не последней очереди. Он активно выступал за санкции против России, призывал усилить давление на Путина, ведь иначе тот просто возьмет Донбасс силой. А в самом начале войны и вовсе заявлял, что человек, который Путина уберет, окажет большую услугу стране и миру. Грэм в целом был одним из главных сторонников активной внешней политики, вмешательства в дела иностранных государств и военных операций на благо Америки. А потому в последние годы стал ключевой фигурой, одним из главных сторонников Украины в войне. Поговорим сегодня о сенаторе Грэме и о том, как он выступал в Америке за борьбу с Путиным и его войной. Прежде чем начнем, напомню, мы собрали в одном месте разные способы обхода блокировок интернета. Спонсирует наш гайд сервис mCard. Он выпускает
Since the dawn of time, there has always been this idea of the strongest. We've seen it in nature, where the alphas lead the pack, and we've seen it in humanity, where the alpha takes priority over the teachers.
The alpha takes priority over everything. Do you not know how that works?
Which has led scientists to ponder this next question for ages. What does the strongest look like in Genshin Impact? And the answer...
Raiden Shogun's favorite person is very likely to be Yaimiko. So as a Raiden main, it would make sense for me to actually go ahead and build Yaimiko. I promise that this has nothing to do with the fact that Yaimiko is pretty strong in stellar teams at the moment, and I happen to have a Sandrone. I mean, I don't even know why you would assume that those are related, because you don't eat... anyways, I was doing a bit of farming, and these are so easy to get a large amount of. They're top in the tier lists in terms of my favorite regional specialties, because I had about 10, and I gathered around 160, and there were still more that I could have gotten, but it has been a hot minute since I've had to fight this boss. Wait, back here. They move around so much, I don't like it. But I'm gonna be stuck here for a few days, but not as many days if they keep giving me 4 drops. Now, if you're wondering if my Sandrone is actually built since the last video, the answer is not really. I'd love for her to be in a much better spot before I tried to move on and build another character, but my upload schedule does not allow for that. So currently, she's only on a 2-piece of the correct set, technically 3-piece, and no, they're not the best pieces, but they're okay. This one's decent enough. But considering that was only about a week of farming that artifact domain, I don't think it's that bad. Artifact domains being what they are, it could have gone a lot worse. There's a full day of resin. What does that let me do for Yaimiko? Level 40, ascended for the second time. Level 50, ascended for the third time. 60. This one I can also do. I just have to do a little bit of crafting, which is not a problem. In fact, let me just go ahead and craft everything I'm going to need for max ascension. Maybe besides the gemstones, I'll figure those out later, and I might get more through the boss fight. So up you go again. I do like that she ascends into crit rate, but now it seems I just need to wait to farm more boss drops. However, something I can do now that she is leveled up a bit is go and accept this quest. And then they're gonna give me a little demo of what she'll be able to do eventually. It is gonna be so much nicer having her turrets last way longer than they used to. And also, I believe when I use her burst now, the turrets don't go away. It just does more damage. Overall, a very good change. Although from what I know, C1 Yaimiko is really where you wanna be for stellar reactions. And while I definitely can get that C1 through this reoccurring event, there's not enough time left right now for me to make my way around, so I have to wait for the next one, because then there's a 50% electro and stellar conduct damage bonus, so that'd be kind of nice. I may change my mind on this, but for a weapon, I'm thinking maybe Woodsith, which would be great because it means I don't have to level up another weapon, and thus it'll pretty much come down to leveling the talents as well as trying to get a good artifact set. Actually, would she also want to be on this same new set? That's gonna be a bit problematic if that's the case, but it also means I just keep farming the same artifact domain for both characters, so I guess I'll have to see. In the meantime, I just have to wait for more resin. Look at I have resin, and I'm spending it on... Yeah, Yaimiko, that's what I was doing. Oh, no. That's not a good start to the fight. Maybe I should just start by standing over here, because they always jump this way anyways. Right, there we go. And then I set up. But then as soon as you take down one, they go back to the center. And then I can't really aim at which one I want to be. Okay. Nah, that's cool. Hey, Nilu, you want to show Nefer how it's done? This is why HP scaling units are the best. Because they can still take hits and dish out a lot of damage. And funnily enough, that was actually easier than using the Nefer team. So you know what? At least I'm still getting use out of my C6 Nilu. Yaimiko gets ascended for the second to last time. I'm getting very dangerously low on character XP. And I just need 12 more of these drops. You know what that means. Time to wait for resin to replenish again. And replenished my resin has been. This should be the final day of having to farm the boss. And then I could start, you know, actually building the character. Here is the final boss collection. All that's left is to get the gemstones. And finally, Yaimiko can be max ascended. And as I normally do, she goes up to level 81. I obviously don't have any good pieces on the new set. I can keep trying to farm it, but in the meantime, it might still be better to just put her on Gilded Dreams. I do still have to level up the pieces, but at least they have the right substats to start. This is such a dangerous piece to try and level up for that exact reason. Yeah, that's not a good piece anymore. Well, other than that, everything is leveled up to the max, and that gives her a 70 to 229 crit ratio. Obviously, this piece could be way better. And if I put her onto the correct set, I get an additional 16% crit rate for free. So eventually, that is the plan. However, talents are still not leveled, so I feel like it might be a good idea to change that. And for some reason, I have so many of this material. I don't know who I had farmed it for, but I'm glad I did. That makes it very easy for me to get Yaimiko's skill all the way up to level 8, and I probably could go further. I'm thinking I might try to get the burst to 8 as well, since now it's not as bad to use it. So from level 1 all the way up, I'm just gonna watch my Mora drain as I do this. To level 8. That was easy, which is good because that means I can just focus on this artifact domain. Well, not this one, the other one. And it actually is a perfect time to be farming artifacts, as the Onslaught has just recently reset. This will be my first time actually attempting to use this team, at least now that everyone has some kind of build. So let's plop all this down, go for this, and then start. I've actually never fought this boss either. Is that a bad time to say it? Okay, we're seeing 83,000. That's not bad. I'm gonna put down the turrets again, put up the skill here, put up this, sit down, and then start blasting away. Maybe go for her burst as well, see what that hits for. 200. All right, now all the buffs are up, and this is proccing 64. Did it go down? How am I doing less damage? Well, that went very well, which is to be expected because that boss is kind of designed with Sandrone in mind. Once again, here we are, 24 hours later. I'm gonna go ahead and spend my resin attempting to get the correct set of artifacts. The nice thing about Sandrone is she doesn't really need her burst. So for the Onslaught, that's perfect. Oh wait, I could just be farming this on hard difficulty. Why am I making it take longer than it needs to? Ooh, double crit, but rolls flat defense. Oh, this is so much faster on hard. Yeah, 16 seconds. Another double crit, unfortunately on defense. Maybe we'll get a Snezh 9 character that does stellar stuff and scales off of defense. Ooh, that's a nice looking piece. Wrong set. And another double crit. It is a critical day, apparently, just not for the actual rolls. Now, I said it once, and I'm going to say it again. Maybe I said it more than once. I don't remember. Yaimiko's C1 is really what makes her such a good teammate for Sandrone. So at the moment, she kind of just enables us to get more stacks within the Polestar field. I think that's the right terms for everything, or at least like trigger more stellar reactions. The current Spiral Abyss is still favoring pyro stuff from the previous banner, but I'm curious if I can get away with using Sandrone. Although if I want to use Mavuika on the second half, she's kind of gonna want her weapon back. You know what? This is a video meant to showcase Yaimiko and Sandrone, so she can keep this weapon for now. Probably a bad idea, but I'm really good at making those. So I'm just gonna set up my stuff. I'll go for this. Don't know if it's really worth using Yaimiko's burst, but sure, there we go. Then we begin firing away. Nice, 63, 63. Good thing I don't really have to use a burst here, so I get through that with no problem. All right, that one's gone. Who's the last idiot? Oh, Water Boy. That can hurt, but it seems to be going pretty well. Definitely cleared with enough time remaining. And now for my nerfed Mavuika. Still one shots. Love to see it. And you know what? Let's do it again. Big nuke incoming. Boom. That did not kill somehow. Must be because she's not on her signature sword. Chamber 2. Oh, Electro guy. That kind of sucks. But at least this isn't a freeze team. And the only reason I don't like freeze here is because sometimes you freeze him and then he doesn't immediately put up the shield, which just wastes time. And then second enemy is Big Boy. I don't think I have a shield. Uh-oh. Okay, stop stunning me, please. I'll be honest, I am playing this so poorly. So I did waste a little more time than I needed to, but pretty easy. Second half, Mawiko, ooh, did over half in one hit. Dash pretty good, and then he just falls over. I know we're not here to see this, but it's always fun to see big numbers. Simple 3-star. And then the open-eyed. I imagine this should be fun because I'm using 2 different elements, and that's what you want to do here. I'm gonna just keep doing this, start blasting again. Doing some pretty good damage. I would love to get these hits to go for 100k each. Maybe on the correct artifact sets, and with Yaimiko C1 I could be able to. Oh. Okay, he just fell over. One more nuke for the road. Doesn't kill 1.5 mil. But then each one of the bikes hits for over 100k. And here's the thing. The next Spiral Abyss is probably going to play towards Sandrone. But that kind of is applied for any new character that comes out. Well, 5 stars, of course. Now, obviously, the focus of this video is building Yaimiko. But on the Sandrone team, there are a couple other upgrades I could still make. I don't think this will really increase my damage much at all. But I can get Chi-Chi's skill, let's just say up to 10, I guess. And I suppose the same for the burst. So that will go to 10 as well. For Escoffier, I should get the burst up to level 8, which I have everything to do that, which makes me question why I haven't done it before. So after a bit of crafting, that goes to level 8. The very last thing that I can do is once again attempt to get the correct artifact set. Okay, if this only rolls crit rate, it could be good. If it doesn't, it kind of sucks. Already onto the final run of the day, and it's nothing good. Wait, why am I farming here? Just spent all my resin and then remembered the onslaught's available right now. So that was dumb. Let's see. Does this only roll into crit rate? Nope. What if I give it one more chance? Nope. Meaning, as of now, this is the best team I can put together for Sandrone using Yaimiko. She's now as ready as she can be to be used in this meta-focused team. Anyways, let's put her in some non-meta teams, because that's more fun. First things first, I can try her in a Dendro team, which is something I really never built on this account. So I'm pretty much just going to put the 3 only Dendro supporting units I have ever built onto the team. And then we can kind of just see the damage that they do. I realize that doing tests in here can be probably a little more boring, but it is just the best way to test out damage. And I could bring the Sandrone team in here, but I was informed that the stellar reactions, at least at the time of the last recording, were not being properly recorded by the damage in here. Speaking of damage, where is mine? Well, if nothing else, Yaimiko does have the highest contribution. However, that didn't go so well. So, new plan. The secret plan all along. Giving the Raiden Shogun her best friend. What kind of team am I putting these two on together? I don't know. But you know what? I haven't used my C6 Nilo in a while, so why not her? And then, I guess Inefa, although I think I destroyed her build recently, so I don't actually know if she has the correct artifacts at the moment. Let's see how this goes. Don't actually... And I guess... Inefa, although I think I destroyed her build recently, so I don't actually know if she has the correct artifacts at the moment. Let's see how this goes. Go through, set everything up, use this, because why not? Although I realize while Nilu's not on the field, I have no Hydro, which means there's no longer Electro Charge, so perhaps not the best team, but I can fix that. At the very least, it is better than the last one. Well, in terms of damage. So what if instead of Inefa, because again, she might be on the wrong build, I can go with Yelan, and this way I still do have Hydro application, which means more Electro Charged. Everybody gets their bursts back in time, and funnily enough, Yaimiko has the lowest damage on this team, and I suppose I will just try this team. I don't know if stellar damage is counted properly, but I suppose I can find out. Well, probably not. Perhaps unsurprisingly, the damage of this team is the highest of any I've tested so far, right around 77,000. But the real question is, if I want to put Yaimiko and Raiden Shogun onto the same team, what's the best team I can do that with? Maybe a C2 Shalonen? You know what? Let's just try this. I'd be surprised if this goes well, but maybe it will. So, buffs go up. Yaimiko puts down the turrets. Use the burst, because why not? I will say Yaimiko's artifact set doesn't really help at all here, because there pretty much are no reactions. It's actually better than some of the other teams I was testing, which is funny, because if I use Shalonen's skill while the Electro is applied, Raiden Shogun gets her burst back 6 seconds sooner, so I can kind of just keep spamming it, and that puts the team around 60,000 DPS. Now, if I had Nicole, that could work pretty well here, because it can buff Yaimiko even off-field, but all I have is Bennett. And after running this team for a little bit of time, it can get up to 72,000 DPS. Of course, Raiden is doing the majority of that, but all that matters is that the two of them are together. New team. We're going for Overloaded, and I absolutely butchered the first rotation. I would love to have Bennett here, but he doesn't really fit in, and I can tell the damage is not going to be beating the previous team. What if instead of Bennett, I slot in Farina? Then there are some reactions for Gilded Dreams to maybe do something, and Farina will be doing more passive damage, plus obviously buffing the team, and I don't have to worry about circle impact. Always love to see all the bursts getting back in time. Ooh, okay, damage is going up still. That's what I like to see. Ooh, oh yeah, and then we go for this, go for some charged attacks, because why not? And that puts our damage around 88,000. Although there is one thing I can do to improve that a little bit. And by the way, my Nefa was definitely not on the correct build, but I could swap Farina to her actual signature weapon. I just use it on Nilu more. So this should definitely let me break 90k more consistently, or at least I would hope so. It is pretty close to the same. It might actually be worth skipping Yamiko's burst, to be honest. I think overall it is a damage loss, though I actually take that back. So I just ran a few tests, some using Yamiko's burst, some not, and using the burst definitely helps me do more damage. Look at that, over 100k. I think I'm getting a better rotation down for sure, and I'll just cut it off there. I think if I kept doing it, I could keep it above 100k for the entire duration. But you know what? 100k DPS team using Raiden Shogun and Yaimiko, I'll take it. Since I have this team put together now, I could go test it in the Abyss, but we already did do some testing in there, so we probably don't have to, is what I would say. But you see, this whole video was a ruse. I had you convinced I was building Yaimiko for a Sandrone team. But in actuality, I did all of this simply so I could have a video spotlighting Raiden Shogun. So this Abyss definitely is not set up for this kind of a team, but I don't care. I'd like to say it's not my problem, but it might turn into my problem. Let's see if Raiden Shogun with Yaimiko are able to get through this. So far, we're doing, I think, decent damage, considering I haven't even gotten through the other phase of this yet, which I'm kind of hoping it does very soon. Although I think it is based on Night Soul, which obviously I'm not doing too much of. Oh, okay. All right, here we go. Break this, jump over here, break that, kick you a few times, and then we should just be able to delete you. Nice 3 stars on the first chamber. Normally, I would have Shalonen on the Mawika team, but she's kind of needed on the other one right now. So my Mawika team isn't quite as strong as it normally is, but the Raiden team is doing pretty nice. Now, obviously, I can't freeze or melt or vaporize or whatever this thing, so this is just going to be straight DPS, and I'm gonna have to hope that it works. I think it also does a pretty big nuke at some point. Yeah, mel or other stuff, can't do that, so I'll just keep throwing everything that I have. Oh, yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Let's try this again. Oh, bad time to lock me in a prison. So what should I do here to try and avoid instant death? I think saving my burst until it looks like it's going to do something really bad and then using it. Oh, I'm noticing the timer is about to tick under 7 minutes. Okay. Let's try again. I was able to save a bit of time on the first half, so now it's gonna be all up to this team. Ooh, Farina took a big hit there. Did not appreciate that. Come on, we can do this. I am afraid because I'm not gonna have Raiden's burst up for this, so I'm gonna, I guess, use Farina's on that attack. Shalonen burst, then the skill, just so that she has more time to heal up people. Oh gosh, that looked like it was gonna hurt. And okay, it's down. Going a lot better this time. Put up the turrets again just for good measure. I'm gonna try to save bursts, even though I don't really have to with this team because Raiden can get hers back pretty fast. But there we go. 3 stars in chamber 2. And chamber 3. Oh, come on. I destroyed that in time. Had basically no health left. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter, but still, it's the principle. Now, this little enemy... Oh, what? How did you kill her that fast? Just on field for half a second. Okay, well, here we go with this again. This time I know how to deal with it. Although, ironically, it still took about the same exact amount of time. This time, let's live more than 3 seconds. And then this is the part that's going to be kind of annoying, I think. Because I don't have Pyro. Now, Electro can still get through these shields. Oh, gosh. Yaimiko is so close to dying. And I don't know what I could do about that. So I'd have to get her on field in order to heal her. Oh, actually, now is a good time to get her on the field, but I don't have my heals up anymore. Let's go for heal. Okay, bada boom, swap to her so that she can actually heal. And we get some more fanfare. Skill, burst, good damage. Maybe throw in some charged attacks. And wouldn't you know it, Raiden, Shogun, and Yaimiko together clear the Spiral Abyss. A full 3-star clear. See, who needs the meta? Who needs Sandrone for stellar reactions? I could just brute force it using the power of friendship shared between 2 Electro characters. Honestly, maybe I don't even really worry about farming the other set for her, but I'll probably actually stick to using this team for a little bit. With that being said, I hope you guys did enjoy, and as always, I shall see you all in next time. We are officially in Genshin Impact version 6.8-1. And so, Sandrone is on the banner. Now, here's the thing. I'm currently sitting at 71 pity, but I'm not guaranteed. So, I'm gonna stay and not cry. I'm gonna come over to Catherine, who was built by the character I'm trying to pull, and then we get her to clap. And once she claps, we are... Should I do a 10 pull? I want to for the very rare chance I get a double 5-star, but if I can save pulls for potentially a weapon or maybe this banner, but probably not. You know what? Here, 10 pull for you. There's my 5-star guaranteed Sandrone, because I got Catherine to clap for us. Look, I don't make the rules. I just wish they were real. That's so fun. No, I love the part where it's completely RNG and then I get to spend over $100. Yay. Game, please, early pity. Please, early pity. Please. Nope, not 4-star. Looking for a gold. Remember that thing you gave me like a few seconds ago, but it was the wrong character? Yeah, one of those again, but this time the right character. And this is why I don't like spending in this game. Because it feels like I'm rewarding them for punishing me. Oh, Catherine, I do not like you. Well, since this is my job, let's go make poor financial choices. I want you to know I've just sat on the screen for a few minutes regretting my decisions. Okay, where's the farthest I can get from Catherine? I mean, Enkonomiya has to be pretty far away. Because apparently she's just exuding bad luck. Then to make sure she can't find me, I'll go inside the teapot over here. Once I'm in the teapot, I will get out of my boat. My boat with a go, and I should be safe from Catherine's bad luck. Alrighty. Come on, early pity. That's not what I want to see. Let's try 10 pull number 2. Okay. I hate it. 10 pull number 3. Still purple. Am I surprised? Not at all. 10 pull number 4. Great. And pull number 5. Guess who's about to be out of Primo Gems? Oh, it's me. This is great. $100. Can't even get the character that you want. I love it. That's so cool. Whoa, I didn't get her. I guess it's time for me to try and find ways to get Primos. Oh, I forgot this starts a week after each new version. I guess that means it's Imaginarium Theater time. I know this won't give me enough Primos to get a 5-star. I'm aware of that much. But I would much rather not have to spend again. So I will slowly work my way through this. You know what's funny is that new stellar stuff would be really good in here, which I'd love to use, but I don't have the one character that could trigger it. Maybe I should pull for that. Oh, wait. That's what I'm trying to do. All right, on to the final boss. Let's see what I can do here with a nuke. Only 157,000 because of the resistances of this guy. But there we go. I get 620 Primos. I don't know where my pity's at this point. I assume around 55, and it seems they're gonna keep making me climb up to pity again. Now, I did do all of this area on our Geo-only account, but I've yet to even unlock it on my main. But according to the internet, I'm gonna need the boss drops from the guy that's over here, so I kinda need to go unlock it, assuming, you know, I can actually get this 5-star. They are not making it very easy for me. I mean, there is an event going on right now, but because this is the first day of the new version, a lot of it's probably time gated. I do like the fact that she has animated eyes, but I'd appreciate it a lot more if I actually had the character on my account. Oh, look, I have a trial of her. It's like she's on the account. And see, she's already fully built. I guess I don't have to pull anymore. And triple crowned, wow. And wait, and C3. Okay, maybe I don't want to use her, because then if I get a C0 version without her signature weapon, it's just gonna feel a lot weaker than what they're giving me right now. Although I have to say, it's kind of ironic. They gave us such a stacked trial character, and all we could do was swim around. Okay, based on my math, which I don't know my exact pity because it's taking forever and a half to update, I think if I get the $30 pack, I should be able to get up to soft pity. I think I made it very clear I don't like doing this. But building this character is not going to be a super quick process, so the sooner I could start, the better. Now, game, apologize to me. Give me double 5-stars. I know you won't, but do it anyways. There is Sandrone, okay? And then here comes the second Sandrone. The second Sandrone. Just one Sandrone. And just out of curiosity, what is my pity on the weapon bin? Ooh, 3. That's pretty good. I'll chuck my remaining wishes onto this banner in case the game actually does want to apologize. But then I'm probably just going to have to give her a 4-star weapon. Yep. Alrighty. Let me first see what her signature weapon does. And it seems like outside of the stellar stuff, it's attack percent, crit damage, and it appears she's going to be using charged attacks. Because I don't think I've said it yet. I don't know what this character does outside of something with stellar reactions. Now, I could give her the mailed flower. Don't know if that's great, but it's an option. Could go Beacon of the Red Sea, Fish, or an R1 Serpent Spine, which kind of does match her well. Simply because I like crit, I'm gonna try out the Beacon of the Red Sea. I don't think Dia would mind sharing. I feel like this is potentially another character where the KFC wings would have looked quite nice. So I'm just gonna have to go with the music ones. And then it's time to actually start building her. Oh, why do I have so many of these? I honestly expected to have like 2. Oh, and she ascends into crit rate. I think the most important thing to do right now is to go start spending my resin so it's not just sitting at max. And of course, I accidentally stumbled into a cutscene. Look, I apologize for wanting to get the waypoint. My mistake. I don't want to go to Magic Mountain. And Sandrone, hate to tell you, but I don't think you're going to be able to farm this boss. So don't worry, just let Nilu take care of it. I do have a couple of fragile resin, though probably nowhere near as much as I'm going to want. All right, there is all of my resin I have at the moment. I did get a quadruple drop. Oh yeah, and I have C4 Mona, right? Can't say I'm too excited about that. Also, I somehow have none of the cryo ones of this. So it is converting time. And then I can ascend Sandrone for a second and a third time that are up to level 60. Oh, and a 4th. Not too bad. It's a good thing I farmed so many of the ley lines and not cry. And now it is time to go collect some bugs. Of course, I don't have either of the characters that show these on the map, so I've just put together a team that allows Sandrone to run faster. And I'm aware that she's a cryo character, but I keep thinking that she's Geo, because nothing about her appearance makes me think cryo. I mean, her outfit got shorter from what it used to be. So if anything, you'd think maybe pyro. I also still don't know what she does. I don't know what her animations are, and I don't know where these last 2 beetles are in this area. Because what do you mean I have to pull a limited time 5-star character just to be able to see where things are on the map? Sorry, I think I'm just still salty from the whole pulling incident. Oh, here we go again. Every spot I go to, there's always 1 or 2. I just don't know where they are. I think the main reason is just that they don't glow or shine like other things do. Like if I look at this flower, it's glowing. There's a particle. It's kind of hard to miss. But the beetles don't glow, and from a certain distance, they just kind of phase in and out of existence. Probably why they're called sub-detection units, as they are suboptimal to try and detect. You've got to be kidding, it happened again. These things are so good at staying hidden. Yeah, you know, I think I'm gonna be adding these beetles to one of my least favorite regional specialties in the game. Not just because they're kind of annoying to find, but because there are so few in each location it sends you to. And after running around collecting them for about 30 minutes, I still need 48 more. Look at this. Look. You see, okay, look right here. Look at this spot. Oh, what's that? Beetle that just spawned in out of nowhere. The Hoyoverse meeting must have been something like, okay, so we need a new regional specialty for characters in Fontaine. Let's get some ideas going. What could we do? What could we add? Oh, how about like a mechanical beetle, since a lot of things in this region are mechanical? Oh, that sounds good. Yeah, but how are we gonna make it more unique? Ooh, I know, make sure the players just can't see it. Oh, that's a good idea. But, I mean, they need to be able to collect it still. All right, so make it so that it only appears sometimes if you're close enough, but then even then, sometimes it's still just not even there. Give that man a promotion, he's a genius. Trust me, I was there. I know that's exactly how it went. They had me in a straitjacket in the corner with my mouth covered, so I couldn't say anything, and I was just screaming at them not to do this. But they went ahead and did it anyways. And once again, I have to ask, where is this last beetle? It's not here. You can't convince me that it is. 1. You're gonna send me over here for 1. Nope, I don't think so. That's a funny little joke that I am not gonna partake in. Oh, I can't go in this way. Oh, perfect. Yeah, you know, that would have been too convenient. Okay, from unmarking these, teleporting around the map, and then going to mark them again. Oh. Well, I took 2 steps and it changed. I was gonna say, that must be all that's left because they don't want to show me any other spots. 1. Wow. Careful there, Hoyoverse. I might collect them too quickly. Okay, but you'll never guess how many are in this area. I'll give you a hint. It starts with a 1 and it ends with the same 1. Although I guess on the bright side, a lot of you watching this may have already pulled Sandrone on your own, in which case, you all get to suffer with me. And to anybody who didn't pull her, you're kind of smart. And good looking. I think I'm calling it quits with the beetles. I can't be bothered to go through the underground sewers. I will still need 32 more. But I guess what I should do next is go see what Miss $130 can do. So, normal attack doesn't even have to touch the sword. So I imagine like most characters, we probably won't be using normal attacks much. Charged attack. Oh, right. I mean, how did I not see that coming? And it appears there's an overheating mechanic. Do you only want to do that until like there? Or do you want to do it to the max or no? I guess I'll find out. Skill. I'm floating. I'm not even touching the controls. I'm just going. So if your legs get tired while you're exploring, you can use your skill and then get a little break, I guess. Oh, why did you do that? Then for the burst, we shoot a bunch. Yup. Now I presume when I use this skill, I can like, no, that just canceled it. But if I hold this skill and then I can dash, I can use E again. Nope, that just gets off. All right, spawn in the enemies. Charged attack, elemental skill, use another charged attack. Got you. I'll do charged attack. I'll hold it all the way until I overheat just to see if this causes anything. Okay, it does reset the overheat. Good to know. And then I can do it again. And then just, this is, oh, wait, is this just like what you do? You just, just press E once and then you go back to this mode? I see. And then we burst. So is she supposed to be the on-field? That's the whole kit, I guess. Ah, yes. Chi-Chi, glad to see you here. All right, so I'll go for a charged attack. I'll overheat myself. Use this skill. Charged attack again. All right, use this skill. Charged attack again. Let's just throw in a burst, because why not? More damage. Keep doing charged attacks. Skill. Charged attack. This is a very simple playstyle. It's kind of like New Valette, but even easier. So I might find out that this is incorrect. But for the time being, it seems like she would be the on-field, and then we want off-field people that can do the stellar stuff, like potentially Yaimiko or Beto. However, we know they're going to be releasing new characters that do probably better than those characters can, as that's how they make money. But okay, I'm kind of waiting on resin so I can keep farming this. Weapon technically is maxed out. Artifacts I don't want to think about at the moment. And then talents. And I would think her normal attack is gonna be the one we want to go with for those charged attacks. I don't feel like this skill's important because it just refreshes the charged attacks. Oh, and I actually can't go further with this because I need to ascend her again. I'll go to the burst. I'm glad that I have some of these talent materials from who knows what, and a bit of crafting later. I can get the burst up to level 6 as well. With regards to artifacts, I have a feeling I know what her best in slot's gonna be, but I don't like that because it's a domain I've not even unlocked. So as you may be able to guess, I don't have any of those pieces yet. Maybe I'll get all of my good luck in here. And since I don't really have the correct teammates built for her, I'm gonna bring Raiden and I guess a Scoffier? You know what? Sure, let's go with this. And like, you don't have to tell me this isn't optimal. I know. For the time being, let's just get some artifacts on you. I really don't care what, as long as they have some stats. So, 2-piece hunter set and a, oh wow, okay, that's too much crit rate. And you're already on a crit damage circlet. I can see why her main weapon is a crit damage weapon, especially since she's cryo, but this is all I could do for now. Well, right. I don't know that this domain is necessarily set up for this, but I'm gonna try it anyways. I will say, I feel like my Nilu team would destroy this a lot faster, but I'm still building her, and these are not really the best teammates. Of course. Oh my gosh, I never realized how long this is. As I was gonna say, of course, to give me all the incorrect set. There's my first piece on the right set, and it is hideous. 3 more pieces on the wrong set. Hey, so remember when I said maybe I'll get lucky? Yeah, well, I should have known from my luck from earlier that that's not gonna be the case. Can my stellar scuffed team take down this enemy? I would imagine yes. I think it'll just take a little bit. You know what? It's not that bad. You didn't get to do his little gimmick, so that's good enough for me. It seems like right now 36,000 is the highest that I'm hitting with these charged attacks, at least per blast. But of course, as I level her up more and put her on the correct team, I'm hoping to see that improve. Okay, that's all the resin I'm gonna spend for right now. I can ascend her again. Oh boy, she's over 100% crit rate. That's not ideal. But once I have a bit more resin, I should be able to max ascend her. I'm actually realizing now I do not have a single crit damage main stat claymore. Technically, Mawika's weapon is gonna be better for her, but I actually do use Mawika, so I don't really want to take that weapon away. So I guess just for the sake of this video, I can swap her on over. And since I did ascend her, that means I can level up her talents a bit more. So I'll throw a fragile resin there, get the normal attack up to level 7, throw another fragile resin, do a little more crafting, and get the normal attack up to level 8. Now, if I want her in a team that actually makes more sense, I do have a level 30 Yaimiko, who I definitely cannot fully build in this video. For some reason, the trial had Chi-Chi, so maybe Chi-Chi's good here. What constellation are you? C5. I'll be honest, I really just don't want to use a Chi-Chi, but I could. And then I don't have a Nicole or anything. I guess I could use Bennett or Beto, who's also only level 60. Now my Yaimiko is only C0, and I think C1 changes once I unlock this or this. No, this one. But I know I could get a Yaimiko from this event, though if I'm being honest, most of the time I don't do this because I'm too lazy to do my daily commissions, especially considering I play on like 4 different accounts every day. I think that means I'm supposed to do this quest. I'm kind of hoping it just goes, okay, you've unlocked the buffs. Though I imagine it's going to be kind of similar to the Hex ones where you have to do it for each individual character. Each one's focused on a specific character. Okay. Oh, they have to be level 70. Well, that's a bit of an issue. I mean, currently Chi-Chi is the only one that I could do it for. Oh, and Mizuki, which I don't think is going to help me too much at the moment. Also, I saw so many people telling me, obviously they didn't have a skip button, but they were saying that when there's text on the screen, you can now instantly just zip through it for new quests. No, you can't. Or maybe I have to do a special quest to unlock the ability to get through text faster. Unless that's something that was confirmed for version 7.0 and not this one. Chi-Chi Trial Time. With Kaching, one of the strongest electro characters in this game. I didn't laugh while saying that. There we go. Now here's the thing. Since we're building for like stellar stuff, I don't know how you're supposed to build for that. I don't know what changes. I can give her a Skyward Blade because apparently no one's using that. That's only level 1. And then she's on Ocean Hued Clam on HP. I have so many questions. What was going on here? I think the hydro damage was from way back in the day. This is a terrible piece, by the way. When I tried to build a hydro damage Chi-Chi using Candace, but I don't know why she has these other pieces. They are not good. I think for this team, something like No Bless is probably a good idea. Though that's one of those artifact sets I really have not farmed much. So you can have whatever Chung Yun has because he's on that set for some reason. I do have an attack percent Goblet, and I have an ER Sands. I don't have a Circlet that I like, but that's fine because I can use an off piece. And just go for attack percent. Sure. Here you go, Chi-Chi. Don't say I never did anything for you. So now your stats are a little bit better. For Yaimiko, I'm thinking I might just do a whole video dedicated to building her because I can't do that right now. Oh no. Speaking of regional specialties that I hate collecting, you know, let me not think about that for the moment. I know only one of these characters has activated their new buff, but I'm just kind of curious to see damage. So I'm going to set all this up, use the skill, go for this. 47,000, so we are seeing higher numbers. 52, 56. All right, progress is being made. Obviously, our main damage dealer here, Sandrone, is not on the right set. Oh my gosh, she gets even more crit rate. No, I don't need it. Please. I really want to get her weapon because I think that'd be a huge boost to her damage, but I'm not putting any more money into this, so I'll just have to try and get lucky with whatever primos the game wants to give me. Okay, it is the next day, but still within the 24 hours. I just walked over to Catherine and learned something, who I hate, by the way. Whenever I talk to her, I get the same response. My ears are very used to hearing that. However, I walked over with Sandrone, and she has a different greeting. Perhaps that is common knowledge, but I had no idea. But now that I do have a little more resin, I should be able to get all the boss drops that I need. And I must say, it was a mistake trying to bring this team into this fight. Unfortunately, I am 1 drop short, which means I'm gonna have to waste the fragile resin just to get this. With that, the boss farming is done. Oh. How did I already forget about these? I think my brain was trying to do me a favor by letting me forget. But now I do have everything except for those beetles. Though I imagine a lot of players are going to be needing them in their own world. So my best bet might be joining one of my own other accounts to try and collect them. That of course means I actually have to go and update Genshin on another device, which is never a very quick process. While I do that, I figure I'll just burn through the rest of my fragile resin in hopes of being able to put Sandrone onto the correct artifact set. Though as you might expect, it's not going so well. With all of my fragile resin gone, I think the only piece I would even risk leveling up would be this one, and it's still not great. And yes, I could try and craft a piece for her, but considering how much more I will need to be farming in this domain, I think it's better to just wait on that. Okay, here we go. You know, the smart thing to have done would probably be joining the swords only account, because then I could put Clorand on the team, and I think that would make it where I could still see where these beetles are on the map. You may also think that because I just did this recently, it'd be a lot easier for me to find all these beetles, but rest assured, that is not the case, because I pretty much don't remember where any of them were. Case in point, I think I'm missing the same exact one that I struggled to find last time in this spot. This should be one of the easiest locations. About half of it is just water, where they can't even be. Yet somehow, I can't find it. Ah. Found it. I need one more. And there it is. So that took about 20 minutes to get roughly 25 of them. Not exactly record-breaking time. However, Sandrone can be ascended for the final time. And as per usual, I'll put her up to level 81. With regards to the team that I might actually use her in, I feel like Yaimiko is a given. Chi-Chi is a maybe. And technically, I could use someone like a Escoffier, or I have a Shalonen who's on her signature weapon with C2, which would give Sandrone 60% more crit damage. However, I don't think this artifact set does anything with stellar reactions, and I really don't want to put her on an instructor set because I use her in a lot of other teams. I could try Bennett, but as far as I'm aware, Yaimiko's skill doesn't snapshot. I guess there's one way I could test this. Once again, I'll just say I am aware I don't have the stellar buffs for Yaimiko. She's only level 30, but I just want to see between this, using Bennett, and then maybe Shalonen, which one's actually better. I really do need to get Yaimiko's buffs. That team was about 53,000 DPS. If I swap to Bennett, I'm just going to end the test there because the damage is so much worse already. And what about Shalonen? I am seeing up to 70 Ks with her charged attacks. The biggest issue is just Yaimiko's turrets keep going down. That was only around 49,000. I have to say, it's a pretty funny distribution of damage here. So for the time being, of course, this might change once I'm able to build characters for this team. I think this is the best team for me. Okay, well, this is kind of interesting. I decided to bring in a team that had nothing to do with stellar reactions, just to see how she would do. And funnily enough, it's better than all the other teams right now. I imagine that's going to change once I unlock more characters with their respective buffs. But it kind of goes to show, without very specific teams designed for stellar reactions, she's really missing out on a ton of her potential, and I get that that's the whole point, but I do kind of miss the days of characters like Yelan, who you can kind of slot into almost any team, and she works really well. First, with lunar reactions. Now, with stellar reactions, it feels like some of the creativity's taken out of team building. I think that's just my main complaint with the way that they're moving forward with new characters. Okay, so it would appear my best team is actually just Cryo and Hydro with Escoffier and Farina. That is definitely the highest damage I've been seeing, at right about 73,000 DPS. However, I am just now hitting the 24-hour mark of trying to build this character. I do have enough Primos for one more wish if the game wants to be nice. Let's be honest, it's not gonna be exactly as expected. I have a ton of artifact farming I now need to do, and another whole character I'm gonna need to build. With that being said, I hope you guys did enjoy, and as always, I shall see you all in next time.
Okay, I'm gonna have a walk and go to close by shop to buy some tasty things for myself because I want to eat something tasty. Mm. Yeah, semi back. I bought the stuff that I wanted, some stuff that I didn't want initially. Yet I enjoy nonetheless. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
This is an absolutely terrible idea. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is a surprisingly realistic RPG set in a chaotic Bohemia. You play as Henry of Skalitz, who despite many beatings and challenges will eventually go on to save the day. Anyway, the game is challenging, but definitely doable. So after release, the developers added Hardcore mode, which forces you to take negative traits that make the game impossible without experience. But what if on top of this I also added more challenge? No maps, scurvy, an insatiable appetite, and the kind of rebalancing that renders the game normally unplayable. So what am I going to do with this hellscape that I've created? My goal is simple. Take Henry from a naked, penniless vagabond and turn him into a naked, penniless vagabond who survived 7 days without dying. Can it be done? Well, there's only one way to find out. So give the video a like and place your bets in the comment section. And let's get this show on the road! But first, a word from our new partner. The European heatwave of doom is upon us, and whilst the world might be on fire, my desire to consume tea has never burnt brighter. But how have I not died of heat stroke? Well, I've been mixing my regular tea drinking with iced tea. But not that syrupy, sugary nonsense from America. Holy iced tea. So, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. We are playing as Henry today, who is completely filthy, partially naked, and has absolutely nothing to his name. However, unlike the regular Kingdom Come Deliverance start, things are even worse. We would start the game normally with a few things in our inventory, but this makes it far too easy. So everything's going on the ground. There's all of our starting nonsense. We're having none of it. So where does our wonderful Henry start? Well, we begin at level 6, which might seem very good until you realize that that just means we get to pick one of two perks. Opportunist, meaning we lose less reputation, or Charming Man, meaning we gain 10% more. Wow, what a great investment. We're going to make Henry a charming man. Can't you tell by all of his charm? Despite that, we have the charisma of a sea sponge, the agility of a static caravan, and the vitality of a corpse. The only vaguely positive stat we do have is strength at a rating of 2. Now bear in mind, everyone else is going to be starting the game off with all of these things being roughly 6, and you can start to see the problem we're going to have. We look terrible, we sound terrible, we feel terrible, and doing literally any form of combat would result in Henry collapsing on the floor with a heart attack after swinging out a single punch that did a measly amount of damage. That's our hero. Now we'll get into most of these debuffs later, but the main things we need to look at are Henry is starting out dehydrated, malnourished, with a protein deficiency and scurvy. All of these things are really bad. I kind of need to get some form of water. There is a well here, right? There's got to be a well in a village. Unfortunately for me, I can't actually use the map, so I don't know where anything is. But here is a little bit of thing for me to wash myself with. Yep, there we go. Splendid. I'm as clean as I can get from a trough. And then, is there any water for me to drink? Just like a well, anything? There is a bit of beer. I could steal the beer. I'm going to have to grab it. Right, look, I know stealing is wrong, but fundamentally, I am dehydrated, so I need the beer. There we go. If I drink that, am I now slightly satiated? Yep, we're hydrated. Perfect. Now, if I check my stats, we have 3 agility and 1 vitality. Wow, that's what I call a little bit of progress. Okay, next up, it's our food-related problems. So I'm going to engage in some local weeding so we can get some money to buy some tasty food with. But unfortunately, I've picked up my First negative perk trigger. This is bad back. Basically, Henry has a bad back, which means every time he crouches or bends over to pick up things, there's a chance he hurts his back and ends up hobbling around at a slower speed. It's very dangerous in a combat environment, but considering my plans for the first day are going to mostly involve gathering resources in the safe environment of the town, we should be a-okay. Right, so I've picked up most of the herbs in this little starting area. Now I guess my goal would be to try and find some kind of apple. Right, after some...
Out of all of the currently active animated movie franchises out there, I don't think there's any series that's been as much of a punching bag as the Despicable Me series. These movies are often thought of by the animation community at large as lazy cash grabs.
Wow, this is garbage. You actually like this?
But at its core, Despicable Me is the story of a supervillain whose heart is changed when he adopts 3 orphan daughters. A premise that should have incredible comedic and emotional potential, which is why I think the real downfall of the Despicable Me franchise is that it's terrified of its own premise.
Remain seated, please. Permanecer sentados, por favor.
As of 2026 and the release of the surprisingly excellent Minions and Monsters, Illumination's flagship series is now at 7 entries, with 4 mainline Despicable Me movies and 3 Minions prequel spin-offs. That's 7 movies in 16 years, compared to Toy Story's 5 movies in about 30. And yeah, as far as I'm concerned, Lightyear doesn't count. In that time, the Minions have become an immovable fixture of pop culture, having firmly embedded themselves into the very fabric of your annoying aunt's Facebook feed with those memes that use the Minions but don't even make any sense because the Minions don't speak English. And yet, it works! The franchise has generated a whopping $5.6 billion at the box office, and Despicable Me also has the distinction of having the first theme park attraction to be cloned to every Universal resort in the world. Illumination Entertainment was founded by former Fox Animation exec Chris Meledandri in 2007, and was essentially meant to be Universal's answer to Pixar. Not just by being an in-house animation studio for them, but as its own flagship brand, much like what Disney does with Pixar. As such, Despicable Me is Illumination's Toy Story. It was their first movie, and it was a huge hit. But where Toy Story is known for its strong characters and emotional moments in addition to its comedy, when people think of Despicable Me, they think of slapstick minion nonsense and not much else.
And it's easy to blame the tater tots for this, but I think that's a cop-out. Animated kids movies are inherently going to have comedic relief elements. What's important is how those comedic relief elements are integrated into the story.
The original Despicable Me from 2010 introduced us to a world where larger-than-life supervillains compete with each other to pull off bigger and bigger heists. In this universe, an entire pyramid can be stolen and replaced with an inflatable replica, and the public only notices because some idiot kid ran up the scaffolding and fell. We meet Gru, who's a supervillain living in the middle of suburbia and doing his best to be a public menace and stick out like a sore thumb. When he finds out that the pyramid has been stolen, his ego is bruised, and he plots to pull off the biggest heist of all time.
We are going to steal!
Pause for effect.
This puts him in direct competition with Vector, the Nepo baby who stole the pyramid in the first place. Vector steals the shrink ray out from under him, and Gru tries and fails many times to steal it back. At the same time, we're introduced to 12-year-old Margot, 9-year-old Edith, and 6-year-old Agnes, sisters living at Miss Hattie's home for orphan girls. Margot's the responsible eldest sibling who's essentially had to step up and kind of be the mom to her younger siblings. Edith is a chaotic troublemaker, and Agnes is the adorable youngest who's obsessed with unicorns. And the orphanage they're at forces them to sell cookies under the threat of public humiliation. I find it hard to believe that this same orphanage would pay for them to go to ballet classes, but okay. And their lives collide when Gru sees these 3 little girls waltz straight past Vector's high-tech security system to sell cookies.
Light bulb.
He decides to adopt them in order to use them as pawns in his scheme. With help from the Minions, Gru is able to fake his way through an interview and a background check. And apparently, there's no home visit required from Child Services.
Stay away from there, it's fragile. Well, I suppose the plan will work with 2.
Hey, it's dark in here. I poked a hole in my juice box.
That is a 10 out of 10 joke right there. I love it. It's dark, it's dry, and it plays on the contrast between the girl's childhood innocence and Gru's life as a villain. So much of the humor in this first movie is built around being playfully dark like this, with the slapstick of the Minions just being there as a garnish. Gru successfully steals the shrink ray from Vector, but also ends up truly bonding with the girls. Then there's the inevitable third act. Well, it's not really a misunderstanding. Gru just lets them get taken back to the orphanage so that he can focus on stealing the moon. He successfully does steal the moon, but surprise, surprise, the girls have already stolen his heart. Vector kidnaps the girls from their dance recital, and Gru has to go save them. It's also revealed that the shrink ray's effects are temporary, and the bigger the item is, the less time it takes to go back to normal. So the moon has to be sent back into space as soon as possible. We get our big action climax where Gru and the minions have to save the girls, Vector gets sent into space to presumably die up there, or get eaten by Desmond the Moon Bear. But all is right with the world, and the girls are happy to be back with Gru. Despicable Me 2 picks up with Gru in full dad mode, hosting an absolute blowout of a birthday party for Agnes, complete with a bouncy castle slide, an obstacle course, and only minimal amounts of children being injured. Gru's even making grilled rotisserie chickens, which is an interesting choice for a backyard birthday party. Gru, my man, I know you're trying to flex, but there really is no shame in just ordering pizza. If you want to flex, you can get stuffed crust. Which would imply that time is indeed moving forwards for these characters. Although I think she's still supposed to be 6 here, I don't know. The next day, Gru is kidnapped by Agent Lucy Wilde from the Anti-Villain League, a global task force that works to stop supervillains. Something that never came up in the first movie, but will become a core element of the franchise going forward. Since Gru adopted the girls and gave up on being a villain, the AVL figured that he'd be the perfect recruit to join them and help stop other villains. Something I find really interesting, so Despicable Me 2 came out on July 3rd, 2013. Exactly 1 year and 1 day earlier, Universal Orlando opened Despicable Me Minion Mayhem, and the ride's Q videos giving the relevant backstory are presented like confidential case files. And in these videos, the narrator says, "It is not known if Gru has left his life of crime behind, or if he simply has 3 new, adorable accomplices." I actually went back and rode Minion Mayhem for the first time in a while after I finished rewatching all the movies and wrote the first draft of this video. And the ride feels like a glimpse into what the series could have ended up being. Minion Mayhem explicitly takes place 1 year after the original movie, and has Gru actively still being a villain.
That is trying to be evil.
The ride was clearly made before they opted to have Gru be a former villain going up against other villains throughout the rest of the series. I feel like having him stay a villain could have been a bit more interesting, but then I guess he'd basically just be Dr. Doofenshmirtz. Huh. I feel like there's a very obvious joke I should be making. That night, Gru is tucking the girls in.
Good night, Agnes. Never get older.
This is a very sweet line that will, unfortunately, take on a whole new meaning as we continue to move forwards. Gru ends up taking the AVL up on their offer and is paired up with Agent Lucy. There's a bit earlier where one of the moms at Agnes's birthday is trying to set him up with a date. The girls keep asking about him going on dates, and they try to set him up for online dating. Later, Agnes is taking part in a Mother's Day recital for her school, and feels like she shouldn't do it because she doesn't have a mom.
Maybe you can just use your imagination.
You mean I pretend I have a mom?
Yes. Right? You can do that, can't you?
Yeah, I do that all the time. Thanks, Gru.
Yeah, that's genuinely adorable and heartbreaking. It makes sense that the girls want to play matchmaker. And when Agnes meets Lucy for the first time, she can just sense that she'd be perfect. So yeah, of course, Gru ends up with Lucy at the end of the movie.
Those girls totally adore you. I bet you're a fun dad.
Huh. I am pretty fun.
This was also the first time the Minions got their own subplot, with them being kidnapped, first 1 or 2 at a time, and then en masse. And predictably, the PX-41 serum, which is what was stolen and what the AVL is looking for, by the way, is being used by El Macho to turn them into evil purple minions. The insane popularity of the Minions after the first movie obviously led to them having way more screen time in the sequel, but at least the subplot here is ultimately relevant to the overall plot of the movie, so it's not that bad. Even isolated comedic trailer moments with the Minions, like the infamous Beto scene, have a purpose within the plot. Gru is trying to work up the courage to ask Lucy out on a date, and torches the phone in frustration.
Beto, Beto.
We get plenty of moments with Gru and the girls in this, specifically with him and Agnes. As stated previously, Agnes wants Gru to be with Lucy so that she can be their mom. There's also a small subplot where Margot has her first crush on a boy, which gives us Gru being the overprotective dad. And Margot ends up getting her heart broken, so that doesn't go anywhere. Out of the three girls, Edith is the one who never really gets any kind of character arc or interesting development. She pretends to be a ninja, steals coins from the mall's fountain, and gets grossed out by Margot dating.
Can I be the first to say, ew?
She doesn't ever really get any of those quiet, one-on-one emotional moments with Gru like her sisters do. It kind of feels like the writers don't really know what else to do with her. Circling back to Minion Mayhem for a moment, Universal made the regrettable decision to remove the 3D from the ride back in 2019 in an effort to cut down on the number of 3D rides in their parks. Not only do I feel like this really hurts the ride itself, but there used to be a whole sequence of gags in the first pre-show that directly played on the existence of the 3D Minion goggles. To pad for time, they added in a montage of clips from the second movie and Minions. But they include a clip of the wedding from the end of Despicable Me 2, which would imply that the ride takes place after that movie. That doesn't make any sense! The ride can't take place after the second movie. Gru would actively be working for the AVL here. And perhaps more importantly, where is his wife? How are you going to show Lucy in the pre-show but then have zero references to her existence?
I'm not sure if this is actually a channel that I want to watch. A retrospective from. No, okay. Something probably should work appropriately now. All right. An interesting didn't call.
Самолет летит, у него проблемы с двигателем, капитан понимает, что дело плохо, и говорит стюардессе: слушай, у нас тут, похоже, значит, придется сделать экстренную посадку, чтобы не было паники, пойди и отвлеки как-нибудь пассажиров. Вот как хочешь, так отвлекай. Она выходит и говорит: уважаемые пассажиры, минуту вашего внимания. Вот смотрите, сейчас я сниму пиджак, и в это время у самолета отвалится левое крыло. Снимает пиджак, там значит. А сейчас я сниму левую туфлю, у самолета отвалится лопасть. Снимает левую, сниму правую туфлю, а сейчас я сниму юбку, а сейчас я, значит, сниму колготки. Ну и самолет таки, значит, жестко приземляется, разваливаясь на части, из-под омлопа выползает выживший пассажир. И сама ты дура, и шутки у тебя дурацкие. Вот и не хочется. И сама ты дура, и шутки у тебя дурацкие. Вот и не хочется. Неужели не слышали, боже мой, это какая-то советская классика. Я совершенно не знаю, откуда мне это известно, откуда, как это говорили, опять же, при советской власти, одна сволочь в троллейбусе рассказала. Но, тем не менее, это как-то вспоминается мне в последнее время.
Похоже ли это на то, что будет с Россией, Екатерина Михайловна?
Опять же, не хочется быть той стюардессой, которая снимает юбку, пытаясь тем самым отвлечь пассажиров от паники. Может быть, пассажир...
When I first put a call out for video ideas around England, so many people suggested bell ringing. It is much more complicated than just playing a tune, and also dangerous if you do it wrong. No matter where you are in England, there will be a church with a bell tower not too far away. You'll hear church bells on Sundays in almost every town and village. At Worcester Cathedral, early in the morning before the Sunday service, I met the ringing master, Darren, and the first thing we did was go up to the top of the tower. That's beautiful! I think I can see the rainstorm coming in.
Yeah, probably in about 10 minutes that'll be over the cathedral.
Oh, never mind. Shall we go and see some bells?
Okay, so go down.
All right. There is an unmistakable sound to English church bells because instead of one person playing a particular song, there's a different person ringing each bell, and together they're playing mathematical patterns. It's called change ringing, which is where we get the phrase ringing the changes. There are so many words and phrases in English that come from bell ringing.
When the bells are ringing, you can feel the tower moving a few inches in all directions.
Yeah, you can. There's enough mass in those bells. They swing the whole cathedral tower.
Yeah, so our tower moves a bit more than most towers. It's still perfectly safe, but it's quite noticeable up here.
It felt like being in a very slight earthquake every time the biggest bell, the tenor bell, rang. Which brings up the obvious question, how big are these bells? We put on ear defenders and went down a level into the belfry. They all stopped so perfectly.
Yeah, it doesn't always happen. Sometimes one carries on, but they managed it just right there. So this is the biggest one that we ring. That weighs 2.5 tons.
Do you know which foundry?
Taylor's Foundry in Loughborough.
I was there a couple of weeks ago. Those bells were made by the same foundry I visited at the start of the road trip, and they are colossal. They're making the tower shake because the largest one is 2.5 tons. You'll notice they've all been left pointing upwards. More on that in a minute.
So they were all cast in 1928, and so they're coming up to 100 years old, and they're one of the finest sounding sets in the world, so we're really lucky here at Worcester Cathedral to have these.
Wow.
So we'll get a better view from around here of what...
I mean, that was a pretty good view. I could feel the wind coming from them. We climbed up to an overlook, and Darren texted down to ask the bell ringers for another quick ring. We'll meet them in a minute. It was Sunday morning, so this wasn't going to be unexpected for everyone around in Worcester.
When they get ready to go, you might see the tenor start rocking because it's so heavy. You have to bounce it before it will go.
Right.
And then, yes, that will be the first bell, the smallest one, the treble, to ring. So he's getting ready to go, or
there we
she.
go. That was one of the loudest things I've ever heard. You can feel it in your bones, in your internal organs. The sound hits you, particularly every time the big tenor bell goes. Change ringing starts and ends with a scale, highest to lowest, and in between plays about with that pattern. That's magic. How on earth?
There are actually 16 ringing bells because we have some semitones. You can't ring them all at the same time. It doesn't give you a true scale. But we can swap particular bells for a sharp or a flat version of it and get a different scale. And actually, we're the only tower in the world that can produce a harmonic minor ring of 10.
I don't know what that is, and it sounds impressive.
It sounds impressive, and it sounds fantastic. It's a mournful sound, a minor key, so we ring them for remembrance and other mournful occasions.
I regret making a joke about that now. I've got to ask what the pipe's for.
That's for sound. It's actually an experiment at the moment, but that particular bell is a bit quiet in the room that we ring from, and that's a way of trying to get more sound downstairs. It hasn't solved the problem yet, but it's a bit of a trial and error sort of experiment. But that's what it's for.
Each of those bells is connected by a long rope down to the ringing chamber. And after a lot more stairs, that was our next stop. And I was there just in time for the next set of changes. For British folks a bit older than me, the basics of bell ringing were just kind of general knowledge. Of course, everyone knew how church bells worked. The idea of bells and bell ropes and it being dangerous if you got it wrong, that didn't need any explanation, to the point where it was a comedy trope. 1960s slapstick police comedy Carry On Constable showed a bungling policeman pulling on the Sally, the fluffy bit of the rope, and being hoisted up into the rafters.
No!
A 1980 sitcom Allo Allo, set in France in the Second World War, had a scene where the comedy villains, Gestapo officers disguised as monks. It was the 80s. They also end up dangling from the bell ropes. No one had to explain what those ropes were or even what bell ringing was. It was assumed the audience would understand. Both of those scenes are wildly inaccurate, by the way, for two reasons. First, as soon as the bell rope started to pull you up, you'd let go, probably before your feet even left the ground. If for some reason you clung on, you might be pulled up by the rising rope, but then you would come back down. Unless, of course, there was a ceiling, like there is in the Worcester Cathedral ringing room, in which case you'd break both your wrists and probably your arms when you hit that ceiling. The rope would carry on, giving you friction burns, but you'd let go, fall back down, and break your legs, or worse. But that's not funny, and back when most people knew how the basics of bell ringing worked, being hauled up into the tower was a silly what-if punchline. But this stuff is dangerous if you don't treat it with respect. But the second reason those scenes are inaccurate, most of the time, those bell ropes are not live, and they're never left unattended if they are. You wouldn't be able to just stumble across a dangerous bell rope left abandoned. And to explain that, I have this prop. So, most of the time, the bells are stored pointing down. The rope is attached to this wheel, which is attached to the bell, which can spin 360 degrees. And remember, that bell weighs tons. So it's not a case of pull it and it'll ring. Instead, it's like pushing a kid on a swing. You have to pull and rock the bell a little, and then pull again at the right time, rock it a little bit more, again and again and again, and ring the bell up. And eventually, there'll be enough energy in the system, it'll be almost doing a full revolution, and it will click just into place on what's called the stay. When we went into the belfry, that's where all the bells were, on their stays, potential energy in the system ready to go. That's when it's dangerous. With a slight pull on those bell ropes, tons of bell will start to swing, and at that point, it's going. The bell will turn and the rope will come down. The bell will swing past the center point, the rope starts going back up, and the clapper, the thing in the middle here that hits the bell, will get a ring. Which is where we get the British phrase, going like the clappers. But that bell is not going to stop. There's only a little bit of friction in the system, so it'll reach the other side, and like a kid on a swing, it will come back down again, swing the other way, the clapper will hit the other side, the bell will ring again, and so on, and so on, and so on. The job of a bell ringer is not like playing a piano or guitar. It's adjusting the timing of one part of a complicated system, one bell, pulling on the rope just right to add or subtract energy from the system, to hold the bell just on its tipping point for a moment to slow it down, or to pull harder to speed it up, or to add enough energy that the bell will reach the stay and stop, but not hit it too hard, because that stay can be broken, and that's a couple of £100 in repair bills. So, you know, no pressure. Oh, and also, you have to watch what the other people are doing and kind of do mental arithmetic at the same time. What Darren's about to say will make sense in a moment.
So they were ringing call changes where one person actually tells the bells when they have to swap. But when you were upstairs, you were recording a method, so they will just say start, and everybody knows what they have to do, and they just do it.
By this point, it was nearly time for the Sunday service downstairs in the cathedral, so Darren took up position as ringing master, and after they started with the initial high to low scale, he said some numbers.
8 to 9.
Those numbers are instructions to swap bells in the current sequence.
10 to 11.
So 10 and 11 just swap positions.
8 to 11.
And only bells that are currently next to each other in the sequence can swap. If you wanted to move 1 to 4, you you'd have to go through 2 and 3 first. That's the basic rules of traditional change ringing, which sounds simple, but the ringing master's job is to run through a set of permutations, either to fill the time available and return to the initial scale to finish, or to run a particular sequence. When Darren said recording a method earlier, that's where all the bell ringers are working from memory. Oh, and just to make it even more complicated, for special events, bell ringers might run through every possible permutation of some of the bells or all of the bells. That could be maybe 5,000 changes, taking 3 or 4 hours. It'll be different for each church, but whatever it is, the ringing master just has to remember the rules and the patterns, and everyone has to keep in time for hours. The plaques on the walls in that room, they're to commemorate times when that happened for royal weddings or other major events. This, however, was a regular Sunday, so they kept going until 1/2 the hour, all steady, each one following another, keeping time until Darren brought it back to the scale.
4 to 5. Stand. All right, thanks very much, everyone.
I think I might know why there's a big overlap in my audience and bell ringers. It's physical but meditative. It involves a little maths and paying attention and maybe some notation. It's hard work that can also get you into a flow state. I talked to Chris, who's been ringing bells at Worcester Cathedral for 33 years.
4 years ago, sadly, I got diagnosed with Parkinson's disease. So ringing here helps me to slow down the rate of deterioration. Because I'm looking down the barrels of being wheelchair bound in about 15 years' time. And that scares the life out of me. So by coming here, doing the physical exercise and the mental maths to ring the methods is helping slow the deterioration down.
And it is physical work.
It's physical work. It helps me stay active. And when you've got a disease, it's important to keep active as much as you can. So I go to the gym 3 times a week. I come up here, and learning the mathematical sequences and memorizing them in your head helps to slow the rate of dementia, which is part of Parkinson's, down.
That is, it's a scary thing to be looking at.
It's a scary one. I'm only 53, so I still want to be ringing here in 10 years' time.
The service down in the cathedral would last about an hour, and I had until the end of it to learn the ropes well enough that they'd let me be part of an actual brief ring. We couldn't disturb the church service with bells, of course, but that's fine, because Worcester Cathedral is one of the very few places in the world with a simulator. So now, all I have to do is get good enough in the next hour that they'll let me on the actual bells. We'll see the simulator in just a moment, but first, I'm really trying to avoid clickbait titles and thumbnails in this series, but the temptation is always there. I hope I'm on the right side of the line, though, and when Ground News reached out to be a sponsor, I jumped at the chance. Time for me to learn how to ring a bell. The teaching room is below the ringing room, and it is more or less a copy, except that instead of the regular bells, it has 8 weighted dumb bells. Dumb meaning silent, which is offensive if it's about a person today, thanks mostly to Americans using it to mean stupid, but a dumb bell is a silenced bell. A heavy weight spinning round. And yes, that's probably why the weights people use in the gym are called dumbbells. Bell ringing is everywhere in English. Anyway, Darren set up one dumbbell into the up position, rested it on the stay, and tried to teach how to safely ring a bell to someone with no upper body strength and poor hand-eye coordination.
So to ring a bell, there are 2 strokes, we call them. There's the hand stroke, which is when you pull the sally. This roughly bit's called the sally. And then there's the back stroke, which is when you're pulling on this bit. So if I just show you that.
And now, a montage. 2 reasons. First, because I didn't turn the microphones on for this. In the background, there is a very loud and very large ticking clock, which will actually be important again later in the road trip series, so I'll have to show it to you now. But second, because it is just a huge amount of practice and getting the muscle memory right. So first, I learned the backstroke.
Yeah, a bit too hard. Oh, so you touched the stone. So you didn't bang it. It's okay, you didn't bang it. So just go a bit further on each. So okay, we'll go again.
It's not about pulling hard on the rope. You don't have to pull hard. It's about timing, about understanding what's going on above your head and adding or subtracting energy. The ringing sound you can hear in the footage, by the way, is from the laptop just behind. It can't be heard outside the room. We are not bothering the churchgoers below. Don't consistently in that. Just a little bit, just pull it, which is why you can see there's 80s and 90s ringing bells. Yes, they know how to do it super efficiently, not fighting against it. After 15 minutes of that, it was time to learn the other half of the movement, pulling the Sally. This part here, once you pull it, it is going to go no matter what. So you have to let go. Oh, I think we pulled up with it. Right, because the bell is currently up. It's currently set like that. Once you pull the Sally, it tips it into the balance point. Whatever it's going, that's going. Yeah, do not hold the Sally. No. The simulator isn't quite as dangerous as the actual bells, but it can still hurt you if you're not sensible. So the next thing is to try and catch the Sally. You can't catch it when it's on the way down. Okay. You have to wait for the bob. It lies a bit. That's the point you can catch it, and then you pull it again. This was difficult. Not physically, just mentally, trying to keep a steady pace, trying to keep the system in balance and in time. After 10 minutes or so, Darren was just holding the Sally, putting in no force, and I was catching it, but he was still holding it just in case. And he had to keep reminding me to keep my eyes forward, not up. Looking up doesn't help. And when you're actually ringing, you need to look at the other people to keep precise time. You're also kind of looking at all the other rings around you. Why does that feel a bit like juggling? Yes, I feel like there's still another similarity. Jugglers have precise timing, physical skills, patterns that change over time and can have notation, and also overlap massively with mathematics nerds. If you enjoy juggling, you may enjoy bell ringing, and vice versa. Next job, put everything together. It went well for a little while, and then I got a bit startled. I got tangled in that roof. I didn't get... Oh, no, hold on, give me a second. Sorry, there, get back to you. That's okay. There are just two things that worry me in sequence there. Yeah. One is, I felt that snatch up. Yeah. And the other was, the rope, very briefly, now I don't want to tell you, dangerous, but the rope went like that. Right, yeah. And I just had this moment, I mean, I get back, it pulled up, right, yeah, that's fine, yeah. Okay. It can spook you when you're not used to it. One final thing to learn, how to hold the bell on its balance point. Pause here. Yeah, you can hold that for quite a while. You can, yeah, and sometimes you do. You have to wait there for ages. Yeah. When you just get to that balance point, it's quite happily there. But if the bell is coming towards you... You've got to go. Gotta go. Yeah, do not try and push it back up. The weird thing is, you can't pause the bell if you haven't pulled hard enough before. It feels like if you want to stop, you should pull less. But no, the way to stop is to pull just enough that the bell can rest on the stay without breaking it. Pulling less means it'll just start swinging back and forth. And then you've got to think of something very quickly. Right. And you can't wait. Yeah. So just pull harder is the rule. On the but if you pull too hard, you're going to hit the stay. Yeah, that's right. So right. But if you can't pause, then you pull on the next possible opportunity a bit harder. Okay. Whichever stroke it is. All right. So shall we leave it there? I'll leave it with you. The last challenge of the day then. With about an hour's training, I joined the bell ringers for an attempt with the real bells. If I got this wrong, half of Worcester would hear it. That's not an exaggeration. It's about 50,000 people who live and work within the range of those bells. So look, I know this isn't going to be great. If I get one or two rings in and don't panic, I'll be happy. But wish me luck. 8 bell ringers, one of which is me, with Darren ready to step in the moment I look like I'm not in control of 2 tons of metal above me. He's always going to grab the Sally, just for safety, but he won't actually pull on it unless he needs to. I'm sweating, I'm not entirely sure that's the climb up the stairs. You'll be fine. We're going to be watching John, because we want to ring just after him every time. John in the yellow, John in the blue? Number 2. John in the blue, okay. Okay. Already? So we look to them. I will be on the Sally with you. Okay. Wait, I've got to also... Okay. So look and pull. We'll pull just after John. You can still face the middle. Okay. Just... Yeah, I've got to keep both in... Okay. Pressure on. 50,000 people listening, whether they want to or not.
Already, look to the treble. She's going. She's gone.
No, I've lost that immediately. That's on you. So you, I stand.
You just stopped for a minute.
I just stopped.
Yeah.
No, that did not go well.
That's all right. We'll try again.
Sorry, folks. That was me just having a bit of a panic.
It's the fun of hearing all the other bells ringing with you.
Yep. Okay, so.
So do that, but don't stop.
Just don't stop. Don't stop. That's yeah.
Is this place still there? Why?
Back in 1999, German indie developer Egosoft released what would be the first in a long-running series, X Beyond the Frontier. Notable as a spaceship piloting game with some combat, but also a mix of trading and economics. Rolling the clock forward about 20 years, following hot on the success of X3 and the somewhat more controversial X Rebirth, X4 Foundations came to be. A new X3, sleek, modern, and fairly uncompromising. Every journey starts with presentation, so let's start with that right out of the jump gate.
In the name of the Grandmother, I welcome you, stranger.
Now, despite Egosoft being a relatively smaller indie developer, they are running X4 on a proprietary engine, and graphically the game actually looks pretty good, especially given how complex it is. Ships, stations, and the various static objects look anywhere from totally fine to shockingly good, depending on what kind of lighting and fog effects a particular system may or may not have. There are a few assets from initial release which are a little bit dated, but they did get an uplift later on, so both the ship and station design.
Okay, let's have a think a bit. Who are there? Is there anyone who's killing with HP percent? Better. Better. And defense percent, attack percent, and his mental skill. Defense. Defense once again. Just defense. Okay, so HP percent isn't needed. Alright. You're also scale with attack. And what does it say? Has completed witch's homework. So that's specifically for supports. Elemental only bar elemental damage bonus. Corresponding to Saga character's elemental type. Equivalent character and current active party member. Okay, so but Dorian plays with Nicole, if I see. So Okay. Duran doesn't want this set because it requires other stuff, right?
Designs are quite competent, and some of them also evoke some fairly respectable similarities to some classic sci-fi designs. The design languages from faction to faction are unique and recognizable at a glance, and the designs range from just kind of okay to the Queendom of Boron. Meanwhile, on the audio side, the various sound effects are your typical flavor of sci-fi spaceship stuff. Pew-pews and boom-boom.
Forager. K. Turret.
The music is competent, and the style and instrumentation is more or less what you'd expect.
That goes
from
to
this
trash.
spaceship. All of the music in this video is from X4, so you can be the judge. Voice acting, on the other hand, is a bit of a mixed bag, not unlike my own videos.
Were you able to contact the rest of the fleet?
Negative. Comms are still scrambled. I only have last known locations.
It'll have to do. We need to regroup to stand any chance.
Both in a charming low-budget indie dev kind of way, but also kind of a just not great kind of way.
Activated switch. 8 affected switches. 6, 7.
Some of it sounds janky.
Affected switches. 6, 7.
Some of it sounds janky but endearing, like, you know, literally anytime a Boron speaks.
Victory! Praise Queen Menelaus.
Polyphides?
What?
21 full years have passed since the late Queen Menelaus concluded her reign.
Oh.
But then on the flip side, there's the more recent licensed AI voice usage and just kind of whatever was going on with timelines in general.
Dreaming? You're not dreaming, Kaori. The ball is the mission director.
And the alien?
Alien is not a term that is considered to be polite, young Terran. On my world, it is you who would be considered to be an alien.
Frag! Real aliens? Are there more?
Maybe don't use the A word?
Oh, yes.
And generally I would call that a deal breaker, but between it being a small indie dev studio and their history of not having the best voice acting just ever, I'll settle for a finger wag with the caveat that the developer at least claims they did license the voices. I don't like them, and they are uniquely bad, but their use is at least very minimal. And following along with that, when it comes to the quest and NPC interactions, the quality isn't exactly some ultra high budget affair. Listening to the NPC speaker, it's not going to blow your socks off, but it's serviceable.
Yet, if we could simply...
Enough, please. I understand your request, but I do not think you understand what is at stake. Please have patience, but for now, the matter is settled.
Outrageous! The Boron Queen's government itself is racing to reconnect, and you decline to facilitate? What kind of royal steward are you?
Please? There is nothing to be gained from trading insults.
This is absurd!
Onto the gameplay side, this is where X4 starts to get deceptive. You see, X4 presents itself as a sort of typical space sim. You get in the ship, you fly around, you shoot bad guys, and you try not to become space dust. You know, enjoy the peaceful wonders of jousting in the void. You can treat this like a typical spaceship game, but this is Egosoft lulling you into a false sense of security. For you see, this is secretly an RTS and logistics game. The ship combat is merely the tip of the spear here. There is a whole economy out there for you to exploit and build your empire from. Of course, when you do sit in the pilot's seat, the game's combat is quite competent for a game wearing so many different hats. The ships fly as you would generally expect them to in a spaceship game like this, and if you enjoy these kinds of spaceship dogfighting games, you'll probably feel pretty at home. Now, the combat AI is not going to be thwarting any veteran spaceship pilots out there, but it is fairly decently competent. It can dodge shots occasionally, and it can mostly stay on target. And if you get swarmed, then your choices become run or die. On the other hand, the capital ship AI has historically been very problematic. But as of 9.0, it is in a much better place. Most of the time. Usually.
Requesting immediate backup.
Yeah, but you're not really supposed to fly into the defense station. Yeah. But the fact that only one of them did it is, trust me, a huge improvement. And while flying a capital ship is not quite as fun and exciting as flying a fighter, you do get to play with the big guns, so if you don't mind being a little bit slow, there's that for you too. Ultimately, if you like jousting in spaceships, you can do so much worse than this and get half the content. And of course, you have a plethora of options for different weapons and missiles, from the typical energy pulse weapons to chain guns to fun and fancy things like railguns and space shotguns. There's also a variety of missiles and swarm missiles and torpedoes, but they tend to be in a bit of a weaker state in 9.0, it seems. Capital ships in X4 feature various surface components which can be disabled by damage. This is a pretty typical system for this kind of space game, but it also does come with a bit of a pitfall, and that's that it is extremely easy to blind spot capital ships. Every ship in the game, including capital ships, has an HP pool, and when you reduce that to 0, they just die. Unfortunately, if you hide in the engine wake of, basically every capital ship in the game, there's nothing they can do about it. So, yeah. And even if they have a turret that's protecting their backside, you can just blow that up and then kill them.
Protect that ship.
This also happens to make shipboarding notoriously easy, on top of some already cheesy boarding methods which can be exploitatively applied against your allies with little to no consequence. Okay, listen. The Talati Ministry of Finance don't want you to know this, but capital ships are actually free. You can just board Marines and take them. I've got like 5 Talati capital ships back home right now. And there's basically no reputation penalty. They won't do anything about it. You can just steal them. Now, as is usually the case with games like this,
yeah, that's really nice
can be
meme.
pretty easy to exploit if you know the right tricks. But it will suck out a lot of the fun, so I do recommend minimizing how much of that you do, at least certainly the first run or two.
This is
Pod launched. Moving to.
Well, I guess it's usually easy to exploit. The start of the game is generally pretty simple. You get a ship, you get some plot missions to do, you get dragged around the X universe, meeting all sorts of various factions, and engaging in all kinds of activities like trading and exploration and combat, the usual spaceship stuff. You start out poor, so you do some random missions to blow up some minefields or deploy a satellite here and there, and then you start thinking about building your player empire. You buy some NPC piloted trading and mining ships, and then you start building your own stations. And then you go from there. Miners mine, stations make wares, traders move them around. No matter how daunting X4 seems, it all comes down to that. Station building is fairly approachable, and you can start dipping your toes into it fairly early on once you have a couple million credits and you want to do something easy like an ore refinery. Just make a design, hire a building ship, and pay for the wares needed to make it. You can also make some really neat station designs if you are so inclined. The caveat is that for production stations, you can sometimes end up just spamming factory modules, and then it gets a bit weird. Oh, no, don't put that there, don't put that there.
Oh no.
Do be mindful of accidentally making the Windmill of Hate. Anyways, the only solution for making more wares in your stations is, unfortunately, aside from the production bonus...
Windmill of Hate. Funny. Funny way to phrase it. Yeah. Good substats. Is not it. Unfortunately, in this context. This, sure. This... not so good. Crit aim attack, yeah. God of Peace, potentially. If it had 4 stats already, at least. Elemental mastery isn't necessary. Because they only care, there are like 3 characters that currently exist. Well, they can introduce someone who scales with HP percent or E. But yeah, of course, Alice. Though, is Alice going to be support? I also feel like she is going to scale with attack and be fire damage dealer. One month ago, Gums go. Wait, what? There's a YouTube video? Nice. Alright, it's...
Everyone keeps asking me again and again, is she going to be a raw meat main DPS monster or some big snake having thick dendro Dr. Baiju kind of sub-DPS mommy character? But my answer stays the same. My bubble cake buddies, she is going to be a thick raw throat threatening main DPS mommy. No doubt about that.
Okay. Confirmed as a Pyroman DPS in version 7.3. Alright, that's nice. Fire officially confirmed. Catalyst agreed upon by multiple leakers. Pyroman DPS mode focused leaked. System marker. What the fuck is the system? Да, я его съел еще вчера. Okay, this is bullshit. Hydra support Sinchu combines with the power attack to trigger powerful melt reactions. What the fuck? What the fuck is this bullshit AA site? Alice. Alice the neglectful, first ascension passive. Alice has not seen her daughter clean years and leaves her reading to the Knights of Felonies. As such, should Alice find herself on some Patier's Klee, she will simply disappear until such time Klee either leaves the party or falls in battle. This is really funny, even if not true. What do you expect from Alice's kit when she eventually released? Big Klee. Is everyone just gonna write Big Klee? Crying emoji, praying emoji. Oh yeah, power damage. Yeah, apply para every elemental hit. Yeah. That's just. It is what it is. I can take it when you want to see Kashinli and try to play Dilik. My shilling deals more damage. I try to play Yumi, my shilling deals more damage. I try to play Side, my shilling deals more damage. I want to play Klee or best him to Shelling. I want to play Raiden, Child. They both want Shangling. She carouse me, but the thought I wish for her, I cook for her, I give her the catch. She isn't satisfied. I pull engulfing lightning. I don't need this much ER. She tells me, give me more field time. She grabs Bennett and forces him to throw himself up enemies. You just need to funnel me more. I can deal more damage with Homa. I can't pull for Homa. I don't have enough primogems. She grabs my credit card. It declines. Guess this is the end. She grabs Gooba. She says, Gooba, get him. Gooba, go get him. There is no hint of sadness in his eyes, nothing but pure, no CD fire application. What the Oh yes. I love the memes. Just put the Dorian in the bag and put the Dorian in the yeah, DPS Arlecchino, DPS Karg, DPS Movik, and DPS Guba. Yeah. Isn't Shining replaced by Movik in like 19% of the teams? Yeah. Right now both Movik and Durin has pretty much replaced her. Though the meme still stands lol. As someone who actually has both, I feel like Movik is still better unit than Ultima or feel where Durin Shant was 20 Hexray team. Movik is, in contrast, is still my go-to DPS, and at the same time I kind of want to, and not at the same time, for Alice to praise her, but something I would truly want to see one day is a 5-star version of Bennett. Kind of how Gilan is a 5-star Sincho. Well, Nicole came. And there is somewhat 5-star version of Bennett. She does the Dodoka version of Zhongli's ult. Yeah, the Dodonik. It's so Dodoka over. Dodoka get on. Yes. Everything is a nuke. Burst, nuke. Skill, nuke. Normal attacks, nuke. Charge attacks, nuke. And of course, being constantly teams. Let the mom and daughter be together and cause mayhem, Hoya. Wrongly, that could be very synergistic. Quickly, Alice comes and nukes everything, then gets off. If you let clip with the right kind of buffs, it might not be the cope. Alright. I have an idea. Yep. Alright. Alice is the founder of member A of the Hexagon Circle Mages, right? With Alice. Okay, let's just go to I don't know, Kimi chat. Let's go for Kimi chat. Yeah. I think I am logged on, so there should be past discussions that are hopefully saved. Log in. Gimme. Okay, I'll continue with Google then. I think this one, the main. Sure, glass. Let's see if that's the correct one. Yeah. There are. That's the correct one. No agent swarm, I just one thinking. Okay. Genshin Impact question. Okay, pencil. I need to figure out how to write it down. I lost my pencil again. Here it is. Okay. Yeah, great. I'm gonna write 1.27 here because it became way less pronounced over the time it laid on my table. Characters in that game have abilities that let's say give buffs. I'm only gonna ask about buffs for now. Gives buffs based on their stats, including ATK, HP, Def, EM. HP is reserved for height, rank characters, and if reserved for duo characters. Well, attack might be the stat, the for okay, let's go like this. Characters in not that game. Genshin Impact have abilities that give buffs based on their stats. Give buffs to other characters. HP is reserved for Hydra characters and F is reserved for Geo characters. Attack might be the start above scale of for characters for supporting. Okay, so let's go attack. Supporting characters. Characters in Genshin Impact have abilities that give buffs to other characters based on their stats, including attack, HP, defense, and AM. Generally, HP is reserved for Hydra characters, and Def is reserved for Geo characters, while attack might be the stat above scale of for characters of any element. Thinking. Including deep research. Swarm slides, deep research websites. Oh, websites is deep research. Let's see what deep research. What does deep research do? Plugins. Skills. Web search. Auto. It currently is on auto. Okay, I can turn off. Is that statement? Is that is that statement correct? If not, all the exam I'm gonna remove generally. HP is reserved for Hydra characters and Def is reserved for Geo characters, while attack might be the stat the above scale of 4 characters of any element. Is the setting in order? I can't give all the examples. All the characters that make it. You know, I'm not sure how to English here. Is it setting color? If not, give all the character exam this that make it false. While keeping the reply on the short. Okay, let's go. Thinking. I'm gonna search for anything. It's just thinking. List of character buffs. Oh. Character buffs means another thing. Because character buffs is another thing. Yeah. Oh, no, that's actually an interesting. Buffs. Elemental Mastery. Talent 2. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this page? It's interesting. It's an interesting page. Zhongli. Ah. They're in oh. This looks really outdated. No, in F. Passive talent 2. What does she buff? Doesn't say anything. Ganyu. Oh god. Let's see what Kimi chat. Layla. See 4 buffs. Layla see 4 buffs of normal charged attack damage based on her max HP. Cookie Shinobu. Electro also buffs. Dory Electro. Dendro. Yeah, okay. Healing skills. Well, it's healing. Heals. That's also heals somewhat. Burst heals active characters basic. Cookie Shinobu burst heals What? No, this is bullshit. Questionable talents. Questionable. Metal mastery. Okay. That's actually quite nice. When dispatched on a expedition. Yeah, okay. Not burst skill. Yeah. Fuck. Oh my my fucking shoulder. It just deals damage. Total damage. And constellations don't change it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. HP once again. No. Okay. Well, it's unfortunate that the thinking eye that has access to the internet still made this mistake, meaning I can't trust it. Yeah, okay, so Layla. Let's see Layla. To see Layla, to go here. C4. Normal and charged attack damage to increase best of 5% of Layla's max HP. Okay, so she scales off of HP. And there is no maximum. Just as much, give her as much as HP as possible. Okay, well that means I should give her something more appropriate. Like this, for example. Or this. Let's switch here. She doesn't need double crit. She needs ER for her burst. This may be 5.8, 4.1, 5.3, 0.5. HP crit rate. Okay, that's nice. It's generally nice. HP percent, crit rate, yeah. Okay, that's fine. That's appropriate. Yeah. It's also very appropriate. Though she doesn't need the This attack is much more overt, I think. Crit damage. Yeah, sure. HP percent. Double crit. You serious? Well, it's nice. It's actually nice. Yeah, I think everything now is appropriate for her. Just need to level it up. Okay, well. Let's see this. Layla. GK. Well, it's just skipped in this list. Нет. Yeah, it just isn't there. Yeah. This is really super list. Okay, let's see other sources. 5.8, no, def. Scaling with character health. Okay. Mental burst. Fourth ascension passive, Yolan Zhengli. Layla, yeah. Treatment dance of fields. Wait, by the way, Layla uses this set? It's really weird. No, here. Dia combina. Here we go, Layla. Another Layla needs from focus. Shield on is a curtain of slumber. Yeah, one is increased by 1.5% of level max HP. Damageable by shooting stars. 5 banates of formal focus. Wait, damage dealt by shooting. What? All the nearby party members, the drone star effect. That's force. No, that's forced ascension passive. Come on, I'm reading the wrong stuff. Constellation, yes. Layla. Normal and charged attack damage to increase based on 5% of level's max HP. But like, for one attack. It's of a formal focus. Damage absorption, yeah. Yeah, this is bullshit. It's not worth it. It's like one hit for maybe once or twice per rotation. The cross.
My experiment will succeed.
Okay, that's the new ones. First of all, login. Here. Choice. Mm-hmm. Please don't ask this. Yeah. Okay, ask the person that made Mm-hmm. Fandom. I don't remember my fandom. I think last past may have. It's gonna require me to. Yeah. I didn't try to log into Twitch. Oh well. Here it is. It's for verifying. So copied the password. No, here's the deal.
I'm Sucrose, a researcher about.
There's a separate tab. They made it. This article is about voiceover of Pro to Luna 6 for those who currently use cross voiceovers. Yeah, nice. Okay.
I'm Sucrose.
Yeah, okay, nice. So friendship level 4.
Absorption test.
Save, take screenshot. How do I remember I used to open them somehow and download them. But man, it's so cool that they just fucking left them up on the website. That's cute. Okay, let's close the last pass. I'm slowly moving over it. But man, is it slow. Yeah. Okay, so I don't know. Yeah. It's annoying.
Initial investigations. I'm here to find a full.
I don't have an explanation for that, other than fumbling under the pressure. My hand wasn't quite in the right place, and I didn't have the muscle memory to correct it. Attempt number 2.
Ready? Look to the trouble. Going. Gone.
Keep looking at number 2. So pause a bit more.
You can tell on the wide shot, my timing is completely out. I've lost track of when and how hard to pull, and the bell is doing the timing for me. I'm going to hand that to you. That's yours.
Okay. Stand. So that was fine, but you weren't going up in a foot backstroke.
Right. So I needed to put more power into that?
You just weren't pausing at backstroke. So
Not
you were pulling
pausing?
hard there, but then just bringing it back down like this. You didn't do the pause.
I didn't do the pause?
So wait, and then bring it down.
It wasn't quite 3 strikes and I'm out, but I did not want to outstay my welcome. This is my last attempt. Thank you, folks. Thank you for letting a novice on your bells.
So good pull on the first sally, and make sure you're up and pause at backstroke, and watch John.
Okay.
Okay.
Look to the trouble. Going. Gone.
Can you see the grin on my face? Just for a moment, just briefly, I had it. Not quite.
Stand.
It's on you.
There you go.
Thank you so much, folks. That was an absolute privilege.
Good.
If you're in England or a few other parts of the world and you'd like to try bell ringing, your local church is almost certainly looking for volunteers, and you don't have to be religious. Next time, or right now on Nebula, a trip to a World Heritage Site with an angle finder and a slightly unhinged conspiracy theory.
In 2026, a common method of dating U.S. archaeological sites for the future became 5 times more expensive. How? In 2026, a common method of dating U.S. archaeological sites for the future became 5 times more expensive. How?
Like, the only thing that, or the first thing that comes to mind is, like, some of those isotope sample things that you need to run, processes in a lab. Sometimes those, because of, you know, corporate greed, they really increase the fees on lab materials. But that's not a very...
Well, like, RAM is getting really expensive. Is it RAM related for computers? Is it the same chemical that they use to make RAM?
I'm gonna sit out of this one because I think, while I don't know it, I think I've worked it out. So I'm gonna leave it to Annie and Emily.
Okay. I would focus on the for the future portion of the question.
So we really, and I know that they talk about like how the difference between the proposed Anthropocene and the Holocene, they don't really have, they haven't decided exactly, but they're thinking about doing like nukes because that happened kind of recently.
What?
Like, I don't know, you know how like once like atom bombs have, or once nuclear weapons are used, or then it changes a bunch about the fossil record?
For like carbon dating or...
Yeah.
Okay.
Like that type of...
Yeah.
That's what I was kind of thinking. And if I'm totally off, tell me if I'm off. This is not, I'm not the archaeologist here. So,
That's probably why the archaeologist got this question.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, what would make it more expensive if it's not like lab-related technology?
They also have like defunded so much stuff in 2026.
I know. I'm like, is it?
Could it be
is
like you can't get into the national parks as well anymore?
Or like tariffs?
Tariffs?
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
But, like, these are all really sad answers. I don't feel like this is really what they were looking for. I feel like it's more science, like process related.
I'm pretty sure I've got this. I'm just amazed that the one Britain here is the person who's figured this one out. This is US archaeological sites, right, Jen?
Yes.
Okay.
Specifically U.S. archaeological sites.
Only the American ones. Okay.
I would think more along the lines of excavation and what an archaeologist might do during an excavation.
Is it because they defunded a bunch of scientific research?
Well, they did do that, but that's not...
We're traumatized. I think that, like, Annie and I can't come up with another reason. Like, anything should be possible.
Emily, I think we can do this. I think we can lock in, but maybe not, actually.
So, when you are done with a site, what might you do?
Like, preserve it?
I have no idea. I'm just imagining, like, they put a flag and they say, like, we just excavated this.
We found it, guys. Here we did. Don't touch it. Stay out.
Check mark.
What would they do? To publish? To publish about it? Is it because it's more expensive to publish in scientific journals? Again, like, these are sad answers. I mean, they might be true, but I don't think it's what they're looking for.
It's 5 times more expensive, but still very cheap.
If I can pitch in with a clue, Jen, a few years ago, same price rise happened in Canada.
What's something that became cool in Canada and then spread to the US? Justin Bieber, kind of.
I mean,
it's more that something was discontinued.
This is how archaeologists are marking the site, right?
Yeah.
Is it chalk? Is it some kind of, like in Japan, where you guys know about that special chalk that all these mathematicians, like, hoard because it was a special formula?
It, like, writes smoother or something, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's
People
not
were
that.
buying it up because, like, the parent company was retired. Anyway, no, if it's not that,
It's not the
Baloney.
special Japanese chalk. What could it be?
I don't know.
So what information would you want to pass on to future archaeologists about a unit you just excavated?
What you found there, who you are, when you were there.
When you were there, stick with that.
Okay, so how would we say when we were there? I would write a note and I would say, hey, I was here on this day.
I'm like, are time capsules? Is the fee of time capsules in the ground?
You're so
is
close.
Is it because of like precious metals to our
climate change?
Stick with time.
Now we're just kind of saying like cute, like we're saying buzzwords that get people angry.
What's something that has a year written on it?
A dollar bill?
A penny.
Penny. A penny.
And
it's
what
pennies. You mark it with pennies.
And what has happened to the penny?
It's going away.
Because they discontinued it and they didn't announce any solution for replacing the situation.
So why would it be 5 times more expensive if pennies are discontinued?
Because you have to do it with nickels.
Oh.
I wasn't thinking like that at all.
Me either.
I've never actually done this in an archaeology unit, but I have heard of this. So when backfilling in a unit, typically we put something in the unit to mark that we have excavated there. And some archaeologists will put a coin, and the cheapest is of course a penny, so that's one you can easily throw away into this unit. But since the penny is gone, now people will use the next highest coin, which is a nickel, so technically 5 times more expensive.
Wow, I mean, that makes sense. I just didn't know that was a cool thing that archaeologists did. I feel like I'm part of the cool kid club.
I'm so excited. I'm going to be leaving pennies everywhere so that people can know what year I was there.
Yeah, coins are actually one of the most precise forms of absolute dating that we can do, because we know that if we find a coin with a year on it, we know that that site can't date to before that time.
That's pretty cool.
The Lateral book is out now. Just click on the link to get your copy.
Cute.
Меня признали агентом, хотя Минюст в суде объявил, что иностранных источников финансирования у меня нет. В Украине меня официально признали угрозой национальной безопасности, а в Беларуси мои ролики признают экстремистскими. Приятного просмотра. 8 июля в телеграм-каналах Ксении Собчак появились странные сообщения, будто бы какая-то хакерская группа разместила у себя скриншоты ее переписок, но ей, мол, скрывать нечего, и поэтому можете посмотреть их прямо тут, на ее канале. Вскоре стало ясно, что ее взломали. Через несколько часов Собчак удалось вернуть доступ к своему аккаунту, но инфоповод за это время успел созреть. А затем подоспели и новые сливы переписок. По заявлению команды хакеров Black Mirror, они заполучили доступ к личному архиву Собчак объемом более 350 гигабайт. Он охватывает период с 2015 по 2026 годы, и началось экспонирование архива, так они называют, собственно, сливы. Разрозненные переписки с самыми разными людьми, аудиосообщения и частные видео, но, пожалуй, главной темой стали обнаруженные там обсуждения редакционной политики СМИ «Осторожно, новости». Оно принадлежит Ксении Собчак, и на скриншотах якобы она извиняется за отдельные публикации перед якобы своими кураторами, обсуждает удаление материалов, упрекает своего редактора за посты про атаки БПЛА и за негативные посты про мессенджер Макс. Что в итоге? Недруги злорадствуют, приятели сочувствуют. Сама Собчак отрицает подлинность сливов. И у нас, конечно, нет возможности подлинность проверить. Но если предположить, что это реальные переписки, то чем они могут дополнить наше представление о Ксении Анатольевне? Помимо того, что ей следует быть осторожнее в вопросах кибербезопасности. Кто и зачем взломал Собчак? Почему ее СМИ важно для современной России? И как выживает отечественная журналистика в условиях военной цензуры? Давайте разбираться.
То, что называется военная цензура, существует ли она сегодня в России? Конечно.
На скриншотах переписок в том странном посте на канале Собчак стояли ватермарки. Это был адрес сайта хакеров Black Mirror, черное зеркало. Так называется.
Okay, so that's fine. Mental skill. Fifteen, that's fine. unhit. Mhm. 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 Yeah. No damage bonuses. Major cost. Total product damage. Mhm. 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 Okay, so Chichi gains a lot of energy recharge. Also, Chichi can use Polonius sword. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, so until C6, all her buffs don't scale with anything. She doesn't need to build attack. She can just have a crit rate hat, which she currently has, and can use this crit rate hat to trigger Fav. And she doesn't need anything else here.
Называется их группа. Да, как одноименный сериал Чарли Брукера про опасности современных технологий. Телеграм-канал взломщиков появился еще в 2019 году. Есть подозрение, что его команда может быть связана с так называемым анонимным интернационалом, или как его еще называют, Шалтай-Болтай. Это тоже команда хакеров, которая действовала в середине десятых годов. Они взламывали Дмитрия Медведева, Игоря Стрелкова-Гиркина, Аркадия Дворковича, Дмитрия Киселева и многих других. Также именно они сливали переписки, связанные с Евгением Пригожиным. Или, может, помните сливы переписок о проплаченных материалах о выборах в Мосгордуму. Они же публиковали переписки про заказные публикации против Алексея Навального и еще многое другое. Но к концу 2016 года некоторые члены группы были задержаны. Впрочем, многие участники анонимного интернационала смогли избежать ареста, а в 2018 их предполагаемый лидер Владимир Аникеев вышел на свободу. Уже в следующем году началась активность команды Black Mirror. Но, конечно, никаких точных доказательств связи между этими группировками нет, и кто стоит в группе, неизвестно. Впрочем, метод Black Mirror схож с практикой анонимного интернационала. В какой-то момент те решили публиковать лишь часть материалов, а остальное продавать на аукционе. Так теперь делает и Черное зеркало. Они демонстрируют в своих каналах фрагменты архива и затем продают его целиком. Правда, различается декларируемая мотивация группировок. Анонимный интернационал раньше заявлял, что их не устраивают ограничения свободы в сфере интернета и агрессивная внешняя политика. Своей целью они якобы видели изменение мира к лучшему. По другим данным, они устраивали громкие сливы для рекламы других своих услуг. Black Mirror, в свою очередь, заявляют, что их цели сугубо коммерческие. В то же время их сливы затрагивают только людей, так или иначе связанных с властью. Об этом 2 года назад говорил журналист Евгений Легалов. Он тогда работал над материалом о группировке.
Из интересного то, что ни одного материала про оппозицию я не нашел. Я спросил у создателей, почему. Они говорят, что в шутку, что не пользуются спросом. Потом они, конечно, говорили, что на самом деле мы это все продаем сразу в закрытых каналах, это появляется. Но проверить, как продаются они и продаются ли они вообще, просто не представляется возможным.
В августе 2025 года телеграм-канал Black Mirror заблокировали за доксинг и вымогательство. Хотя сама группировка отрицает, что занимается вымогательством. Но на деле они продают компромат за деньги. И если человек не хочет, чтобы его архивы попали неизвестно кому, то он просто должен раньше всех за это заплатить.
Они зарабатывают на этом, да, то есть публикуют часть, а остальное, значит, кто купит? Видимо, рассчитывают, что купит владелец.
А если вы вдруг не хотите оказаться в том положении, в котором оказывается жертва слива личных данных, то вам точно стоит посмотреть рекламную интеграцию. И вообще, спасибо, что смотрите рекламные интеграции. Реклама позволяет мне выпускать больше хороших видеороликов. Любой VPN меняет ваш IP-адрес и позволяет тем самым Незадолго до блокировки в канале публиковали сливы переписок Николая Крылова, доверенного человека Алишера Усманова. Тогда архив был выкуплен всего за 3 часа. Журналист Андрей Захаров после блокировки хакерского канала обращал внимание, что у Османова вроде бы как неплохие отношения с Павлом Дуровым. Есть подозрение, что именно он тогда нажаловался владельцу Телеграма. В апреле того же года был удален из Телеграма другой канал, полный инсайдов и компромата – ВЧК ОГПУ. По некоторым данным, произошло это из-за недовольства российских спецслужб. Основатели ВЧК ОГПУ, в отличие от основателей Black Mirror, мы знаем. Это бывшие авторы агентства «Росбалт» Александр Шварев и Алишер Абулаев. Они создали новый телеграм-канал, но в итоге и он был официально заблокирован. Все по той же причине, что и Black Mirror – за доксинг и вымогательство. Владельцы канала объясняли блокировку давлением Усманова. Но, конечно, сложно представить полное исчезновение таких каналов. В конце концов, торговля данными – это уже большой сформировавшийся рынок. Естественно, у обеих групп есть свои сайты и резервные аккаунты, так что они продолжают функционировать и делиться своими находками. И вот недавно была взломана почта Ксении Собчак. Black Mirror опубликовали часть скриншотов, а вскоре и ВЧК ОГПУ выложили дополнительные материалы. Ксения Анатольевна заявила, что это все фейки, но хакеры Black Mirror ответили на это издевательски, цитата, «стадии, паника, осознание, отрицание, гнев, торг». Видимо, ожидают торга. Существенная часть опубликованной в канале подборки вообще довольно случайная. Об этом написали и сами хакеры. И там действительно много случайного и личного, видео тусовок, якобы переписки с мужем, обсуждение начала войны с Полиной Дерипаской и даже разговор с Андреем Ермаком, тогдашним руководителем офиса Зеленского. Там же чаты с Моргенштерном, Кристиной Потупчик, ее сотрудницей и многими-многими другими. Даже с Навальным. Собчак в 2016 году якобы помогала ему идентифицировать женщину, с которой Игорь Сечин отдыхал на Мальдивах. Есть и примеры неудачных попыток посотрудничать с разными другими людьми. Например, с Сергеем Новиковым, начальником управления АП по общественным проектам. Его, если что, считают ответственным за черные списки артистов и музыкантов современной России. Тот написал Собчак, что ему якобы уже прилетало в прошлый раз за согласование каких-то ее действий. Но главная часть слитых переписок, если они достоверные, показывает, что новостной ресурс Собчак «Осторожно, новости», судя по всему, напрямую сотрудничает с администрацией президента и московскими властями. Со стороны АП с ней контактирует Владимир Табак. Это он, слева на видео. Табак передает ей указания замглавы администрации президента Сергея Кириенко. Его в переписке называют начальником. Со стороны Москвы в переписках Присутствует вице-мэр Алексей Немирюк. Он ответственен за работу московского правительства с медиа. Табак, к слову, является гендиректором ОНО «Диалог». Эту организацию считают ответственной и за пиар Минобороны. Если что, именно Владимир Табак и его организация, судя по всему, сделали из Ридовки, которая была оппозиционным медиа, то, чем она является сегодня. Разумеется, все эти люди являются лицами закручивания гаек в российском интернете. Не стоит забывать и то, как в свое время Кириенко проводил совещание по блокировке Ютуба. Он же непосредственно связан с раскруткой мессенджера Макс, а его сын возглавляет ВК. И именно Сергей Владленович отвечает за финансирование СМИ со стороны администрации президента. Но вернемся к Собчак. В слитых переписках можно обнаружить обсуждение удаления или редактирования материалов. Там же можно найти факт-чек публикации от топ-менеджера структур Усманова и от Константина Эрнста. Ну и, конечно, от Немирюка и Табака. Причем с последним в чатах разгораются целые конфликты. Собчак упрекают за публикации на острые темы. Ксении Анатольевне приходится оправдываться.
Ты знаешь, когда есть косяк, всегда готовы признать, там, да, как по ремеслу. Но тут не та ситуация. У нас ни одного нету, ни такого видео, ничего. У нас там есть какой-то дым пожара, но это ровно те 100 пришлю сейчас таких же ссылок с Ридовкой, с Худовкой, ну, то есть самыми отсталыми слоями населения. Поэтому, ну, просто хотелось бы понимать, когда тут хотелось бы понимать, за что.
Это аудиосообщение, которое Собчак якобы записывала Табаку. Как можно понять из контекста, речь идет про публикации об атаках дронов на Россию. Еще 17 мая на канале «Осторожно, новости» можно было увидеть такую новость. Мол, да, в России ввели запрет на публикацию данных о терактах и о последствиях атак БПЛА. И, цитата, «из-за этого возникает ситуация, когда местные жители подробно обсуждают последствия ударов, информацию об этом публикуют эмигрантские медиа или украинские ресурсы, а издания внутри РФ могут писать только о том, что сообщают официальные лица». Сама Собчак в тот день высказалась еще откровеннее.
Блестяще. Теперь люди идут в интернете читать эмигрантские и украинские СМИ, потому что российским СМИ писать о прилетах запрещено. Задача по раскрутке иностранных и проукраинских ресурсов выполнена на 10 из 10. Хорошо, что никакого интернета скоро не будет, и народ не будет узнавать больше вообще ничего.
Другой конфликт случился из-за постов издания про нехватку бензина на заправках. Московская мэрия тогда сильно протестовала против освещения этой темы и называла новости фейковыми. А вот что Ксения Анатольевна якобы говорила Немирюку.
То есть мы ставим, у нас есть все видео, все доказательства, а они пишут, это неправда. Ну, неправда, как бы как, какие этому доказательства. То есть мы сейчас отправляем туда людей, будем под видео это все записывать. Ну, слушай, есть же эта проблема с бензином. Мы же сразу скажем, что мы не можем об этом не писать.
Получается, что фейковые новости о наличии бензина изданию присылают как раз из мэрии.
Я хотела в том числе об этом поговорить, потому что вот уже у нас есть точный факт, что нам один раз фейк Москва присылает.
Получается тупиковая ситуация. Не писать о происходящем совсем осторожно новости не могут. В конце концов, они чуть ли не последние занимают место крупного СМИ в России, которая из России не уехала, остается под контролем государства и при этом не стала стерильным. Но за то, что они в этом пишут, даже очень осторожно, им все равно прилетает от цензоров.
Что нам с этим делать? Мы-то и рады не писать. И они общаются вот сейчас с нами в группе так, как будто... Ну, понимаешь, у нас об этом есть договоренность. Но у нас другие договоренности, мы их все выполняем, а с той стороны уже просто нам диктуют каждую вещь. Это можно, это нельзя, но нам так тоже, Лёш, работать.
Нельзя сказать, что в этих сливах Собчак только отбивает все претензии от своих кураторов. Нет. Она все-таки приносит эти претензии главному редактору Сергею Титову. До того, как устроиться к Собчак, Титов работал в прокремлевском МЭШе и даже был там заместителем главреда. Но в 2021 году вышло расследование Навального про дворец Путина. Через 10 дней МЭШ выложили то самое интервью с Аркадием Ротенбергом. Ротенберг там заявил, что это он и никто иной является бенефициаром дворца.
Сейчас уже это будет теперь не секрет. Я являюсь бенефициаром.
И после этого Титов решил покинуть издание. В своем телеграме он написал об этом так.
Я понимаю всю репутацию Мэш, понимаю простыдные вещи, но мы правда делали все, что могли, когда могли. Жили в этой серой зоне и отчаянно боролись за возможность не писать говно, но там решили по-другому. Все наши переживания просто перечеркнули решение людей в костюмах, которым похуй на журналистов. Работать в РТ, ВГТРК или Первом я бы никогда не стал, но людей никто не спросил, они просто взяли и превратили нас в это. Поэтому мне и пришлось отказаться от своей любимой работы.
И вот спустя 5 лет, если сливы достоверные, Титов снова оказался в серой зоне и снова вынужден отчаянно бороться за возможность не писать говно. Владелец СМИ, где он является главредом, жестко отчитывает его за посты про прилеты, а он составляет документы, которые эти посты оправдывают. Предполагается, что эти записки используются для отчетов перед администрацией президента. Титов сокрушается и пишет, что и так уже хочет повеситься, потому что, цитата, кроме официалки, по острым темам они ничего не публикуют. 5 лет назад Титов говорил, что о публикациях Мэша было решено выше, цитата, как в СССР. Теперь ему якобы снова приходится вспоминать о Советском Союзе, цитата, писать, что все за***ть, когда все хуево, это советская СМИ. В марте этого года Титов давал интервью в связи с ожидаемой блокировкой Телеграма. Там он сказал, что Собчак почти не вмешивается в работу редакции, мол, срачи бывают, но она уважительно подходит к редакционной политике, со словами «ты лучше знаешь, что делать». Вот только 10 июля сливы продолжились, и по ним Собчак все же может указывать редактору, что ему следует писать, и даже угрожать ему штрафом в 50 тысяч рублей за любую негативную новость про мессенджер Макс. Якобы Собчак заявляет, что Макс — это их главный рекламодатель. А вот рабочий чат под названием «Москва. Осторожно, медиа». По словам хакеров, в нем представители московской мэрии спускают темы для освещения, пожелания и прочие директивы. На одном скрине в сообщениях за 7 июля просят поддержать новости о сбитых на подлете к Москве беспилотниках. Таких сообщений в чате очень много, а также просьба, цитата, обойти стороной тему про московский нефтеперерабатывающий завод. На другом скриншоте какая-то, видимо, сотрудница мэрии Варвара Барабаш ругается за публикации про отсутствие бензина и называет их провокациями. А вот она уже угрожает, цитата, «Коллеги, или вы все снимаете сейчас, или мои милые чудесные угрозы переходят в практическую плоскость. Уважаю вашу позицию, но, увы». Видео, фото, адское нагнетание и прочее. Речь опять о новостях про атаки БПЛА по Москве. Судя по всему, именно жалобы этой женщины привели к суровому разговору Собчак с кураторами. Ксения Анатольевна тут снова вступается за журналистов, просит обойтись без угроз своим людям, цитата «угрожайте уж тогда мне», и предлагает встречу. Что ей на это ответили, неизвестно. В этом же чате в конце июня просили подождать с публикацией новости о взломе ТГ-канала Собянина. Собчак якобы сетует: «Мы ждем уже очень долго». И тут же интересуется, цитата, «очевидно же, что взломали. Можем поставить без подробностей». На это никто не отвечает 2 с лишним часа. Затем снова просит опубликовать новости про уничтоженные БПЛА. На темы взлома воздержаться. Есть и скриншоты предполагаемых переписок с другими сотрудниками издания. Неопознанная журналистка жалуется Собчак, цитата, «Если мат и истерику от тебя я готова принимать как свой крест, то хамство мэрии, где эта петушатня позволяет себе требовать извинений от журналистского холдинга, это за гранью. Я на Собянина не нанималась работать, чтобы какая-то чиновница водила по губам мне и требовала извинений. Я что, в Чечне?» Мне ужасно обидно и за себя, и за весь коллектив журналистов. Короче, из аудиосообщений и скринов можно сделать вывод, что у медиа Собчак существуют какие-то договоренности с политическим руководством страны. Например, в обмен на следование определенным правилам публикации контента, ее канал якобы получает эксклюзивы сверху.
Я поэтому и прошу так долго встречу, давай встретимся еще раз это обсудим, потому что у нас там по условиям не очень... Ну, то есть вот у нас есть бумаги подписанные, мы со своей стороны все делаем, а в ответ у нас ни эксклюзивов, ни обещанных каких-то историй, которые мы прописывали, и по 3 дня ждем ответа.
Вот только, видимо, договоренности нарушаются, а саму Собчак периодически распекают за какой-то не такой пост.
Нельзя наезжать из серии «просто вы все пи***цы, все как бы плохо». Что конкретно нарушает какие договоренности? Они у нас все есть, все выполняются.
Могут попытаться наказать и за какой-то неправильный видеоролик. Проводник Оли Кириенко Владимир Табак, оказывается, страшно обиделся за интервью Собчак с Ильей Ремесло. Эта фраза, наверное, самая жуткая во всем сливе. Он написал ей, цитата, «Хочу, чтобы ты жила в ощущении, что я могу тебя не простить». В принципе, неудивительно.
Окей.
В этом интервью довольно критично отзывался об администрации президента.
В последнее время АП стало очень сильно деградировать. А АП ослабло, потому что оно лишилось политической субъектности. Потому что когда вы, извините меня, там, да, занимаетесь какой-то совершенно ерундовой отчетностью, у вас там полностью все фейковые данные по соцсетям, то есть когда вы не делаете каких-то политических проектов, когда вы говорите, что мы политикой не занимаемся, да, то вот это и приводит к ослаблению.
Забавно, кстати, что в день выхода этого разговора у Собчак состоялась беседа с кинокритикессой Зинаидой Пронченко. Пронченко спрашивала, как такое интервью вообще стало возможным.
Как возможно, что это интервью идет без купюр, когда ничего нельзя? Естественно, самое идиотское предположение это, что всем нельзя, а Ксении Собчак можно. Согласовываете ли вы некоторых своих героев с начальством? Как вам определяют красные линии?
Ксения аккуратно уходит от ответа.
Это представление, думаю, как бы, мягко говоря, преувеличенное.
Пронченко повторяет вопрос.
Так согласовываете или нет? Собственно, был на вопрос.
Что именно? Кандидатура ремесла на интервьюируемого? Нет.
И если верить сливам, она в этом не соврала. Похоже, что вошло оно все-таки вопреки воле предполагаемых кураторов. Кстати, сам ремесло после новостей о взломе канала Собчак ей посочувствовал.
Я не понимаю, почему Собчак не пошлет этих гномов куда подальше. Это ведь даже не Кириенко, дни которого, кстати, сочтены. Это вороватая мелочь при администрации президента.
Он пообещал спасать ее от кириенковских гномов. Про то, как на эту историю отреагировала сама Собчак, все ясно. Она просто назвала переписки фейковыми. Она ругает журналистов за публикацию анонимной помойки и позднее обращение к самой жертве атаки. А еще троллит их вот таким вот скриншотом. Тут Путин якобы дает Ксении указание опубликовать в своих каналах эксклюзивную новость. Мол, «Медуза» считает возможно публиковать анонимные сливы как общественно важное. А то, что это фейки, которые легко подделать задним числом, всем плевать. Хотя теперь ходят слухи, что она собирается еще назвать их и монтажом.
Другая версия, которая, я думаю, возникнет и будет опубликована в ближайшее время, как мне рассказывали. Ксения Собчак должна как-то объяснить все, что происходит. И я думаю, предполагаю, что она будет объяснять это, что есть правда, а есть какие-то компиляции.
Black Mirror, в свою очередь, напоминают, они публикуют только фрагменты архива, и это не фейки. Хакеры предлагают читателям прослушать новые аудиосообщения. Там представлен диалог между якобы Собчак и Маргаритой Симонян. Они обсуждают проведенный вместе вечер, а еще попытку Собчак добиться доверия со стороны Алексея Громова, первого замруководителя АП.
Я, честно говоря, ничего так и не поняла, что ты мне там в конце сказала про Алексея Алексеевича, кроме того, что он пока не хочет меня видеть. Но, надеюсь, это как-то исправится.
Но что же про это говорили другие? Медиа и просто люди. Что ж, члены ФБК и многие прочие условно-либеральные спикеры предсказуемо злорадствуют. Ну и бывшие ФБКшники тоже.
Взломать Ксюшу Собчак и прочитать ее переписки, я считаю, что дело богоугодное, доброе и ничего плохого и неэтичного в этом не вижу.
Кстати, по поводу этичности таких сливов между Ждановым и Соболь даже успел вспыхнуть небольшой спор. Правда, он тут же потух. Понятно, что Соболь не фанатка сливов.
Я хотела просто с тобой сказать...
Правда, он тут же потух. Понятно, что Соболь... не фанатка сливов.
Я хотела просто с тобой сказать очень кратко, что я с тобой не согласна в этом твоем пассаже.
Да. Жданов попытался поспорить и сравнил Собчак с фигурой убийцы и военного преступника, и таким образом аргументировал моральную необходимость опубликования ее переписок.
Мне кажется, важно, чтобы люди знали, кто живет рядом, что этот убийца живет рядом.
Ну да ладно, не будем особенно закапываться в эти срачи. Как сказал Табак, реагируя на очередные конфликты Собчак с Дождем...
Тебе заняться нечем, чтобы больше объяснить.
Абсолютно верно, да.
Я вот читаю этот срач, уже я устал его читать.
Так или иначе, среди всех либеральных спикеров общий посыл скорее такой, мол, эти сливы не являются никакой особенной новостью.
Вопрос о том, удивило ли вас что-то, он меня поставил в тупик, потому что на самом деле нет.
Мол, ну кто бы мог подумать, вот так неожиданность. Ксения Собчак дружит с Потупчик и женами олигархов, цензурирует публикации и вводит контакты с людьми из АП. Вряд ли это можно считать сенсацией.
Это все было, в принципе, понятно, поэтому я думаю, что нет ни одного человека в России, который бы сказал: «Ничего себе! А что происходит?»
Другой вопрос, что этот слив мог даже наоборот заставить людей больше уважать Ксению Анатольевну, или, по крайней мере, ее редакцию.
Хочу выразить какое-то большое уважение Сергею Титову, и, во-вторых, на самом деле, в чем-то Ксения Анатольевна, потому что она явно пытается разрешить своему медиа писать про это и отстоять их право писать про это.
Я могу сказать респект Титову, потому что, судя по всему, судя по тому, что все равно, насколько я знаю, ее редакция до сих пор остается в России, а со стороны Титова это был очень смелый поступок.
Другие спикеры высказывают прямую поддержку Собчак. Латынина пишет, что у любого влиятельного человека в переписках можно найти что-то подобное, и если ты остаешься в России, то вынужден идти на серьезные компромиссы в любом случае. Публицист Олег Кашин отдельно останавливается на несправедливости всей этой ситуации. Табак — это человек, который построил себе карьеру на календаре для Путина с полуобнаженными студентками.
Ну, я бы не назвал их полуобнаженными.
Ну ладно, полураздетыми, скажем так.
Ну, они были в белье,
Ну,
скажем
кое-что
так, да.
с них было снято.
Кое-что с них было снято, да.
А вот Собчак — личность куда более значительная, и теперь она должна выслушивать унижение именно от него.
Насколько несправедливо устройство России современное, да, что вот эта Ксения Собчак, монументальная наша, вынуждена оправдываться перед Владимиром Табаком. Это приговор, да, это диагноз, это катастрофа.
Теперь в СМИ даже циркулируют противоположные взгляды на причины и последствия этого слива. Кто-то заявляет, что слив может быть и вовсе выгоден Собчак. Другие же утверждают, что он обернется серьезными проблемами и для нее, и для ее матери Людмилы Нарусовой. Подключился даже Владимир Соловьев. Он назвал Собчак израильской журналисткой и заподозрил ее аж в предательстве Родины.
Выяснилось, что у одной израильской журналистки тесные связи с представителями ближнего круга Зеленского, переговариваются по телефону, сливают информацию. А как отнестись к этому, когда в скрытой переписке вдруг выясняется, что в интересах иностранных агентов, предателей нашей Родины, навальнистов, лично Навального, действовал действующий сенатор Российской Федерации и ее дочь, поставляя информацию, верифицируя и обслуживая тех, кто существовали на деньги иностранных спецслужб. Это нормально? Это не предательство нашей Родины?
Правда, Соловьев по-джентльменски добавляет.
Конечно, если это переписка, соответствует действительности, как и разговор.
По мнению самой Собчак, слив был нужен, чтобы подставить ее и ее ребят. Но так или иначе, как писала «Медуза», это и впрямь хорошая иллюстрация механизмов цензуры в современной России.
Собчак не принято любить, а тут как-то уже птичку жалко.
Действительно, «Осторожно, новости» даже в нынешних условиях, находясь внутри страны, публикуют важную и острую информацию. В этом плане их трудно сравнить с другими системными СМИ. Причем у редакции и вообще у медиахолдинга Собчак была возможность работать за пределами России. По некоторым данным, после начала войны Ксения Анатольевна уехала в Израиль и даже получила там израильский паспорт. В слитых переписках она и вовсе обсуждает свою эмиграцию с Андреем Ермаком. И пишет, цитата, «Редакция переезжает и будет работать тут. Пока пишем проверенную информацию и стараемся честно выполнять наш профессиональный долг». Потом, как известно, Собчак все же вернулась в Россию, но это был не последний отъезд. В октябре 2022 года телеграм-канал «Тушите свет» опубликовал пост о посещении Сергеем Чемизовым дня рождения экс-главы Трансмаш-холдинга Андрея Бокарева. Чемизов сильно обиделся, мол, эта публикация создала потенциальную угрозу его жизни и здоровью. После этого к администраторам канала обратились с просьбой удалить пост и больше ничего не писать о Чемизеве. За это Кирилл Суханов, Ариан Романовский и Тамерлан Бегаев якобы потребовали 11 миллионов рублей. 1 миллион за удаление, остальные 10 за так называемый блок на негатив на год. В итоге цену за удаление сбили до 800 тысяч, но в момент получения этих денег Суханова задержали. Казалось бы, при чем тут Собчак? Дело в том, что Суханов — это коммерческий директор ее медиахолдинга «Осторожно, медиа». Романовский, по некоторым данным, готовил материалы для канала «Тушите свет» по ее заданию. Бегаев администрировал канал. Тогда база писала, что ресурс в принципе принадлежит ей, но Собчак это все отрицала. Все трое были арестованы осенью того же года. Собчак и правда пыталась им помочь. В итоге ей пришлось извиняться перед Чемизовым. Кстати, в нынешних сливах есть переписки с его пресс-секретарем. Там Собчак помогают сформулировать извинения. На других скриншотах она якобы связывается с Сухановым через адвоката. Суханов в этот момент сидит в СИЗО. Ксения Анатольевна передает ему, что она делает все, чтобы он вышел из тюрьмы. Но, к сожалению, цитата, «судьи мантиями рисковать не будут». И, цитата, «так устроена эта система, что просто всех выпустить и извиниться никто уже не может». И действительно, в итоге Суханова, Романовского и Бегаева признали виновными в вымогательстве в особо крупном размере. Суханову дали 7,5 лет колонии, остальным по 7. В 2024-м приговор смягчат на 2 года. А в мае этого года станет известно, что Романовский вышел из тюрьмы. Так вот тогда, в 2022-м, чтобы обезопасить других своих сотрудников, Собчак организовала всем переезд в Армению. Но в конце концов они коллегиально решили вернуться.
Было очевидно, что подавляющее большинство людей было за возврат.
Главред Сергей Титов об этом решении жалел. В его интервью марта этого года настроение довольно упадническое. И он там прямо говорит, что не понимает решения оставаться в РФ.
Сделали ли мы правильный выбор? Да не знаю. Все может настолько завтра измениться, что мы будем сильно жалеть, и выбор может быть неправильный. Это как бы правильнее было уплыть на бревне или остаться на крыше, и крышу может затопить, и бревно может потонуть. Тут нет правильных вариантов. Мы все, простите, в жопе.
К слову, про цензуры, давление и красные линии на самом деле мы уже слышали много раз публично. Это не стало откровением после сливов. В том же интервью Титов сам открыто признавал, что цензура остро влияет на редакционную политику медиа. Да и про связи Собчак с АП и тем же Кириенко – это едва ли новость.
Да, Сергей Владимирович. Да, агент Галатея у аппарата.
Вот как осторожно она пыталась сделать ему комплимент в интервью Пронченко.
В каких-то вещах я, например, считаю, что Сергей Владимирович Кириенко, он эффективный менеджер в каких-то направлениях. И то, что со стороны кажется условно, может быть, там, неправильным, на самом деле, с точки зрения системы, он выстраивает системную работу и на каких-то направлениях, ну, мне кажется, что добивается каких-то результатов.
Посыл Собчак здесь заключается в том, что в российской власти есть много разных групп интересов. Она не монолитна. Конечно, каждый из ее представителей точно делал много плохих вещей, но если уметь лавировать, с кем-то из них можно найти компромиссы.
Вы на каждого из этих людей можете найти поступки, которые ни вам не понравятся, ни мне не понравятся. Но по каким-то направлениям хотя бы происходит какая-то эффективная работа. Есть люди в системе, которые в чем-то более либеральные, чем остальные.
В итоге кажется вполне закономерным, что ее СМИ действительно заняла свою нишу в военные годы. Сумела встроиться в медиаполитику в условиях цензуры, но на своих условиях.
Мы же как бы в своей нише. Ниша эта нам определена, так сказать, давай честно, давно, еще до наших отношений. Мы готовы на все идти в рамках договоренностей, которые можем выполнять. Но мы не можем просто ставить фейки в канал. Ну, это как-то нам тогда вообще нет смысла ни в чем.
Выбор оставаться и работать в России как бы сам собой предопределял путь компромиссов и методичек. Система цензуры на то и система. Она предполагает, что в нее встроены все крупные участники медиарынка. Ну а эмигрировавшие журналисты теперь рассуждают о другом таймлайне, где Собчак не возвращается после Израиля или Армении, а остается там. И эта фантазия приводит их к специфической мысли.
Она могла стать одной из нас, но не стала.
Но справедливости ради, с точки зрения Собчак, переезд редакции тоже грозил бы методичкой, просто другой.
Я могу четко заявить, что ни один сегодня сотрудник людей, которые получают гранты на определенную деятельность, не может сказать ничего критического, а то, что было сказано критически, мы видели, к чему приводило. Приводило к тому, что людям приходилось опять менять всю жизнь, уезжать из Латвии, потому что оговорка в эфире стоила как бы каналу переезда всех сотрудников, понимаете? И это тоже, ну, давайте не будем просто врать, это тоже ограничение свободы. Нет, к сожалению, русских журналистов за границей готовы видеть в определенном качестве.
В итоге они там, правда, приходят к важному отличию. Нарушение методички за границей сегодня грозит скорее лишением финансирования. Нарушение методички в России грозит тюрьмой. Наверное, поэтому в конце интервью Ксения Анатольевна благодарит Путина за то, что в тюрьме она не сидит.
Благодаря Владимиру Владимировичу Путину я могу жить в этой стране, могу работать, а не сидеть в тюрьме.
Титов называет проект «Осторожно, новости» своим ребенком, но перспективы ему он рисует удручающие. Рано или поздно медиа не станет, а сам он либо сядет, либо эмигрирует. Канал или уничтожат, или он закончится в силу обстоятельств. Или однажды там напишут новость, которая, цитата, «сильно расстроит кого-то не того». Как мы узнали из сливов, если мы понимаем, что это не фейк, публикации издания действительно расстраивают кого-то не того. Конечно, по словам Титова, пока есть возможность, надо что-то делать. Но тем временем пространство реализации компромиссов продолжает сужаться. Правила продолжают меняться. Запреты плодятся одним за другим. Причем это прекрасно понимает и сама Собчак.
Ситуация меняется, и то, что, например, там можно было даже по закону говорить в 2018 году, в 2019, 2020, 2022, 2026, это разные вещи.
Но она все равно спорит с кураторами, доказывает им свою правоту. В результате, конечно, получается как в том меме, где начальник кричит на подчиненного, а тот потом приходит домой и кричит на жену, а жена кричит на кота. Собака отчитывает Собчак, она идет отчитывать Титова, Титов, наверное, идет отчитывать кота. Собчак говорила про Путина, что он строит систему на балансе между разными силами.
И как бы он все время балансирует эти очень разные между собой, иногда очень конфликтующие группы.
Кажется, что такой метод выбрала сама Ксения Анатольевна. Олег Кашин в недавнем стриме риторически спрашивал.
Если медиа подконтрольно Кремлю, но при этом оно рассказывает вам о том, что в Пензе бусификация, и о том, что в Вязнике Ставропольского края прилетел беспилотник, значит, это нужная, правильная медиа.
Но как долго такая стратегия балансирования может работать? Каким еще компромиссом она способна подтолкнуть? И повлияют ли на все это сливы переписок? Нам предстоит только узнать. Как-то так. Спасибо, что досмотрели это видео до конца. Если вы хотите поддержать выход подобных работ, то можете подписаться на Patreon или Tribute. Там регулярно выходят эксклюзивные ролики для моих жертвователей. Также подписывайтесь на мой телеграм-канал. Там я сам пишу все посты, комментирую новости, пишу об истории, а иногда просто дурачусь. Пишите комментарии к видео, я большинство комментариев читаю, на многие отвечаю. Ну и не забывайте подписываться на канал и ставить лайк, если ролик вам понравился. Это поможет распространить его среди других людей. Как-то так.
There's something kind of absurd at the heart of life on Earth. In the words of one scientist, it's a cruel joke. And it goes like this. All living organisms need nitrogen to survive. It's a key part of proteins and DNA. And our atmosphere is absolutely packed with nitrogen. But here's the cruel part. The one enzyme that can pull nitrogen out of the air so that living organisms can use it, that enzyme basically falls apart in the presence of oxygen. Meaning that plants and animals and fungi are surrounded by nitrogen that they can't use. The only organisms that can pull this nutrient from the air are the ones that can survive without oxygen. Pretty much just super simple microbes. Because of this, the entire natural world relies on these tiny microorganisms to get nitrogen. This was an ironclad rule of biology. No organism from the complex side of the tree of life could pull nitrogen out of the air. But today, one microorganism has rewritten this rule in a way that could change everything from the future of food to our understanding of life on Earth. It all started in the 90s on a research boat in the middle of the ocean. On that boat was an oceanographer named John Zaire. Now, John didn't study whales or dolphins or coral reefs. He studied nitrogen-fixing bacteria. John was on the hunt for new kinds of bacteria in the ocean, and he was using something pretty cutting edge for the time: DNA. His plan was to test samples of seawater for a key nitrogen-fixing gene, in the hope that he might find something that other scientists had missed. And, well, it worked. Almost immediately, he found a species previously unknown to science. As he looked at the gene he'd found, he could get a pretty good clue of what this new bacteria should look like. So he popped it under the microscope expecting to see that bacteria everywhere, but it wasn't there. He couldn't see anything that matched what he was looking for.
For many years at the beginning of the story, we had found this gene sequence. We would look under the microscope and we could not see them. So for years, we were actually studying this organism with no idea what it actually looked like.
John and his colleagues chased the bacteria around the world, finding fingerprints everywhere, but never finding the bacteria itself. What John could see was the bacteria's DNA, and that was even weirder. You see, it was supposedly a photosynthetic bacteria, but it didn't seem to have the genes to photosynthesize. It had also lost all sorts of other genes that it really should need to survive. In fact, it seemed to have lost about 80% of its entire genome. So how was it even alive? Well, over years of studying this, John started to notice a pattern. Every sample of seawater that contained this mystery bacteria DNA also contained DNA for this one specific species of algae. John realized that his bacteria had been hiding in plain sight. The reason he couldn't see it under the microscope was because all along it had been inside of the algae. And that's also why the bacteria could survive, even with all those missing genes, because the algae was feeding it. This algae was the missing puzzle piece that John had been chasing for years. And unbeknownst to him, across the ocean was a Japanese scientist who'd spent her career studying that exact puzzle piece. This is Kyoko Hagino. She's an algae scientist from Kochi, Japan. And just like John, her story also started in the late 90s with a microorganism that changed the course of her career. She was part of a paleontology research team, studying tiny algae fossils on the ocean. Out of all of the little fossils that Kyoko looked at under the microscope, there was one that absolutely captivated her. It was a type of algae called Barudosphaera bigelowi. Kyoko fondly just calls it bigelowi.
最初にビゲロイを見つけた時にそれはその形がとても綺麗だと思いました。宝石みたいにすごく綺麗な形をしています。
At certain points in Bigelowie's life, it surrounded itself with this beautiful geometric shell. But no one really knew anything about the algae living inside. This mesmerizing algae, this was what Kyoko wanted to study. But no one else seemed to share her fascination.
そもそもその研究を始めた時には当時のその上司から反対されてました。そういう誰も注目しない研究をしていても就職はできないと。
At the time, Kyoko was having trouble finding a position at a university. At the same time, she was taking care of her young kids and was moving to a new city where her husband had found work. Everything in her life seemed to be
New skill does hit a field.
But she should just drop it and find something else to study. But Kyoko just couldn't do that. For whatever reason, there was something about this algae that just absolutely enamored.
How the fuck? Also healing. You know what? Let's see. Characters. Playable characters, character list. Let's see. Hydro. Mono. Okay, that's really unfortunate. Skill. Elemental skill. advanced properties. Three hits. CD, yeah, mental skill. Yeah. Python code. What's this Python code? Why did Kimi chat create a Python code? Comprehensive table for field skill supports that hit from a field. Searchers. Character, element, skill name, hit interval, duration, cooldown. Above the buff notes. Okay, that's fine. Let's just... Can I download it? Yeah. Zhangli, Shangling. Yes, okay, so... Okay, let's actually look at that. For a moment. Where is the team that has mono in it? Is there any team with mono in it? There is no team such as that. Man.
This is destiny.
Let's see.
Shadows of fate.
Yeah, it indeed fires somewhere about once every second, and it has a cooldown of 12 seconds, and the last hit is on 5 seconds, so the buff lasts for 8 seconds after the skill is used, meaning internal cooldown. That's right. Gameplay notes.
Divination is about precisely foretelling one's written destiny. Over-embellishing that fate only leads to misconception. Okay. Astrologers must rid themselves of material desires. Only by ridding oneself of clutter can one see the true world around them. Divination is about precisely foretelling one's written destiny. Over-embellishing that fate only leads to misconception. Astrologers must rid themselves of material desires. Only by ridding oneself of clutter can one see the true world around them. Divination is about precisely foretelling one's written destiny. Over-embellishing that fate only leads to misconception. Fate is called as such, for it cannot be changed, nor can it be reversed. It can only but be accepted. Divination is about precisely foretelling one's written destiny. Over-embellishing that fate only leads to misconception. is called as such, for it cannot be changed, nor can it be reversed, only but be accepted. Divination is about precisely foretelling one's written destiny. Over-embellishing that fate only leads to misconception. Astrologers must rid themselves of material desire.
Okay, so Kimmy chat really messed up. Let's see. This here is yes. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Divination is about precisely foretelling one's written destiny. Over-embellishing that fate only leads to misconception.
Very skill No, there is burst that connects to active character.
Fate is called as such, for it cannot be changed, nor can it be reversed. It can only but be accepted.
Ребятам. Чё?
Astrologers must rid themselves of material desires. Only by ridding oneself of clutter can one see the true world around them. Fate is called as such, for it cannot be changed, nor can it be reversed. It can only but be accepted. Divination is about precisely foretelling one's written destiny. Over-embellishing that fate only leads to misconception.
Okay, characters. Chi. No. Chi is written like that. Okay, right. Cooldown. What the fuck? This is tedious work.
What's happening?
Let's see. Yeah, 15 seconds. Let's see.
here, right now.
Let's see. What about my favorite girl, Nilo? Where's the cat? Uh-huh. So while it doesn't damage, maybe this Hydra application is also considered damage. Let's go here in a domain.
They're anxious. Their risk of...
There are 5 model types for playable characters in Genshin Impact. Tall male, tall female, medium female, and short female. Of all the model types, I feel like one stands out more than the others. And that's tall males because I'm an absolute simp. But other than that, I'd say short females stand out the most, or as I'll be referring to them throughout this video, munchkins, because that name is adorable. They're the slowest model type, have the lowest jump, and have the least members of all model types at 12. Despite these drawbacks, a lot of the munchkin characters are either some of the most popular characters like Klee and Nahida, or have very loyal fan bases like Sayu and Diona. Besides tall males only, this has actually been the model type only challenge I've wanted to do for the longest, and with Ino recently releasing and also being free, I feel now's a good time to try this challenge out. Here are the rules. I can only use short female characters. That means I can only use Chi-Chi, Klee, Diona, Sayu, Dori, Nahida, Yao Yao, Siegewing, Kachina, Iansan, Ino, and Prune. All puzzles that are completed must be done by the munchkins. This is different from what I usually do because I feel like with the variety of weapon types and elements, I'll be able to do most puzzles with no problem. No co-op for fighting enemies, no healing items in battle, and I can only use a trial character if they are a munchkin unless I'm forced into using them like with Mawika in Notland Act 5. Now let's see if you can beat Genshin Impact using only short female characters. This challenge actually started as a different challenge. I had the idea to do munchkins only, but I felt like it would be too hard to get the few munchkin characters for my team, so I decided on something else. At the time the Sumeru Chronicled Witch was going on, so I decided to do Sumeru characters only. The challenge played out normally until I unlocked the wishing. I used my 5 event pulls on Sumeru banner and got nothing, so then I did the standard 10 pull. I'll take one Sumeru character, please. Sumeru character. Preferably a Sumeru character that's not gonna be... I was just deciding to like, oh, should I do munchkins only? Oh my god. In the context of Sumeru only, this wasn't a good pull. In the context of wanting to do munchkins only, but starting Sumeru only, this sucked. Thankfully though, I was early enough into the challenge for it to really not matter. I quickly switched gears, and now the challenge starts. As for Sayu, she's actually quite a good character to start with. She's fast, has good swirl, heals, and is one of my favorite characters. This challenge was also started at the beginning of 6.0 or Luna 1. Why is that important? Because of the free 5-star event. Before you even complete Monster Act 1, you could claim a free standard 5-star. I think you know where this is going. We chose Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi's another one of my favorite characters, just like Sayu, and like Sayu, she's a healer as well. What's nice about Chi-Chi is her quite good normal attacks. They're fast, pretty strong, and feel good to use. Back to Act 1, we need to clear Amber's, Kaya's, and Lisa's domains. We can clear Amber's domain normally using Sayu, who can kinda pick up swirlable elements. Kaya's domain was similarly easy, and for Lisa's domain we skipped it by jumping off an invisible platform. That's the end of Act 1. Now we need to reach Air 10 to start Mondstadt. Usually during solo challenges I go over the character I'm using's pros and cons, but here I'm just gonna go over the drawbacks of only using munchkins. One of the main ones is how slow they are. They're the slowest model in the game, and they struggle more with stuff like bunny hopping and wind currents. That's less of a problem for me because I already have Sayu, who is real fast. The biggest challenge in this playthrough is actually going to be the character pool. There's only 12 Munchkin characters we can get, 3 of which being event 5 stars. But more concerningly, there's only 2 short female bow characters, those being Diona and Sijuin. Why is that bad? Because of Inazuma Act 2, which is the one with the archery demonstration. We need one of those 2 characters to get past that challenge, and neither are confirmed. Diona wasn't on banner for the entirety of this challenge, and Sijuin is an event 5 star, so I need to get lucky to get either. To reach AR10, I did some Mondstadt exploration and some ley lines, which got me to AR10 pretty quickly. I had done some Adventure Handbook missions preemptively, so I could just claim the rewards as soon as I got the Adventure Handbook. If you don't know, the Adventure Handbook is an amazing way to get adventure experience, so doing these early propels your adventure rank really quickly. At AR12, we unlock some commissions, which is another pretty good source of experience. After doing some more Adventure Handbook quests and a domain, I reached AR15 and ascended Chi-Chi. I would ascend Sayu, but I can't get Crystal Marrow. I also ascended my other characters to get a wish from them, giving me a 10 pull and standard banner, alongside the one that I got for reaching AR10. Give me a Munchkin. A Munchkin, please. Give me a Munchkin. I should have expected a bow, but sacrificial bow? Does that mean we're gonna get Diona? We're gonna get Diona, watch. I believe. Sacrificial bow, it's a sign. No L. Really? God damn it. It's to be expected to not pull a Munchkin immediately, but I'm worried about how long it might take to get a full team. After a bit more grinding, we reached AR18, which is enough to do both Mondstadt Acts 2 and 3, so let's start them. We meet Ventoy, who takes us to Windrise to fight Eye of the Storm, which was a pretty easy fight aside from it occasionally flying up. Next we steal a Holy Lyre and then meet D-Luke, who, despite being great, is about as far away from a Munchkin as possible. He takes us to a Fatu
Hmm. Man, I'm really slow sometimes. Alright, let's see. What? I've been sitting on this for quite a while, and yeah, sure, switch here. I'm gonna do that quickly and see how that changes. First of all, a fall nearby. Attack. So let's see, what's your attack? One, 2, 4, 2, 6. Still 2, 4, 2, 6. So that's not a hit. But if I go like this, to 6 to 1, yes. Okay, so and let's leave the domain. So new skill indeed doesn't damage, and that is a problem. Chichi.
What's happening?
I'm not sure what's happening. Yeah. 76 out of 200. Yeah, let's I don't need to level her more. What I need is go fight the Tori. Yes.
Guys, orders given. Orders received.
Did you honestly think that would hit?
Right here, right now.
Reverse.
Begone! Heaven's will, made up.
Blades, cold resolve.
Let's test my hypothesis. How tiresome.
Pathetic.
Come on, keep up. Leo of Light, opening box of a death die trick. Emerge, right now.
I forgot about something really important. Need
I like music. In fact, I've taught myself to play many different instruments. You don't believe me? Find me a piano, and I'll show you a thing or two. Called back to the Zeppeljärny Palace again? Ugh, seriously. What's the point in all these endless meetings?
sure. Not sure at all. But today is Monday. That's fine. It's fine, let's say okay. Oh, my fucking shoulder. Well, it feels like it's getting better. Slowly but surely.
It's about time we threw another tea party, don't you think? I wonder who else is.
Mm-hmm.
We hide out where we fight an agent, which was swiftly stunned by Sayu and Chi-Chi. Now we need to collect 3 teardrop crystals to summon Dvalin, the first of which we get from a Ruin Guard. Using Sayu's swirling capabilities, the Ruin Guard was quickly taken down. We open a random chest for the next one, and the last one is in the domain. At the end of the domain, we fight a Pyro Abyss Mage, which we once again swirled away with Sayu's elemental skill. By the way, while I was doing this Archon quest, I was also doing Amber's, Kaya's, and Lisa's story quests, which are useful for experience, and in the case of Amber's story quest, you have to do it for progression. Now we can summon Dvalin.
When I was a young boy.
Because of all that grinding earlier, we can go straight into Act 3, which starts with a Hydro Abyss Mage. I actually think that Sayu might be the best character to deal with Abyss Mage's shields. She can pick up elements and swirl them repeatedly, quickly depleting the Abyss Mage's shields. Inside of Stormterror's lair, we need to trigger 3 light actuators to reach Dvalin, but before doing that, I realized how close I was to having 2 10-poles on Event Banner, which currently has both Dory and Ino, 2 Munchkins I would love to have. I did a bit of Spiral Abyss to get enough Prima Gems, and now I have 2 10-poles. See those 2? Dory and Ino? We're gonna get one of them. Watch. First 10-pole. I'm gonna get one of them on the first 10-pole, watch. Oh my, really? Oh my god. That's okay, because now we're gonna get one. Watch. Dory or Ino? Ino! Let's go! A brand new Munchkin for the squad, and she's actually quite a good one too. Her elemental burst has good hydro application, and her elemental skill is decently strong and can be used for traversal. Give me a Munchkin, give me a Munchkin, give me a Munchkin, fuck! Back to the light actuators, one of them has us take down a Pyro Abyss Mage. Good thing we just got Ino. Now time for Dvalin. Oh, fuck, I accidentally used Venti's elemental skill. Now I have to do this part all over again. Yippee! They just barely didn't get a one-face fight, but it doesn't really matter. We still beat him easily. That's the end of Mondstadt.
It's about time we threw another tea party, don't you think? I wonder who else is free.
We now need to reach Air 23 to start Liyue, which, as you can see, will not be a problem. Before doing the Archon quest, though, I want to get Dory. As I said, she's currently on the banner with Ino. I got Ino, but I still need Dory, and then I'll have a full team. I feel like it's a good time to start exploring Liyue. Liyue is probably the second best place to go for adventure experience, only behind Dragon's Mine. We collected some Geoculi, opened some chests, and completed some world quests like the Chi of Yor. After a good amount of that, I decided to go to Nodcry to fight Ino's boss. Fun fact, this was actually my first time at Nodcry. This challenge started in Luna 1, and I had never been in Nodcry before. I really like its vibe, and the landmarks stand out really nicely. Either way, Ino's boss is the Knuckle Duckle, and I absolutely hate it. When it's normally attacking, it's okay, but when it gains its shield, you're supposed to mainly use lunar reactions on the small robots to stun it, which my team can't do, so I kinda just have to dodge and wait. It's long and boring, but we eventually beat it. Hopefully I get 2 drops from it, god fucking damn it.
Here we go again.
With that done, I did a few runs of the Trial Grounds of Thunder, which got us to Air 25. After getting some portable bearings for Ino, I ascended both of them and leveled Chi-Chi. For reaching Air 25, we have to do the Ascension Domain, which was as easy as always.
You know what time it is? It's Dory time, baby.
Called back to the Zeppeljärni Palace again.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Seriously, what's the point in all
I
these
know
endless
Constellation, but all I want is a Dory.
I don't mind an Ino Constellation, but I really just want Dory. Back to Liwa grinding, I did some world quests, opened some chests, and opened a few ley lines. Oh yeah, and with Ino I could finally clear the domain at the end of Amber's quest, because I could actually reach the hilly trolls on the high platforms with her elemental skill. Later I went to the Virgin Jade Chamber and then did a domain for a Shrine of Depths key. The enemies in there were strong, but we're stronger.
Please just be Dory. Please. Fuck this game.
Just give me Dory. Just give me Dory, please. I'm so tired of this fucking banner. What a fantastic game. I really shouldn't be surprised that Dory's taking this much Primo Gems. She's just greedy like that. To get a few more Primo Gems, I did the Dodoco Bomberman event, which I honestly completely forgot existed.
You better be Dory.
Hi there, I'm Tainari, Forest Watcher of the Avidia Forest. My duty is to
Why do I
preserve
play this
both the
game?
rain-
Alright, this is ridiculous. At this point I'm looking for pretty much anything to explore for Primo Gems. I tried to explore the 3 ruins in Lisha, but very quickly remembered I needed both Pyro and Geo, which ain't happening. Well, time for the last ditch effort, Dragonspine. Dragonspine is not only a treasure trove of experience, it also gives you a bunch of Primo Gems and Fates. I spent a good long while exploring every nook and cranny I can remember, slowly accumulating more and more Primo Gems and Fates, before eventually I had enough for a 10 pull.
Please just be Dory. Please. That's all I want. Yes! Finally! We finally have a full Munchkin squad! Yes!
Finally, we have the silly purple and pink Munchkin. Dory is another one of my favorite characters, and she's actually quite underrated in my opinion. Her burst applies and deals consistent electro, her elemental skill has good particle generation, she's pretty good with elemental reactions like electro charge with Ino and super contact with Chi-Chi, and let's be honest, she's incredibly silly. What's not to love? Now that I have Dory, I need to get her materials, starting with her boss, the Electro Regisfine. It's easiest to take down using cryo characters, and it just so happens that our main DPS is Chi-Chi, so this boss is easy, allowing us to get Dory to level 50 fairly quickly. However, I still chose to grind my character's bosses for when I reach Air 30, because I'm really not that far away from reaching that rank. Yes, that means I fought the Knuckle Duckle more.
Called back to the Zeppeljärni Palace again? Ugh, seriously. What's the point in all these endless meetings?
You know what? Yeah, whatever. I'm just gonna leave it. Leave my Genshin here. Do a quick little round of ZZZ, but probably, yeah. Shouldn't try to do it while stream is still going, because it's already almost been 12 hours. Yeah, that's going to be it for this stream. Fuck this. I'm not gonna bother. Good luck, have fun, thanks for watching.